LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. College, went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city, about to play it. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B, chilling in Florida. Family time, much deserved. So you get me, the great Landini, and Jeff Walker. Good morning, boys. How's everybody doing? Doing that well. All right.
Great.
We're off and running on a Monday. Jeff sounds like he got about 2 hours of sleep all weekend. Is that accurate?
Very accurate.
Landini, I'm guessing, got much more sleep. He's a sleep connoisseur. Did you get some sleep, Landfill? Hearty nod from the big man there. Weird but fun sports weekend, I would say. The European Cup final, England-Spain, was just phenomenal. Just an awesome game to watch and enjoy. The header volley at the end when England was trying to get a late equalizer was just awesome. The announcing was everything about that game was so much fun to watch. Hopefully people watched it. The Copa last night was just bananas. I don't know if you guys stayed up. The game was kind of A lot of the Copa soccer has been kind of for me because it's just like a nonstop fist fight, foul fest, flop fest. Probably flop fest sounds like something Jeff might have done this weekend. And it was just it was ugly and sloppy, but the scene at the stadium was wild. Like all those people breaking in to the stadium, and then the people that actually came in with their tickets not being able to sit down. I mean, just absurd. The organizers, the stadium, like everybody should be embarrassed. I won't be shocked with the ticket prices, what they were. Like, I won't be shocked if there's lawsuits. I don't know what'll happen, but I've worked games at Hard Rock Stadium. Like, I've been there and never, ever would have even thought something like that was possible. I don't want to belabor it. Clearly, there's passionate sports fans or soccer fans from Colombia and Argentina, but I mean, that was just an embarrassment as like an American to watch that unfold. I also don't understand, and I'm sure somebody will yell at me for this. Maybe they just don't televise it, but you've got Colombia playing Argentina, right? So, of course, they play the Colombian national anthem, and then they play the Argentinian national anthem. The game's still being played in America. Why aren't they playing the Star Spangled Banner? Like, what happened to that? I can't wait for my Twitter mentions on that. I feel like it's a reasonable question to ask, however. Like, if it was Canada playing Japan in France, they'd still play the French joint. That just doesn't add up to me. So I thought that was really pretty embarrassing. I also went to a baseball game yesterday, which was pretty damn fun. I went up to Baltimore and watched the Orioles-Yankee game. Jeff, your Yankees really coughed that one up, which was great. It was also so a number of things happened with me going to the game. I took my 2 daughters and my wife. We had a nice time. I specifically bought seats that had shade. So we were like covered basically. And that really helped. I also immediately when we got there bought my girls a funnel cake. That helped. My girls, while we were there, had a funnel cake, ice cream, and cotton candy. And we still only lasted about 6 innings. But whatever, they were having fun. But there were 2 things that happened that made me look like a savant, like a psychic, like a genius. So my 5-year-old was starting to lose it. She wanted to go to the playground because Camden Yards has a really nice playground inside the stadium because it's the best stadium around. And Gunnar Henderson was up to bat. There was a runner on base. And I said, she's like, Daddy, let's go. I was like, no, sit down. Watch this. He's going to hit a home run. Sure enough, next pitch, bang, homer. She looked at me like I was a genius. And what helped, the dude sitting behind me, he's like, dude, you called that. I was like, I know. It was, that was awesome. Clearly, I mean, what I've learned in being a father, there's very fleeting moments where your kids think you're cool. And that was one of them. There was a very fleeting moment. They're like, damn, Daddy knows what he's talking about. Then we kind of walked around. Jeff, I had to explain. So my 5-year-olds are just kind of in their own world. But my 8-year-old, I mean, she's turning 9 in a couple of weeks. She's very alert and in tune. And she couldn't comprehend why there were so many Yankee fans at an Oriole game. And trying to explain the phenomenon of like bandwagon sports fans and like how annoying fake Yankee fans are, like trying to explain that delicately, because the words I'd like to use to describe that situation, I probably can't say on this program, thanks to the FCC guidelines. But she's like, did they all come from New York? I was like, no, baby. They came from Herndon and Rockville and Laurel, Waldorf, Alexandria. They're fake. They're fake fans. And she couldn't understand that. I was like, all right, well, the Yankees just have this really big brand. And then there's a lot of goobers that pretend that they're from New York or that like their great grandfather was or something. And I think it kind of got through. But by far the highlight of teaching Shelby about bandwagon ass Yankee fans was as the game was spirited. It was packed up there. And they had the First pitch was at 11:30, which was so bizarre, but really good for taking kids to the game. I guess Roku has a game of the week that they get to start early so that it's the only game on TV because no other game starts till 1 or 1:30 or something. But the place is packed. The atmosphere is juiced. If you watch that series at all, maybe you did, Jeff. The Yanks went head hunting on Friday night. It was really chippy, back and forth. The O's were desperate for a win. It was a lot of fun. But the Goober Yankee fans started "Let's Go Yankee" chants in Camden Yards, and they were loud. I'll give them credit. Like, I bet it was sold out or close to, and 60-40 O's fans. It was a lot of Yankee fans. And they're chanting "Let's Go Yankees," and I was just booing. Me and lots of others. You just try to drown out the chant by booing them. And the first time, Shelby didn't really get it. But by like the second or third time it happened, she was just standing up, 2 thumbs down. Boo! And I was so very proud of my little girl in that moment. I also taught her what's nice about Camden Yards, that it's old school, that, like, you know how at Nats Park, to keep the really dope seats, to access them, you have to have access through one of like the clubs. You need a wristband. You got to, like, tell them your blood type. Like, there's a lot of security to manage the really dope seats in Nats Park if you try to get behind home plate. Camden Yards doesn't have it. So, and it was so damn hot that a lot of seats were just empty because people were just, like, any sort of shaded area was packed and people were leaving good seats to go find the shade. So after we walked around, got more ice cream. My little one finally went to the playground. My wife went with her. So I taught Shelby how to sneak to really good seats. And we snuck down to like 2 rows above the O's dugout. And really wasn't much sneaking. It was empty because everybody moved because you were just baking in the sun. And as soon as we sat down, again, we sit down, Santander goes, "Yard." And now Shelby knows, like, okay, a home run. They shoot the fireworks. She was into it. We had a lot of fun. The game was wild. Everybody that's going to tell me, like, "Oh, did you stay to the end?" No, I definitely didn't stay till the end. I had a 5-year-old. we barely made it through 6 innings. Did listen to it on the way home. It was an awesome game.
Don't blame your kid for that.
I wanted to stay through the 7th inning stretch, but the 5-year-old had enough.
So you left the half inning early.
We left
because of the kid.
About the bottom of the 6th. Yeah. Dude, they needed water. I'd already bought like $25 worth of water. I wanted to buy the cheap water outside from the dude just selling it out of a cooler. How much do you think a kid's hat should cost?
How much should it cost?
Sure. Should and does.
$18. How much does it cost? $34.
How much do you think a kid's hat from the vendor outside in the parking lot should and does cost?
I think it should cost $12, and it probably costs $16.
Jeffrey?
Nah, they like getting solid numbers, so it's probably about $10 and $20.
So my 5-year-old, this was all the things she could have purchased. They had stuffed animals and shirts. They had a pink Orioles hat that I thought she'd be all over. All she wanted was a water bottle, like the kind of water bottles that like hockey goalies have on top of the net, like the squeezed water bottle. So she got one of those,
like an Orioles souvenir cup water bottle,
yes.
Or just okay,
like an Orioles water bottle. I don't even think if there's actually water in there, I don't think she's strong enough to squeeze it out. But whatever, we'll find out. That was $10, which is a little much, but like I feel like at a store, at Target or something, it'd be like $7.
I mean, this is meant to be refilled and like put through the washing machine, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not that bad.
Hat. Shelby got a hat. O's logo, big old bird. $30.
Oh.
Water bottle and a hat cost me $40. And this is on the street. This isn't inside.
Was the hat like officially licensed?
I mean, there's a sticker on it. I don't know how official the official, I don't know.
Was it like a Cody Betts hookup type thing?
No, it wasn't the Juan Soto jersey he got me that was pink.
I mean, you did want a pink hat.
I did not. Yep. Just got a text. Hey man, you picked an awesome game. Did you stay to the end? Nope. Sure didn't. So that was a lot of fun. there is like some real life stuff we got to address. Sad situation. Jacoby Jones passed away. All the organizations have put out statements. Harbaugh, the Ravens, the Texans. Just a really sad situation. It was crazy because I was at last week. I went to this. I think I mentioned it. I went to the Netflix screener of Receiver. If anybody's watched that, and I was talking with this dude John Booty, who played at TCU, played in the NFL for a while. He was in Phoenix with Gary Clark, lives locally, works in the political world. And we were just, it was just the classic, like two dudes hanging out, talking football, right? Because when I'm in those political spheres, I got nothing to offer except just talking about football. And we were just chatting, just talking about whatever. And I don't know how or why, but that Ravens Super Bowl run came up. And we talked specifically about Jacoby Jones making that catch at Mile High Stadium and everything, that entailed and how good he was for them. And I definitely want to, when B gets back, talk to him about this because Jacoby was a Louisiana guy, he's a New Orleans guy. And by all accounts, just an all-time good guy. And I never covered him or knew him. I mean, I met him in passing, but I don't want to overstate it. But gosh, he was an electric talent on the field, and just a really sad story, man. And when Jeff texted that, he's only 40 years old, man. 40 years old, just sad stuff. He was coaching at Morgan State at one point. So a little later in the program at 10:45, Pete Gilbert from WBAL in Baltimore is going to join us. Pete tweeted out this photo, dude, that was crazy. I retweeted this last night I'll have to ask him specifically. I think he does or did some radio coverage for the Ravens. And he has this picture of Jones making that catch in Mile High Stadium when he just got deep. Flacco aired it out, and Pete's in the background just with like his jaw dropped. As anybody that remembers that game felt in that moment when you watch that play. Pete's going to join us, kind of discuss everything that happened. The Nats, Landfill, it's going to be a busy week in Milwaukee. We're obviously not going to be able to ignore the events going on in Milwaukee. I've been to Milwaukee, nice city, small, cold. It's going to be a busy week in Milwaukee, but we can't ignore what happened. The Nats took 2 out of 3 from the Brewers. Of course, that's what I'm talking about. And I got to applaud my guy Rizzo. So the Nats draft last night. They take this kid Seaver King. I'm not going to pretend that I have watched much of his profile, but his name's really cool. He looks really cool. I always kind of root for Wake Forest. I'm in on that pick. But the bigger news over the weekend was Rizzo traded away Hunter Harvey, and I think it's the right move. I've been saying to be sellers for a while. Harvey has pitched really well. I've gotten to speak to him a handful of times now. He's an awesome guy, super nice, super country, down to earth. But dude, unless it's Mariano Rivera, unless it's some truly elite talent, bullpen guys, that's about opportunity. Ship them out. Take advantage. So KC gets Harvey. Nats got an extra pick, and then this third baseman, Caden Wallace, one of the top prospects for the Royals. Let Rizzo cook. I am good with that for sure. I like Hunter Harvey a lot. Sad to see him go. Nice guy. That's the right move for the organization. You are 9 games under 500 in mid-July. Like, you're slumping now. The bats aren't there. You need more help. Lord knows if they're ever going to spend money. You got to acquire talent however you can. Good with me. I hate it because he's a nice guy, and I got his bobblehead right here. It'd be cool if they trade away Finnegan too, man. Like, play the long game. I doubt you're going to spend enough money. Maybe you will eventually. Play the long game. I'm cool with it. Busy baseball weekend for the Nationals making the trade, taking 2 out of 3. They played well in Milwaukee, and then yesterday just kind of got beat up. But all right, there is a lot for us to go over today. I'm gonna try to get out of here on time. Shock the world. People might not know a lot about this, but the Solheim Cup is coming up in September at RTJ. This is the Ryder Cup for women. Stacey Lewis is going to join us next to kind of give us more information. She's a major winner, just really, really excellent golfer and class act. I'm really excited to talk to Stacey. Pete's going to join us at 10:45. Noon, Mitch, 1 Barry. It is going to be a packed day. We're going to go, I think we're 10 days till training camp. We're going to break down 1 player per day that needs to have a big camp. Nobody should go anywhere. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Monday morning in the District of Columbia. We're excited. Coming up in September, I believe, the Solheim Cup is coming to town out at Robert Trent Jones Golf Club, RTJ as it's known. To help us kind of learn more about the Solheim Cup and get excited for what's going to come is Stacey Lewis joins us now on the BetQL guest line. Stacey, thanks so much for calling in. How are you?
Thank you. I'm doing great. We're a hot day out here at RTJ today.
It is. My my daughter plays junior golf, and I just got an email that it's canceled because the heat index is too high. But I'm guessing you guys are still going to play.
Well, I played yesterday and sweated out, but I'm also from Texas, so I'm probably a little more used to the heat than everyone else here.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, this probably feels like a home game for you.
Yeah.
Is the best way to explain the Solheim Cup? It's just like the Ryder Cup. It's the U.S. versus Europe.
Correct.
The best women from both continents, right?
Yep. It's basically the same thing, same format, same everything, except it's the women, obviously. But yeah, we got the 12 best Americans versus 12 best Europeans, and we, as the U.S. side, we've lost the last 3, so we need all the support we can get to kind of change the tide.
Wow. Where have the last couple been, and what's been going wrong?
I don't know. We've been in a little bit of a transition, I think, with our players. We had, an older core kind of group that had been around for a long time, and we've, had a little bit of a transition. But now, our younger players, we've got number 1 and 2 in the world now that have a Solheim Cup experience now under their belt. So we were in Spain, though, last year. We're actually doing it back-to-back years because of COVID. Things kind of got messed up with years. So we're doing back-to-back years, but we actually tied last year in Spain. And this weird format is that whoever won the previous year basically wins in a tie.
Right. That's
so
the same thing for the Ryder Cup, right? Like
same thing for the Ryder
hold on to it, basically?
Yeah, you retain the cup. So a little bit of I feel like we left there like with a little bit of unfinished business.
Sure. And I'm on the website, and is it the top 10 in standings make it, and then there's captain's picks? Isn't that the setup? It's similar to that?
Correct. So 7 make it off of like a points list that they've been accumulating for the last 2 years.
Okay.
And then the next 2 highest players off of our world rankings that aren't qualified get in, and then I have 3 picks from there.
Oh wow, how cool! Can you pick yourself?
I could, but I won't.
Okay. All right. Breaking news.
I would say there was a conversation of that last year in Spain, but then after doing it, being the captain for a year, Keegan kind of talked about it when he was announced recently, and I kind of chuckled because I was like, there is no way you can play and be captain at the same time.
Yeah. Do you wear the headset and everything and ride around in the golf cart?
Oh yeah, I got my golf cart with my name on it and all that kind of thing. And you got the headset. You get to decide everything. You get assistant captains. Obviously, you're picking the team. You're doing pairings. You're designing the clothes and the golf bag, and you're deciding the menus and the schedule. So yeah, you have to be pretty good at making decisions.
I bet. I looked this up. When you played on the Curtis Cup in 2008. You were the first player ever to go 5-0.
Yes.
How do you? So obviously you can handle match play and the pressure of international competition. How do you get your team to that mindset?
Well, one, I think it's enjoying it and understanding. Look, like you're one of the 12 best players we got from this country. Like this is an honor to be here first and foremost, and then. Just understand you're going to probably miss some putts, but you're also going to hit some amazing golf shots, and you're going to pull off some amazing putts and shots that you never thought possible. And you get to go celebrate with a teammate. It's just so different than regular golf, and it means more, which also makes it harder. But at the same time, a 5-footer is a 5-footer, and you try to dummy it down to that for the players and make it as simple as possible.
I bet. What's it like? Is there more juice when you're playing it overseas, or do you prefer being at home?
There's positives and negatives. I would say overseas are a little bit nicer in the fact that we don't have as many people travel with us, so the entourage is kind of the people around the players is smaller. So you get a lot of time as a team together, but then you don't obviously have the crowd on your side. So playing at home, the event is just so much bigger. You have more friends, more of your own friends are there supporting you,
Right.
more of the players' friends are there. The crowds are massively bigger here than versus in Europe. So, and obviously more on our side. So, the crowd though is the thing that we've got to use this year to our advantage, and get the momentum on our side, get the cheers going at the right time for us. And that's usually, I think that's why you see it in most of these team events. There is an advantage to the home team.
Does the Solheim get as chippy as the Ryder Cup? I mean, we saw Rory trying to fight Cantlay's caddy in the parking lot. Are you going to fight any caddies?
I hope. I mean, if I'll go to bat for somebody if they need me, but I hope not. We've had our fair share of chippiness over the years. I will say that. So I hope we can get through drama free, though. That is the goal.
I'm looking at the roster. We're talking with Stacey Lewis here, the captain of the Solheim Cup team coming up in September at RTJ. I'm sure you can buy tickets SolheimCupUSA.com. Solheim Cup is basically the Ryder Cup, the ladies version of it. So I'm looking at the standings, and it sure seems like Nelly Corda's making the team. She's got a lot more points than anybody else.
She's actually clinched her spot, so she will be there. I know that's surprising to everyone.
So the top 7 points get in. That's right?
Yeah. So Nelly and Lilia, they're 1 and 2 in points. They've actually mathematically clinched their spots already.
Okay. And then now, are they still acquiring points like through the LPGA schedule now, or when does it close?
Yep. So we the last event will be the British Open, which is 2 weeks prior.
Okay.
So when they finish on Sunday, we'll run the points, we'll run the Rolex rankings, and figure out who qualifies automatically via those methods, and then I will make my picks that night. The girls will know whether they've made the team or not, and then the following Tuesday we'll do the official announcement.
Stacey, I am saying you're 26th on the list. If you decide you want to play, it'd be kind of reasonable.
I mean, I was probably closer last year than I am this year, but no, it's way too much work being a captain. There is no way. There's no way to play and captain it and be there to support the players. The way they need to be supported. I don't think you can.
If you need it, I am a 16 handicap, but if I'm getting all my strokes, I can play as long as I'm getting all of them. So just know that I'm available.
Okay, I got it.
I can't help but see Lexi Thompson's name 14th on here. That seems kind of captain's pick territory to me.
Yeah, she's there, and she's actually close in the Rolex ranking spots right now.
Okay.
So she's got a few more events that she's playing prior, but yeah, I mean, look, she's one of those people that she kind of holds more cards than everybody else, right?
Sure.
She's got the experience. She's one of those players that turns it on and plays better at a Solheim Cup than she does on her own. So, she's definitely very high on my list right now.
Well, I remember the women's PGA championship, right? That was only a couple years back at Congressional.
Yep.
Gosh, I play out there, and I think it was 16. I mean, I just felt so bad for her in that moment. It was like that was hers to win, and I mean that's golf though. It just catches you in bad spots and just brutal, right?
It is. It's just one of those games, right? You lose and you screw up more than you win, and I have to give her so much credit because she's one of those players that, like, she's had some negative things like that happen, but she continues to put herself back in those positions. Yeah. And that tells you more about a person than anything. And she's the type of player that she's going to fight and she's going to grind it out no matter what the score is. We played the KPMG this year at the Holly, and I think she was like 5 or 6 over through 9 holes and ended up shooting even par, I think, on the day.
That's crazy. That's
You know,
crazy.
when it's the final round, does it really matter? No, but it matters to her, right? And so I just, that's the kind of player she's been her entire career.
I bet. So you went to Arkansas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing, were you there? Those like really good Darren McFadden teams, Felix Jones
Yes.
and stuff.
I was on the sideline watching them run, and it was, oh my gosh, so impressive.
I bet. I mean, I remember those teams and just the speed they had. Arkansas was cooking then, but there's another very famous golfer from Arkansas that reps Arkansas in a major way, and that's John Daly. Are you friends with John?
I've met John a few times, but he never actually graduated from the university.
I can't say I'm shocked. I'm sure he attended.
He did, and his son's actually on the golf team right now. So, and he should graduate, I would think. So there will be a Daly graduating from the University of Arkansas.
That's great. That's good to know. Stacey, this has been a blast. I don't know this, but I'm guessing you might meet Stephanie Rivera at RTJ. She's a great player. And a big fan of the sport. Yes.
I've made lots of visits out here, and yes, I'm sure I will see her at some point.
What do you think of RTJ, just the track?
It's awesome. The views of being out here on the lake, so cool. But it's not easy by any means. It's it's going to be, I think, more of kind of a ball striker's course. Got to hit fairways, got to hit greens, and there's rough and there's trouble around greens. So, so I think it's going to be a good test, but we've got, the way we're setting it up, we've got some reachable par 5s and some various things like that are going to add to just the excitement of, we don't want this playing like a major championship. We want to play this, like you got to go make birdies to win this thing. So, so we got a good mix of different types of holes.
I have broken 90 out there, just so you know.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Good start.
What yardage will you guys play it at?
I think we're around 6,600 right now.
Okay.
So we got,
That's a stern test.
You probably know the first hole here is one of the hardest holes on the golf course. It's a 430-yard par 4 up the hill here. So,
and then it runs away from you off the back of the green too, which is
the back of the green runs away. Yeah. So the start 1 and 3 are probably 2 of the hardest holes on this golf course. So the start is pretty tough, but once you get past that, especially they've got 14 set up as a reachable par 5. Got some holes with some drama there on the back 9.
That's awesome. Well, Stacey, I really appreciate you making time for us. I think I'm the only person in DC sports media that's not out there for media day because somebody has to work today. But maybe we can touch base again as it gets closer, and good luck with the picks and everything.
We'd love it. Thank you.
Okay. Good luck, USA.
Thank
USA.
You so USA.
Thank you very much, Stacey.
Thanks.
All right. That is Stacey Lewis, captain of the Solheim Cup team, coming to RTJ in September. That thing's going to be a lot of fun. I'm definitely going to try to take my girls. I got to figure out skin schedule, but I'll figure that out. That's for me to figure out, Jeff, not you. Jeff, you going to go to Solheim Cup, buddy? You love working golf tournaments.
Get in there, sure.
All right, I'll see what we can do. I know some people. You know where else I know some people? Offenbachers. Get ready to transform your outdoor space with Offenbachers. For the finest outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas, head over to Offenbachers today. My friends Alex and Dave, big football fans, invite you to visit the largest outdoor furniture showrooms in the area. Discover a vast selection of styles ranging from traditional to ultra contemporary, catering to every taste. Dreaming of a backyard oasis? Consider a swim spa instead of a pool. With a swim spa, you can swim, play, and work out year-round at the perfect water temperature of your choice, all at a fraction of the cost of a traditional pool. Plus, take advantage of free financing options for qualified buyers. Visit Offenbachers online at Offenbachers.com or drop by any of their convenient DC area showrooms in Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville. Let Offenbachers outdoor specialists assist you in creating your ideal backyard paradise. Offenbachers, your destination for outdoor living excellence. Visit them today and let them know you heard it from me, JP Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 1067, the Fan. Very excited to get to the BetQL guest line, talk to our friend, Mr. Pete Gilbert from WBAL in Baltimore. Pete, what up, man? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, JP. Nice to catch up with you here at the RTJ Club right now in Gainesville,
I know,
Virginia.
I'm jealous.
And you should be. It is just absolutely lovely here right now. Look, we're the Solheim Cup.
Yeah, we actually just had Stacey
that.
Lewis on the show, who's going to be the
Oh,
captain.
nice.
Yeah, so it was cool to talk to her and kind of get the lowdown on
Yeah.
the Solheim. I think I'm the only dude in DC media that's not out there, so I'm thrilled about that. But dude, I texted you yesterday because I wanted to have you on, and it's kind of a somber thing, so I'm sorry to do it. But
Yeah.
you've covered the Ravens for a very long time. You knew Jacoby Jones. You posted just an incredible picture of being on the sideline when he made that catch against Denver. You tweeted out last night, gutted to learn of Jacoby Jones passing. He brought joy to everything and everyone in his life. And for Ravens fans, there's no Super Bowl 47 trophy without him. How did that news hit you last night, and how's Baltimore handling this?
It's shocking. I mean, he's 47 years old. It's unfathomable right now to learn of that. And I mean, Baltimore is sad. It's funny. Jacoby only played for 3 years in Baltimore, but I mean, what an impact. When you think of like ratio of like number of snaps versus unbelievable plays, his barrel rate was unreal.
Totally.
You had the Mile High Miracle. You got a 109-yard kick return touchdown in a Super Bowl, a 56-yard touchdown in a Super Bowl. He had 10 total returns for touchdowns in his career. He was just, and those are the plays that really kind of gave him the fame, gave him the platform. But what was so cool about that is seeing that what he did with it. This guy was one of the most joyful people you'll ever meet in your life. He was always laughing, always smiling, always ready, and he loved to help people too. And so, I mean, when he got done playing, he went around to a lot of small colleges, worked on small staff, some high schools too. Just kind of, he wanted to be with kids where they were like him. He was from a small school in Texas, and he's like, I can do this for them. I got money, I'm good, and I can go, and use that platform too. So, just absolutely heartbreaking to learn that news.
Yeah, it's remarkable. One of our producers texted our kind of group thread yesterday when we heard it, and I was just like, damn. And I mean, what you mentioned in that Super Bowl run for that Ravens team was kind of improbable, right? Like they kind of got hot late and then were hot at the right time. And obviously you have Ed Reed and Ray Lewis on the field together. Anything can happen. But that catch in Denver really, to me, embodied just the wild nature of that Ravens run.
Yeah, and again, for a guy who, he was incredibly fast, but not known for his hands, and it's -4 degrees at this point. And the situation, there's less than 30 seconds left in the game. The Ravens have to go 70 yards and have no timeouts. I almost didn't go out in the field. It's back then when reporters were allowed to go after the final 2 minutes.
Right.
But I'm like, it's too cold. They've lost. They can't win. All right. Well, I guess I'll go out and now snap a few picks as they walk off the field. And then bang, I just happened to move to the right place, and he catches it 3-4 yards from me. And it really was. And I've never heard a stadium go so quiet so quickly. Absolutely shocking. After that game, we get into the locker room. There's no hot water. Yeah, it doesn't feel quite like an accident.
Right.
And Jacoby pulled on. He has a T-shirt on that he wore under his pads. It just said "fast as," and then had 4 dashes underneath. I think we could figure out the 4 dashes.
Right.
And that was exactly right. And the other one of the funniest plays, I think, are just kind of sick. Really, if you want to talk about who Jacoby was, they had this crazy game with Minnesota in 2013 where there were 5 touchdowns in the final 2 minutes 7 seconds combined. It was surreal. But one of them, and it's snowing and sleeting, and Jacoby Jones is in the back of the end zone ready after a kickoff, but he's like chatting it up with fans. He's like getting into it with some. But Jerry Rosberg, the Ravens special teams coach, sees the way Minnesota lines up, knows where they're going to kick it short right. He flies down the sideline, does a hockey stop, trying to get Jacoby's attention, gets it just in time. Jacoby comes over to the spot, returns a kick for a touchdown. There's Jacoby. You give him the ball and magic can happen.
Sure.
And he was so special with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that I just pulled up the box score of that Denver game. I mean, what a wild, wild game.
Surreal.
Brandon Stokely's catching touchdowns. Demarius Thomas, Ray Rice had a score in that game. Torrey Smith caught a touchdown, and then it went it went to an extra overtime. Right?
Double overtime. Justin Tucker kicks a 47-yard field goal, and again, it's 4 below, and he's a rookie. And they did that to win the game to get to the AFC Championship game when they went up and then smoked the Patriots 28-13.
Dude, I mean, you think about the Hall of Famers that were on the field in that thing. Peyton,
oh my gosh,
Lewis, Reed, D-Train probably gets in. Demarius Thomas,
yep.
Terrell Suggs probably. Justin Tucker, obviously. I mean, just loaded.
And it's funny, again, you think of the hallmark of the Ravens is their defense, but that Super Bowl run and the postseason, Flacco has 11 touchdowns, no picks.
Unbelievable.
He was out of his mind, and to outplay Peyton Manning in Denver before Peyton's arm had gone total noodleish.
Right. 70-yard bomb to tie it up with 30 seconds left. I mean,
so cold. So cold.
Well,
just so much.
Then even go to the Super Bowl where they get out to the big lead and then the lights go out. I mean, what a wild run.
The playoff run, it was the first time I'd ever covered a Super Bowl. And then I'm sitting in the press box and the lights go out. And we're just looking at each other like, are we about to be attacked? What in the heck is going on here? So it almost felt like, that game kind of provided a reset to the game. San Fran got back into it, and it came down to a goal line stand as two really good teams, two brothers facing off as head coaches. And it just, I mean, from the Baltimore perspective, it was hard to find a better script than that.
Totally, man. And, I've covered Super Bowls, but never for the team I cover. I don't know what that must feel like, but, dude, I know you are running to go enjoy the media day setup out there. I just wanted to get somebody that knew the man to reflect on Jacoby and just the sad news. And I appreciate you making time for us, dude.
I appreciate you doing that. And really, Jacoby, I mean, he was a light. He was a true light. And we are a little bit less today as a whole because he's gone.
Yeah, I hear it. Thank you, Pete. I appreciate it, man.
You got to take care, JP.
All right, Pete Gilbert, give him a follow at WBAL. Pete does a great job. O's Ravens, all things Baltimore. Want to seriously just the Jones family. I met him in passing. I don't want to pretend that I knew this dude well, but everyone you talk to just speaks so glowingly about a guy that was always just a beacon of positive energy, man. And I just want to express my regret for his family, his friends, all those touched and impacted. We'll be right back. I would have gone to Nelly and Janet Jackson. How come nobody told me about this? Jeff, you're the musical apparatus of this program. Why didn't you tell me that Nelly and Janet Jackson came to town?
I didn't know I was your entertainment guru, JP.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty.
Oh nah, stop it.
What? You don't know about that album?
But you're not just supposed to randomly yell that.
I don't think I'm yelling, Lamville.
Well, you're not supposed to randomly blurt that out.
Miss Jackson, if you're nasty. I know who's nasty. In a different way. Patrick Mahomes.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's list season. We all know it. I think we're 10 days till training camp next Wednesday. But ESPN put out Jeremy Fowler ranking the best quarterbacks. They're going to rank everything. Best quarterbacks, running backs, edge rushers, all of it. It's kind of cool. What Fowler does to do this is they get a whole bunch of voters. I think it's like he gets it's execs, coaches, scouts to rank across position groups. And they get, I think it's about 80 voters that give their top 10. So I would think this is something that these guys take relatively seriously. If Fowler's calling and asking and they're going to put the time in to rank 10. Is there any possible debate about who the best quarterback is?
There shouldn't be.
Not at all.
Like, is there an idiot out there that would call in and say it's Allen or Lamar? Like, there isn't, right?
There's probably idiots that will call in and say Jaden.
If somebody calls in, if you have a list of ranking the best quarterbacks and you don't have Mahomes one, it's 100% a troll list, and you got to throw it away.
Agreed. You know what? Phone lines can be open. If you want to call in and claim that somebody's better than Mahomes, fire away. Jeff would love to talk to you. I will put you on the air if you're dumb enough to think that. Who's number 2? I actually agree with this list, but I think a lot of people will not. Most people would probably say Allen or Lamar.
I would go with Lamar. Yeah.
You'd go Lamar?
Mm-hmm.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I will go Lamar too, because I don't think who else is out there better than him. Or see, he's coming off an injury. Joe Burrow.
So they have Burrow, and I would go Burrow. Burrow's the only dude that's beaten Mahomes in the playoffs. I guess the Bucs did in the Super Bowl, but
on Brady a couple of times.
Sure, but he's gone. He's on television now, getting roasted all the time.
Hertz commercials. I see him all the time.
He's doing Hertz commercials?
So maybe it's Enterprise. I don't know. Something about cars.
I don't think I've seen those.
I see them all the time.
Odd. Jeff, have you seen the Tom Brady rental car commercials?
Not at all.
Yeah, I think you're making that up.
I'm not making it up. You're making it up.
You made it up.
You made up that you didn't see it.
See if you could Google that that's a real thing. I'm reading now from Fowler. Got Joe Burrow ranked 2nd. Burrow hasn't exactly hurt his standing in the Pantheon since last year's voting. He's still considered one of the game's very best and won a close race for number 2. But his growing injury profile has planted a seed of doubt. He played conservatively early in the season while managing a calf strain, and the wrist injury suffered in a November 16th loss at Baltimore all but derailed Cincinnati's season. Jeff, somebody's calling. If this dude is going to make a claim that Mahomes isn't the best, I will happily have that debate with him. This is a quote from an anonymous AFC scout. High level in all areas, but can't stay healthy. He's got to. The plan can't just be to stay in the pocket and take a billion hits, because that's what he does, and it proves how tough he is. But you can't keep doing that, man. I think Burrow, I would put him number 2 after Mahomes for sure. But the injuries are an issue. Then again, the injuries were an issue. Lamar missed the end of the last 2 seasons and then bounced back this year in a major way. So you can't predict injuries. We'll see, man. If he can stay in there and handle it, it would be impressive. Jeff, rather than putting that guy on the air, did you just argue with him off air?
Bro, he was crying because he's a Josh Allen supporter, and he was just crying because we thought Lamar was 2 over Josh Allen. I wasn't about to argue. He was so infuriated. So
Landfill.
it wasn't worth it.
Landfill, isn't the point of that guy calling for me to talk to him on the air?
But you said Patrick Mahomes. He was arguing Josh Allen. That wasn't what we opened the phone for, so I didn't let him get on.
So
and
you argued with him off air.
Because he was insulting me.
He impassioned sports fan called in about the topic, and you decided to talk to him
It wasn't
off
the
air.
topic, JP. And like I said, he was insulting me, and I was saying, "Why are you so mad?" And I hung
this
up
guy
the phone.
to call back.
Like I don't care about that. You can have him call back, but he wasn't talking about the topic, and you're not going to sit there and insult me. No, the question you
shouldn't
asked.
be insulted,
No,
Jeff.
the question
I'm agreeing
you
with
asked.
you there. What did he say to you?
He said, "Are you guys crazy? You said Lamar better than Josh." I said, "Bro, I thought we opening phones to call if you said that anybody was better than Mahomes."
I think the phone
answer
call would have
Mahomes
worked.
at
It was
all.
a pretty general topic. Landfill, where do you land on this? Now, Jeff doesn't deserve to be insulted. I stand with Jeff on that. J-Dog's forever. But I still think you could have patched him through.
Bro, JP, you asked about Patrick Mahomes specifically. Don't ask me to answer the phone for specific calls, and then when somebody call about a different topic, and then you'll be like,
it's not like
Jeff
he called
didn't
in.
screen that call.
He didn't call in to talk about the Wizards. He was talking quarterback.
Bro, but you said specifically Patrick Mahomes because we're going to see. We're going
Landini,
to show how dumb you are.
Can we let the judge weigh in here?
Of course,
Professor
Landini's going to take your side.
He never takes my side.
What? Everybody takes the side when it comes to publicly embarrassing Jeff Walker
and me.
Like,
everybody
come on
goes
now.
against me too. That's why you and I usually
this is
stick
the
together.
troll king right here.
All right, let him talk.
I'd love to hear that guy's take.
Yeah, call back, dude.
Call back, but just don't insult me. Like, bro, I'm literally asking why you so mad, bro. Like,
listen, if he calls back, Landfill can answer it.
No,
okay?
I will answer it. It's no beef, but just don't start saying you can't just start handing out insults because someone thinks something different from you. Come on now.
Well, that guy's going to like this. According to the ESPN list, Josh Allen is the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL, ahead of Lamar Jackson at number 4. What do we make of Allen ahead of Lamar?
Well, from that last caller, just because, I'm petty. I like Lamar Jackson better than Josh Allen. Yes, I do.
Why?
Because I think, well, one, his rationale was, and I hope he called back, he was like, Lamar can't throw in the playoffs. I said, have you seen the mistakes that Josh made in the playoffs too? And I was like, I'd rather have Lamar Jackson. He's more of a threat with the ball than Josh Allen.
Allen runs too. I think there's
now
they're different runners, obviously.
Yeah, I just like Lamar. My type of style of playing football, I like Lamar better as my quarterback.
If we're going to talk specific to the playoffs, I have statistics, and I know nobody likes statistics anymore, but these tell a story here, man. Josh Allen, 5 years in the league, has played in 10 playoff games. The Bills are 5-5 in the games he started in the playoffs. 64% completion, 21 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Averages 270 per game in the playoffs. Lamar, 6 playoff games with the Ravens. The Ravens are 2-4. He's completed 57% of his passes, 6 touchdowns, 6 INTs, 220 yards passing per game. If you want to play the playoff game, Allen's stats are significantly better. I mean, he's thrown 4 times as many touchdowns and fewer picks in the playoffs.
Look, those stats aren't good for my agenda, but I would take the regular season because there's just more of them. We have like a longer, bigger sample of Lamar being a good game-changing player than I would say that we have for Josh Allen. It's not like Josh Allen's bad. I don't think he's bad. I'm not one of those people. I would just take Lamar.
I don't know what I'd pick there, honestly, I don't think we really need to. The dude did call back, though. So let's let this dude talk. Joe, what up, man?
JP, what's up, man? No, I was just having a heart-to-heart with my boy Jeff. Just because, like, I mean,
He said you insulted him. Did you insult him?
well, no, I was just he's just drinking the Kool-Aid from B Mitch. You know, it just runs over into the booth over there. But that being said,
What Kool-Aid from B Mitch? B Mitch didn't even hear.
B Mitch hates Josh Allen, man.
That's
He's
fair.
like,
B Mitch is a Josh Allen
kind of
hater.
hate Josh
But
Allen.
I don't
but
hate
that
Josh
being
Allen.
said, hey, listen, man. Josh Allen does way more, man. Damn, dude, Josh Allen is a stud. And you can't honestly say, dude, when they come to the playoffs and you got to throw the ball, Lamar Jackson is not the guy you want, man. Let's get real. Like, come on, let's be honest with ourselves.
The
I mean, he's
stats-
a hell of an athlete.
Allen's passing stats in the playoffs are wildly better than Lamar's. That's just a fact.
Well, doesn't that matter?
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't that matter? That's what I'm saying. Like, Jeff, I feel you. Like, Lamar Jackson, he's right just north of you. I feel you. You love him. He's the greatest athlete as a quarterback. But come on, man. Let's get real with ourselves for a second. When Lamar Jackson goes to the playoffs, man, you know what you're going to get. You just they make him throw and he looks bad. Let's be real, man. Come on, Jeff. Josh Allen, you put all the chips on his plate. He actually succeeds, man. He runs the ball, he throws the ball.
But Joe,
He's
can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, JP.
Does it matter as long as Mahomes is out there?
Oh, well, Mahomes is number one, that's for sure. But I think if you ask Mahomes, who's the second best quarterback in the league, I think that man would tell you Josh Allen.
I think it's Joe Burrow. You guys can have Lamar and Allen.
How could you say Joe Burrow too? Like, I mean, I understand he's a good quarterback, but dude, isn't availability the best ability?
Yeah, I understand he's a good quarterback. So here's my question for you, Joe, and I love this. I love passionate sports fans.
Yeah, I love it too, JP.
Is your platform, like, you're running for Congress right now, and the number one thing on your agenda is that the world knows Josh Allen is the second best quarterback?
No, not at all. But you can't honestly watch football and tell me that guy has. I mean, I know Lamar's the greatest athlete, but when it comes down to it, and you got to make that pass. Who would you want to throw the ball? Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson in the playoffs to make that dime throw? I know what you're going to say, JP, because you're not stupid.
Jeff, you want to respond?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Come on, Jeff.
And like I said, I do not hate Josh Allen. I do not hate him at all. But like I said, the style of football I'm going to play, I will put it in Lamar's hands. And let's not act like Lamar. It's literally YouTube videos of receivers dropping dimes that Lamar has been throwing. Like he
was really bad in that AFC title game. If
I remember
we're going
this,
off recency
I
bias,
got you.
that's the last playoff game we watched, and he was trying to score 10 points on every throw. He missed wide open Zay Flowers. Like, he was bad
I'm just
in that
saying,
game.
like, the eye test, you got to see, like, that man does so much more for his team. Josh Allen does. He's counted on to do so much more. Like, I just don't understand.
They asked Lamar to do a lot.
I was about to say,
they asked Lamar to do a lot.
Ends there, dude. The conversation ends after Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Those are the two best quarterbacks
Burrow's
in the NFL.
better than Allen. Burrow's a big game
What do
player.
Burrow's
Burrow is
he's
better.
a big baby too, bro. Like, don't you agree? He's got a little baby to him.
I don't even know what that means.
I mean, come on, dude. I mean, his foot hurts. He's not a gamer.
He broke
like,
his wrist. Hold on. You will pause
I
one damn second. You're telling me Joe Burrow's not a gamer?
Joe Burrow is a gamer, but man, what has he done lately? Like, Josh Allen just does.
What has Allen done
man?
lately? Burrow got to a Super Bowl and won in Natty on the greatest offense ever assembled in college football. He threw 60 freaking touchdowns.
We're going back to college.
What?
Roger that.
Are you you trying to say Joe Burrow's not a gamer?
Why are we going back to college and national championships?
If your claim is what has Burrow won, my retort is what has Allen won?
He hasn't won anything, but you're telling me that Joe Burrow is better than Josh Allen over the body of that he has competed?
Yes, I am emphatically telling you that.
You're crazy.
I'm crazy. I think
Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl.
Joe Burrow is not better than Josh Allen.
Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl.
He went to a Super Bowl
with the worst offensive line in the NFL.
Exactly what happened to the Bills in that wild game where Mahomes came back and scored in 13 seconds. In that crazy game where Allen was unable to get a win in Arrowhead, right? Do you know what Burrow did? Got a win in Arrowhead.
We're back on the planet. Okay, right on. Okay, go ahead.
Are you related to Josh Allen?
No, I'm not related to Josh Allen, but you can't literally pass that man up for Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson. That man is on my team.
I will
If I'm the
pass
general
everyone
manager,
but
sign me up.
Mahomes for
Josh
Burrow.
Allen is a gamer. Bro,
Lamar's
Josh Allen
not.
is a
He's an
gamer.
MVP,
Check the
former
stats.
MVP,
Check the stats.
Plus,
Check the stats.
two-time MVP.
Joe, you are welcome to call in anytime. I appreciate the
I know.
passion.
I love you. I love
Seriously.
the show. I love the show. But you guys got. I mean, you got.
Can
the
you
eye
call
test
in one
means
day and tell
something.
B. Mitch that he hates Josh Allen?
Yeah, he did.
That'd be
He
fun.
was. Yeah, he was playing that. He was playing that card with Josh Allen. Oh, don't tell me Josh Allen makes these big mistakes. Yeah, Josh Allen makes these mistakes because he has all the weight of the team on his plate. I mean,
don't
come
get
on,
that.
man.
They had Diggs. They just drafted
They had
Kincaid as a
Diggs.
first
the
rounder.
Diggs that fell asleep after the halfway through the season last year. I remember that guy.
Joe, are you a Bills
right.
fan?
I'm a Washington fan, JP. I'm an NFL fan. I'm a NFL fan.
I get
I'm
it.
an
You
NFL
just
fan.
really like Josh Allen.
I'm just saying he's better than Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson.
He's
Thank
not better than Burrow.
you. In your world.
In my world, correct. Joe,
In
this
your
is
world.
fun, dude. You're
I
welcome to
love
call
you guys.
anytime.
Hey, have a great day. JP shooting 95 today. Have a good day.
Thanks, buddy. That was a wild ride. I kind of want to take this other dude just because
Joe's my favorite caller.
that was awesome. Jason, you got a lot to live up to. What up, man? Oh, shoot.
I'm going to go with Allen over Burrow, but my question for you was, is Mahomes still number one without Andy Reid calling the plays?
Yes. Thank you for the call. Mahomes is number one with Landfill calling the plays. Mahomes is number one with my 5-year-old calling the plays. And maybe we just have an Allen, Burrow, Lamar debate. Who's number two next? Before you go, though, you need to check out my guys at Crop Metcalf. Why? Because it's hot as hell. Last thing you need is your air conditioner to go on the fritz. The weather at this time of year can be unpredictable as ever. Be ready no matter what the temperature is with a $99 heating and cooling check from the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. That's right. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your house's heating and cooling system and assure peace of mind today, no matter what the weather brings tomorrow. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. B-Mitch and Finley. Everybody's all grumpy. Who knew? Listen, we're gonna open the phone lines up. It's remarkable to me how adamant people are about who's second best, and it shows the level of dominance Mahomes has achieved. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. I'm a Burrow guy. Jeff's a Lamar guy. Landfill's a guy. Did you claim someone?
Yeah, I said Lamar, and I hate Baltimore. So for me to say that Lamar is number 2, it's because he is.
I wonder. I think we got to see it for another year, but C.J. Stroud might enter the chat at some point.
I feel like Jeff just had like a reasonably coherent point.
What was it?
I was gonna let him say it, but he said that no.
Oh yeah, when I said it felt like this year's draft.
No, he said like it shows just how good Mahomes is that nobody's even.
There's not even a debate.
There's not even a question.
Right.
Like no matter how much you feel, how passionately you feel that your guy's number 2, there's not even a question that he could be number 1.
One thing I love, and I'm not going to pause, Jeff. I'm just going to say it. I love sitting around with the fellas talking football. I just love that. There's few things in life that like it can be at the gas station, 9 a.m. or at a bar watching Monday Night Football. When it's just dudes talking football is the best. And should you want to hang with the boys and talk football, me and B-Mitch will be at Lost Rhino Brewing in Ashburn on Wednesday from 4 to 6 p.m. for the release of Lost Rhino's 2-a-days Hazy IPA. Huddle up for this New England Juicy IPA, bursting with pineapple, mango, and citrus. Plus, it's going to be a tailgate scene, baby. They're grilling up bacon, barbecue, burgers, mambo sauce wings, and a whole lot more. Their wings are phenomenal. I've never had one of these burgers. I'm fired up. Jeff tried one of the beers last week. Jeff, what'd you think of the Hazy? I loved it.
I liked it.
Yeah, I like Hazy's a lot. The can's really cool. It's burgundy and gold, football player. It's going to be fun. And because I always say, if you made it this far, I owe you a beer. First 106 beers are on me. So get your ass in there, and we're going to have a lot of fun. More information at thefandc.com/events. So that's where I will be Wednesday night. It's going to be fun. Because shout out to Joe in Manassas. That dude, give him the hotline number. That guy can call whenever he wants. He brings the takes. Mahomes is obviously number 1. Who's number 2? I posted a poll on Twitter, and in like 10 minutes, hold on, I'm going to refresh this. All right. I posted a poll on Twitter, and it's already got 700 votes. Who's the second best quarterback in the NFL? 38% of people say Lamar Jackson. 39% say Josh Allen. 22.8% say Joe Burrow. For the record, I go Burrow. Jaime is in Manassas. Jaime, who you got? Who's number 2?
Hey, what's going on, JP? I go Burrow as well. Very cool and composed. He always had a cheaty offensive line, but he already made it to the Super Bowl. I think he's been in the league 3 years, maybe 4 years. And he always available and on time when it comes to when the game is on the line. He's going to be making the right decision. Josh Allen keeps both teams in the game all the time by throwing bad interceptions and critical moments. And I trust Burrow better. When it comes to Lamar Jackson, to be honest with you, he's a great player. But when it comes to number 2, I don't think he should be in the conversation, but I don't think he's number 2. First of all, his record in the playoff is horrible. And until you prove it in the playoff, I think you cannot be there in the conversation for the best quarterback in the NFL. He has a 500 record, and it's gonna. If he keeps going that way, he's gonna be known as the James Harden of the NFL.
Oh,
Great regular season stats, and then in the playoff, I wouldn't say disappear, but doesn't show up.
That is that's a great call, Jaime. Appreciate it. So that's 1 vote, Burrow. Thank you, buddy. Here's the thing for the Josh Allen crowd. Threw 18 picks last year. 18. I mean, I get that Burrow's been hurt, but you can't turn the ball over like that. The last 4 seasons, he's had double-digit picks, and in 5 of 6 NFL seasons, he's had double-digit picks. Like he turns the ball over.
One of the arguments that Joe, the caller, the big Josh Allen defender, brought up in defense of Josh Allen that I actually think applies more to Lamar Jackson, is that Lamar Jackson is like the Ravens' entire offense. He does everything for him. Like if they're missing Lamar, they're screwed in just an unbelievable way. I feel I think that he has to do it all. They've not been able to get him any receivers like in the entire time that he's there. He's running the ball for hundreds of yards.
Lamar, you're saying?
Yeah, Lamar's running for touchdowns. He's throwing for touchdowns. I think Lamar is like their entire offense.
I have a theory. Like, one of the problems for the Ravens at receiver over the years, I kind of wonder if it's Lamar related because he goes to the tight end so much. I just wonder if the offense is not designed for receivers to really excel. That said, it looks like Zay Flowers might be the guy. But, dude, I mean, not to poke a hole in your theory, but they went to the playoffs. I mean, in this past year was 23, right? And he played the whole year, and then they lost at home when he was bad in the AFC title game. The year before, he missed the last 6 or 7 games, and they went to the playoffs and won some games. And then if you remember, they could have beat the Bengals, and what's his name? Huntley fumbled at the goal line. The year before, he missed a bunch of time, and I think they lost the last game of the season to get into the playoffs. I'm not saying Lamar doesn't do everything for them, but Allen does a hell of a lot in Buffalo, too. All right. Somebody new is entering the chat. This is Wayne. What up, Wayne? Who you got at number 2?
Hey, buddy. How y'all doing? I've got a case for C.J. Stroud, and the reason being, I feel like there's a 3-way tie for number 3, and that's with Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Josh Allen. That's because of Burrow's injuries, because Lamar, his passing just isn't there in the playoffs, and because Josh Allen, for some reason, it just doesn't click in the playoffs, and probably because of Mahomes is the reason for all this. But C.J. Stroud, his age, he's had 1 year, his 28 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 100 quarterback rating or whatever those numbers are. His age, how good he's done in his
Stroud's a
first year.
baller. I just got to see it another year.
Yes, I believe when he's the age of all those the other 3 quarterbacks we're speaking of, he'll have surpassed all 3 of the guys tied for number 3. And that's the argument for me. And if I had to pick a guy other than C.J. Stroud, it would be Joe Burrow.
All right. Appreciate you, Wayne. Thanks for listening, buddy.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Dude, the ESPN list, this is Jeremy Fowler's list, talking to scouts and execs and stuff. So they go Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar. So that's Lamar at 4. Who you going 5th? I think there is a quarterback that gets disrespected.
Me too. People aren't going to like it.
Say it on 3, because I bet we say the same name.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3.
Dak.
Goff. Oh, I almost cursed. You're not even being serious.
I'm 100% serious.
You think Dak should be 5th?
Yes.
You're nuts.
You put Goff 5th.
Goff wins games when it's cold out.
Do you remember that there was the Rams?
I'm not sure he should be 5th, but people disrespect Goff.
I know that you're in love with Sean McVay, but Sean McVay had Jared Goff and 2 first-round picks, and he said, "I'll get rid of all of this. You can have my 2 first-round picks if you'll take Jared Goff away from me." He did that.
You know who they have on this list at number 5?
It better be Dak.
Matt Stafford. The NFL viewpoint on Stafford does not mesh with, I think, what fans' viewpoint is on Stafford. But hell, you hope that Burrow's not on a track like that, because when Stafford's healthy, he's great. You look at it, since he's gotten to LA, first year he goes, they go 12-5, win the Super Bowl. Second year, he misses 9 games. They miss the playoffs. Last year, he only missed 2 games. Rams are back in the playoffs and won a game. Stafford at 5 sound right to you, Jeffrey?
I prefer golf.
They got Herbert 6, Stroud 7. I think I would have Stroud 5th. They go Stafford, Herbert, Stroud, Rodgers, who we all kind of left off. Then Goff at 9, and then your boy Dak at 10, Landini. The great Landini gets to react to the great robbery of Dak Prescott. Landfill loves Dak. It's one of the wackier things known to man. What else is pretty wacky? The housing market. It's a jungle out there, man. If you're trying to buy, it's expensive. Interest rates are high. They might be coming down. If you're trying to sell, weirdly, things are taking a little more time than they were maybe a month ago. If you are in the market to buy or sell a house, there's one dude you got to talk to. His name is John Leahy. I recommend John because you can trust him. He's been through all of it. You getting divorced, you need to sell your house, you got to move, somebody died. He knows how to deal with all that stuff. Probate. Landfill, you know anything about probate? I don't know bleep about probate. John does. Escrow. I don't even know how to spell it. Leahy does. Hear about this. My buddy Steve was looking to sell his Silver Spring house and chose John Leahy from the Fine Living Group because he'd heard about the VIP listing and buyer waiting programs. Thanks to those systems, John and his team were able to create a huge demand for Steve's house, brought in 8 offers, and it went 80 grand over asking in 14 days. 2 weeks and you make an extra 80K. That's what working with John does for people. I can't recommend him enough. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com. Or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing. GM Scott Fitterer coming to town to just have a lower profile, obviously. He's going to be a personnel exec. Fitterer, listen, it went poorly in Carolina, but that doesn't mean he can't do anything, especially with a different title. You know what I mean? Like if you're a little further down the ladder, you can maybe help. And I think it's important to note he had ties to Dan Quinn going way back. I think he climbed the front office ladder, which is a grind, dude. You usually start as a scout, kind of work your way up. In Seattle. So he would have been there when DQ was out there. And this is like kind of what happens. A lot of these guys will bounce around. Some of the Commanders guys that didn't have their contracts picked up. A guy like eventually when Hurney's contract expires, although he might just retire. I mean, he's an older guy and Ron's out of the league to give him another job. But like Eric Stokes going to get another job. There's some churn in this industry and not stunned here. Fitter broke in with the Giants in the late 90s. His first full-time job was in Seattle as a scout. Then he became director of college scouting. I mean, those Seahawks teams really drafted well. He got the job GM of the Panthers in 21 and was fired in 24. Things haven't gone great for the Panthers, but you got to wonder how much of that is the owner. The Bryce Young pick doesn't look great right now, but that doesn't mean that won't get better. It is funny now. You look at the history of the Carolina Panthers. From 2002 to 2012, Marty Hurney was the GM. Then Gettleman. Then they went back to Hurney. Then Ron and Hurney get fired. Fitterer gets the job. The Commanders now have 2 former Panthers GM on their staff. Now, Hurney's basically a ghost. He doesn't even, as my understanding is, he doesn't even go to work, but they're just not going to, they're not going to pay him not to work. So he's still technically there. For an organization that hasn't had a ton of success like Carolina to now have 2 former GMs on the Washington front office, not sure that's great.
Yeah,
It's kind of just bizarre.
I kind of thought we got rid of Ron. We wouldn't be dealing with this anymore.
Well, this dude was not in Carolina with Ron. When Ron got blown out is when this dude came in. You got to try to not read too much into, kind of exactly what happened there.
Who's their GM now? I need to know who's going to work in the Commanders front office 4 years from now.
Dan Morgan.
All right, Dan
who,
Morgan.
If you watch the Hard Knocks, was trying to get 2 1s off of Joe Shane for Brian Burns. I'm willing to give Fitterer a pass on the last couple of years of struggles in Carolina because I think the owner, much like we all knew about, is far too involved and kind of a domineering presence and doesn't allow Fitterer to do his job. I don't know if that's accurate, but that's going to be my take on it. And you're also not asking him to be the GM. You're asking him to be a participant in a process, right? Like, it's a very different role. So there's a little bit of news for the Commanders. Dude, 10 days, man. We're all going to be out there. It's going to be nuts. I was talking with some people over the weekend. I'm trying to remember who the hell I was talking to. I know who I was talking to. About training camp. And they're going to have a couple of fan days. And the first one might be like next Saturday, Jeff. Does that sound right? Now, Jeff, I'm going to tell you this also. If you want to be out there for training camp, credentials, they just sent out the email. Did you get the email, Jeff?
I did not check my email. Let me go check now.
I can forward it to you, but or talk to CK because he'll probably be putting a bunch in for everybody here. I don't know how they're going to set up training camp because either all the work on the turf field replacement is done, or they're going to be missing a whole lot of ground. And, dude, if it's freshly laid sod, I can't imagine they want tents and everything set up on that. So I'm really curious to see how they do it, because last year, remember, they built those seats and had the family area and all the like hospitality tents. I don't know that it'll work. Damn, dude. So the Commanders have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 days are open to the public at training camp. 5 of them are already sold out. And those appear to be the ones that are truly open. So I think it's all sold out. Next Sunday, July 28th, right? That's 2 weeks from now, Sunday, is Back Together Weekend, already sold out. July 29th is Salute Day. I'm guessing that's a military thing. That's sold out. August 2nd, General Admission, sold out. August 4th, Kids Day, sold out. August 6th, sold out. That's the last day you can go. So that Sunday is Kids Day. That'll be fun. Now, there are 2 events that appear not to be sold out. Tuesday, July 30th is Season Ticket Member Business Network. Landfill, that sounds right up your alley, huh? And then August 1st, Season Ticket Member Ultra. I don't really know what that one means. Maybe you have to be a member of the Ultra plan. Landfill, would you rather go to Season Ticket Member Business Network or Season Ticket Member Ultra?
Ultra.
Why?
Sounds cooler.
Jeff? Jeff's a networker, man.
Ultra for sure.
Ultra? Why? I figured you'd want to go network. Hobnob.
I mean, I'm a network whatever room I'm in. I'm gonna work the room, but it just seemed like that's where like the real fans are going to be.
Speaking of working the room, caller number 10 right now, 800-636-1067. You win 2 tickets to Sammy Hagar, the Best of All Worlds tour with special guest Loverboy. Saturday, July 20th at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. like serious dance moves getting busted out. And I was just enjoying it. I was just taking it all in. Also, we're bringing in our friend Mitch Tischler, but I wanted to read this. I just said this thing about the season ticket holder ultra plan. This dude Eddie on Twitter says it's a really good membership. You get a training camp session, film session with wide receiver and defensive line coaches, and a team store takeover. So if you're interested, maybe check out that ultra plan. Right now, time to get to the BetQL guest line. Stop listening to NSYNC. Mitchell, Backstreet. Sorry. I mean, they literally said Backstreet. I should be able to get that. Mitch Tischler joins us. What continent you on, big man?
I'm back in North America. Happy to be back. Happy to be on the radio with you boys, talking all things sports.
So Mitch and I were in Italy together, and then I had to leave and come home, and Mitch stayed another month. Where all did you go? How was it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know everyone usually gives you a hard time for taking too many vacations, but for once, I think you can turn it around on me. After I left Lake Como, I spent a week training around Italy, and then went up to Spain for a couple days, including Pamplona for the San Fermin Festival and running with the Bulls.
Did you run?
So I was there for basically one night / 2 days. I was only there for one running, and I kind of wanted to see it. So I was up on a balcony watching, but I will 100% be back and 100% be running with them.
So I'd love to go back. I was 21, I think. And so what people don't realize, it's like a really narrow streets and a really like curvy, like not curvy, but the course takes a lot of turns, like these little streets, and the Bulls just plow into the wall. It's pretty wild. And most people only run like a portion of it, except for like those dudes that are like truly nuts and like slapping the Bulls with the newspapers. We ran the last portion, say it's half a mile or something, down into the bullfighting ring, which was just wild, man. Is it still the same kind of course that curves around the little city and then goes into the bullfighting ring?
Yep, same course that I think they've been running for a couple hundred years now. Right. I was kind of close to where you ran. I was right after what they call Dead Man's Curve in Calle Esteban, which is this like kind of narrow portion that's lined by apartments or houses on all sides. So they say that's kind of the most dangerous part to be because there's no real escape. At other points there are there's these wooden fences that they erect that are kind of year round, but they can pull them in and out to allow traffic outside of the festival. But when the fences are there, there's somewhere that you can kind of slide under if you get yourself in trouble. But this little area kind of right close before they go to the final stretch into the bull ring is lined by streets, pretty dangerous. There's some people took some spills, but nobody got hurt. Nobody got gored or trampled or any of the stuff that happens. And I'll tell you what, outside of the actual bull run, which was kind of fun and interesting to watch, the entire town is just a festival, a party. Yeah. It's Mardi Gras for Pamplona, and Spain played. Who'd they play? They beat the Netherlands to go to the final in the semis when I was there.
France.
Kind of or France. That was like France. So we were. You can tell what kind of state I was in as we were trying to watch that thing.
Right.
But it was a ton of fun, and highly recommend it.
Yeah, man, I would love to go back. When we did it, one of my buddies, shout out to Trip, he fell and had to roll under the fence as the Bulls were coming down, which is pretty wild, dude. For me, I made it totally fine running with the Bulls, but when you get into the bull ring, you kind of go right or left, and then you just try to get the hell out of there as fast as you can, but you have to climb up and over that fence. And I kind of just like dove head first into the mass of people and caught an elbow, had a little shiner from trying to escape the bull ring, but I was cool with the Bulls. Anyway, let's talk some football, dude. This is not Commanders specific. I'm talking with our friend Mitch Tischler here on the BetQL guest line. Follow him. Don't you have an underscore in there? Or did you finally change that stupid thing?
No, I'm team underscore. Mitch underscore Tischler.
Mitch underscore Tischler. Got it. Lamphill wrote it down wrong. But I think we had people calling in, yelling about this. I posted a Twitter poll, and people are very, very opinionated about who the second best quarterback in the NFL is. There's no debate about who's the best, period, Mahomes. Who's the second best quarterback in the NFL, Mitchell?
That's a good question. If you're really getting down to, I mean, prior to maybe an injury last year, I would have said Joe Burrow, but I think it's got to be, it's either Lamar or Josh Allen. And I think based on maybe a little bit of playoff success, not that the Bills have had a ton, but they've had more than the Ravens, I guess I got to go Josh Allen too.
Wow. All right. Jeff and Landfill both went Lamar. I go Burrow. Like if we're knocking people off because of injuries, then you got to knock Lamar off. He missed the last 6 games 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I guess the question is, if you're asking if I'm starting a new franchise, who do I want outside of Pat Mahomes? I'd probably go Lamar Jackson, but based on maybe it's partially team play and what they've done when it mattered most. Josh Allen's just been a better quarterback in big moments than Lamar has, but Lamar's also gotten into some of these massive moments as well. So it's definitely, 2A and 2B, but I slightly lean Josh.
What's interesting is Allen's playoff numbers torch Lamar's. Torch them. He's thrown 21 playoff touchdowns. Lamar's thrown 6. He's thrown fewer interceptions. Lamar has 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions in the playoffs. Josh has 21 and 4. Like his playoff numbers torch Allen. But his regular season numbers, dude, Josh Allen threw 18 picks last year.
Yeah, I know.
That's the same as Sam Howell.
And isn't that for you? I mean, to you, obviously you got to get to the playoffs for it to matter, but how you perform once you get there, to me, matters more than the regular season numbers. And I love Lamar, and I think he's been held back a little bit by some real bad decisions that Ravens offensive coaching staff has made in the playoffs in terms of kind of the way that they've handled a very successful regular season offense and then trying to change it from time to time when they get to the playoffs. But at the end of the day, kind of you are what your numbers say you are, especially in the playoffs, especially in big games. But it also hurts that Josh Allen just can't get by Pat Mahomes in any way, shape, or form. And I guess every quarterback has that problem, but specifically Josh has had some pretty epic losses against those Chiefs teams.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I take Burrow, because he's beaten Mahomes. He's the only guy in the NFL that's beaten him at Arrowhead in the playoffs. Brady's gone. So give me Burrow. I'm firmly team Burrow. And I think Burrow has a level of guts, of aura, of games, just being a gamer that the other two haven't achieved yet. Not to say they can't get there, but they haven't done it yet.
Did anyone argue for Dak? I'm glad no one's arguing for Dak. I feel like that's something like Landfill might throw out there.
Landfill was throwing that out there.
Of course he was.
I can't imagine he's serious, but dude, so not only is the debate about who's number 2 significant, but if we're going to put Mahomes at 1 and then Burrow, Allen, Lamar are kind of this debate between 2, 3, 4, who then do you go to at 5?
I mean, I guess Dak's numbers say that he should be there, but his every year failing in the playoffs is just impossible to miss. Tua, I guess, is maybe on his way up, but
Tua,
hasn't really done much yet. Do you go Stafford? At least he has the Super Bowl?
What prompted the whole discussion was Jeremy Fowler put out this list of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL. And, he talks to, I think they said there's 80 voters that are either scouts, execs, or coaches that do the voting. And they actually put Stafford 5th, which I found
there you go
remarkable. I think Stafford is viewed in NFL circles kind of higher than maybe fans view him. But I do wonder and perhaps fear if Burrow's on a similar trajectory where when he's healthy, Stafford's a baller, but he gets banged up and he misses a fair amount of time.
I don't think this guy's top 5 yet, but I think he's going to make a huge move this year, and that's Jordan Love, who I am just so enamored with. I think he's such a massive up and comer. I love him. He had a great year last year, and I think he's just going to continue that upward trajectory. I don't know that he's not there yet, but I think a big year out of him this year, and he might start allowing himself to be in that conversation.
I think Love and I think Stroud, dude.
Of course, Stroud. Yeah.
I think both those guys seem like they could break through. The ESPN list, I've gotten this from a couple different people that I find. My boy Greg, Greg texted me. He said Josh Allen is. He said Allen is Kirk Cousins Jr. to me, and another person put that in my Twitter. I don't see any comp there. Allen turns it over because he's not scared to try to make big plays. Kirk's just way too conservative. Do you think that's at all a fair comp?
I kind of think they're polar opposites. Like you said, Allen's a guy who's going to wing it and give his guys an opportunity and isn't concerned about possibly turning the ball over with the chance to make a big play. Whereas Kirk is strictly, be safe, don't turn the ball over, high completion percentage, low YPCs, but moving that ball.
Right. I don't like that comp at all. What do you make of Herbert in all this? Herbert was kind of anointed, and then I think that coach was such a numbskull, and I think with Harbaugh there, I think they get to an AFC title game within 2 years. But Herbert turns the ball over, man.
Dude, I mean, I think he was hurt by having Staley, who was just such a maniac, but I think he might be equally hurt by having Harbaugh that's going to be, super run first and not give him a ton of opportunities to go out and make plays. I think he's going to have almost the opposite problem with the offense that they're going to be running this year than he had last year. Last year, he's asked to throw too much. I don't think he's going to be asked to throw enough and be able to showcase his skills. Unfortunately, I think, he falls into...
Dude, I think, like, if you go back to when Harbaugh was running the Niners, they still threw the ball. I think what he was able to do at Michigan and just overpowering teams, and they were so run first, they're going to run the ball. But I don't think – I think he will help Herbert tremendously. I don't think it'll go the other way.
I think he definitely is going to help Herbert. Don't get me wrong. And I don't think they're going to run the ball as much as they did at Michigan. That's impossible to be successful in the NFL these days, running the ball that much. Don't tell Chris Russell I said that. I don't want to start a fight. But I do think for NFL standards, they're going to run the ball at a higher clip than the average NFL team. And I do think that Herbert's going to have fewer chances to show off some of his elite traits. But I do think they're going to be a better football team with Harbaugh at the helm. Don't get me wrong. Your AFC title game proclamation, I disagree with pretty strongly, just because I think
dude just wins, dude. He wins everywhere. He just wins.
This sounds like a stake bet to me.
Yeah, we have to work out the terms because I might mean like 20. What year is this going to be? 24. So they'll play
2024.
Yeah, I think by 26. I don't know. We'll figure those terms out.
All right, I'm open to that.
What 10 days till training camp. What do you care about most right now?
That this heat wave passes through as quickly as possible this next week, and by the time we get to training camp, we have 70-degree weather and beautifulness. Now, obviously the most important thing that this training camp is going to be about seeing the Jaden Daniels development. I think all of this shenanigans with Brandon Ayuk and whatnot this offseason is, unfortunate, and I think it's cast a little bit of a shadow over Daniels, at least as far as Commanders fans are concerned, when they about off the field stuff, and if you want to call it maturity or whatever. I disagree. I think, one of his friends kind of put him in a bad place, which we've all had happen to us at one time or another in our lives. It just stinks for Jaden that it happened on a national stage, and in the NFL with where the sun shines brightest. But I think it's going to be about watching Jaden develop and continue kind of showing us more and more a better command of the offense, a better command of what Dan Quinn and everyone wants from him. So to me, I think we have a pretty good feel for a bunch of different positions on this roster, but I think the offense and the efficiency of the quarterback play is going to be most important, just because it's been so dang long since we've had anything good there. And as you know, I'm a big Jane Daniels guy. I think he's going to prove us all right and show that the team was correct in their decision making. But it'll be nice to stop talking about it and start seeing it.
I'm with you there. So we're out there next Wednesday. Is that the first day of camp, right? The 24th?
Yeah, I believe the rookies report on Thursday, the 18th, and then we're out there on the 24th.
So they must go the 23rd, though, before we're there. Because think about it. They do 4 days on, 1 day off usually. And they're going so they're definitely practicing 28th, 29th, 30th. And then that following Wednesday must be an off day because they practice again August 1st. I'm just trying to figure the schedule out, because what I'm trying to figure out, the day I'm most looking forward to, first day with pads. So, the first 4 are going to be off. I think it's possible that Sunday, July 28th, which is the first day with fans there that they're calling back together weekend, might also be the first day with pads, and that will be fun.
That'll be a lot of fun. And honestly,
ask Roost if he knows first day of pads. He's standing right there. Go ahead, Mitch. Sorry.
To me, for me, that's going to be the most fun day, because the secondary offensive storyline is going to be, to me, Brandon Coleman, and how he's going to look in this offense, whether he's going to be ready to step in and start at left tackle. And once we throw pads on the big guys and they start doing those one-on-one drills and combo blocking drills and truer to life 11-on-11 drills, that's when you're going to get a feel for who Brandon Coleman is, and if kind of the athletic physical traits that we see in shorts and a t-shirt translates over to power and strength and balance and stability and an ability to step in and be a day one starting left tackle in the NFL.
Well, and dude, for me, I want to see Jaden once the pads are on. I want to see when there's real pass rush. Like you and I talk about, one thing you see a lot in OTAs and stuff are fake plays, where because the quarterback can't get hit, they keep running around trying to make a play downfield, and it's fun for people that get to watch it, but it's not at all reflective of what happens on a football field. I want to start seeing some stuff that is reflective of what happens on a football field.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, I mean, to that extent, there were so many issues with offensive line play last year. This is a great, at least as far as the interior of the D-line goes, it's a great interior of the D-line to test, all the new bodies there, Nick Allegretti, Tyler Biadasz and company, and see how they're gonna hold up. But yeah, ultimately, all of it, everything else that happens is a big secondary storyline to what Jaden does and how he looks.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the time.
I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
All right. So our friend Mitch Tischler, Beltway Football Podcast, Mitch_Tischler on the social media. When we come back, doing some soccer talk. Maybe the U.S. gets a coach. Find out. 6-7 The Fan. Our guy's doing double duty. Shout out to Jeff Reuter from The Athletic, soccer reporter. Joined us Friday to preview the games and joining us now to wrap them all up. Jeff, what's up, dude? Thanks for making time.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me back.
You can follow Jeff on X if you want, at Jeff Reuter, Rueter, I believe. Did I get that right, hopefully?
Yeah, T is in tango.
Okay.
But otherwise, yeah, you nailed it. It's the E and the U that always gets people because of that nuisance to kids. So we're in the clear at that point.
Very cool. Dude, so let's start with the good soccer over the weekend. The European Cup final was just phenomenal. If you had told me a dude named Williams was going to score in the Euro final, I wouldn't have guessed he was on Spain. But it was just an excellent, excellent game. What does England have to do to they haven't won anything since 1966? Is that right?
Yeah, 66. Yeah, I mean, look, I think at this point it's probably going to have to be a new coach, right? And I think there's been a lot of speculation coming into this tournament that this would have to be Gareth Southgate's final tournament just for the program to advance forward. Honestly, it was it was a very, I guess you'll say, savvy tournament run for them. I think we had referred to it as them being the worst team on Friday's segment, and I stand by that. I mean, ultimately, it was a case of Southgate having old habits he struggled to break in terms of lineup choices, in terms of tactical decisions that ultimately made it very stale and for opponents very easy to game plan against England. So I think what's kind of crazy though is because of domestic league quotas around the world, each league needs to kind of raise the caliber of its own player pool in order to be a higher quality league. So theoretically, no league in the world should have a better bedrock, or no national team on the men's side of the world should have a better bedrock of players to choose from than England. Because, I mean, a coach could come in and they could say they want to play any system in the world, and they could find 23, 26 guys who could step up and execute it well because of the nature of that league. So, it's kind of baffling, honestly, how they just continue to get to this final hurdle and then fall just short. But make no mistake, this is as much of Spain winning the tournament as it is England losing it on the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Spain was so good throughout, and England gets that equalizer, and then they're able to score again, and that kind of volley, the back and forth with the header, with England trying to get that second goal was just crazy. And that was just such excellent play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think you look at that, and I mean, if we're going to contrast it with the Copa America, I mean, I think that you've made the understandable and deserved remarks about the quality of the tournament. But I just want to stress this is partially also the difference between a federation like UEFA, which is as greedy as they get in sports business, but at the end of the day, they know how to run a tournament. And they know how to run it to a point where all you're going to focus on at the end of the day is the on-field product. And they held it in Germany. They held their own with it. It ended up being a very coherent thing. Players were able to focus on nothing but the game themselves, and the quality of play spoke for it. But throughout CONMEBOL's hosting of the Copa America in the United States, it was so clear how lax a lot of their approach was, how loose their handling was of ensuring that there was safety around venues, which I'm sure we'll get to in a bit, that there was adequate accommodations for players and their families. And ultimately, you could just see the difference in emotion, where Argentina looked relieved to have survived the nature of that tournament. Spain was able to actually be jubilant and sort of bask more in the on-field success. So a tale of two tournaments, to say the least, but also a tale of two handling approaches by the confederations that held those tournaments.
So let's do it then, because that scene in Miami was a joke. It was laughable. So CONMEBOL is in charge of it?
Yeah. And honestly, I wouldn't even say it was a joke. I would say that it was a nightmare.
Yeah, you're right. It was dangerous.
It was very dangerous. We had 3 reporters on scene who were bilingual and able to, be at the gates as, fans from both teams and neutrals alike are all storming to try to get in because security was so inadequate. I mean, there was no planning. CONMEBOL throughout has been, there were scenes after the semifinal where Colombian fans were attacking the families of Uruguayan players because the Uruguayan families were nested within Colombia's fan section, which is just absurd. Right. And with no security, in between the families and the fans. And it's like, what do you think is going to happen? And then they doubled down and they said, no, we will have security plans as we have throughout the tournament. And then what did we see, to your point? Fans being thrown to the ground, police officers beating up defenseless women and children because they were caught in the stampede crowd and moving with the momentum, which is frankly a safety protocol. It was a farce. It was a terrible reflection on CONMEBOL, but it also was a terrible reflection on that venue and the security at Hard Rock Stadium, which is especially prescient because that is one of the World Cup venues.
Who runs the World Cup? Is it these same yahoos?
It'll be FIFA. Which again, corrupt as they come, part two, but it won't be CONMEBOL. It'll be U.S. Soccer and in coordination with Canada and Mexico, the three co-hosts, along with FIFA. So theoretically, they will be able to look and they will assess and they'll say what worked for us in men's World Cups in the past, women's World Cups, what worked in Champions League finals in Europe, because there have been similar scenes that have popped up over the last few years, and try to get best practice for modern day 2026, how a tournament security needs to be run. The fact of the matter is, fans would have every reason to be skeptical after the scenes that they saw, because CONMEBOL is the one that oversees it, but it's a little too convenient just to say we can blame one person and move on, right? There's always a multitude of layers to these sorts of things. And unfortunately, the game didn't end until like 11 o'clock Central. So,
dude, it was
Monday.
Midnight.
It was Monday, East Coast, right? Yeah.
I stayed up to watch it, and it was...
Bless your heart.
U.S. soccer seems pretty incompetent. So to me, now I guess it's the CONMEBOL people, but that seems pretty on brand with how else this tournament ran for the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you would expect better. If you're going to serve as a host nation, you would expect to have a little bit of insight. You would expect to come in and say, hey, well, let us work with at least the local police authorities and the security companies in these countries or in these states and these stadia, because it's our territory. And seemingly there was no sort of collaboration there that CONMEBOL wanted, to be fair. But just an absolute farce of a way to end a tournament.
Can I ask another question? And I don't know this answer, but it struck me weird. They're making a big song and dance, and those poor studio hosts just had to tap dance for an extra hour and a half or whatever. But they finally get to the game, and they play the Argentinian national anthem. They play the Colombian national anthem, as they should. But why don't they play the U.S. national anthem? They're playing in America.
Yeah, and simultaneously, then you go to MLS games where Canadian teams involved, and they don't always play "Oh Canada." Yeah, it's a great question, and it's something where maybe you would look and say it is a final that is still in the United States, but I think you would kind of have to lead with that, right? Because I think at an international tournament, the national anthem is supposed to be a momentum builder, right, for these players to stand there and to reflect upon the opportunity that they have to represent their country, right, and to kind of take in that song, that ritual, that routine that they've grown up with, however they see appropriate, and then to channel that into, right, now I'm playing for my country, let's go win this, let's get this bread, right? And so I think that maybe it would make more sense. You would almost have to do the Star Spangled Banner, I think, first in a game like that.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what that's going to be for a World Cup. I don't remember, actually, now that I think about it, I don't remember if they always play the Russian national anthem or the Qatari national anthem or the Australian and New Zealand national anthem at the 3 of the 4 most recent World Cups, men's and women. So I'll have to go back and look at that. That's a really good point. But kind of a strange one. Just when you consider, I think mostly it's keep the focus on the participating teams. But it does get into a weird gray area when the host country is one like the United States that isn't even part of South America.
Right. The whole thing was bizarre. The Canadian coach seemed to take a really big shot at America. I don't know if you saw that clip, but Canada, God bless them, freaking Canada, makes it to the Final Four of the Copa America. U.S. can't even get out of group play, even though they're playing in a pretty weak group. And apparently, you tell me if I'm right or wrong on this, the Canadian coach is an American dude that they made a point of not hiring.
Yeah, the players didn't want him. There are a lot of people at U.S. Soccer who had wanted to hire Jesse Marsh after 2022, after that World Cup, and he advanced very far along. But ultimately, U.S. players kind of said, he doesn't have a coaching system that we like, we would rather have the continuous approach of Greg Berhalter over an alternative of making a hard pivot. this year, which I think is, not how I would run this. I don't think I would generally let it's very rare in any industry that you let the employees choose your boss, right?
Yeah.
So I think that in itself is always a sign that maybe they're going to be looking for the one who lets them skip class once in a while, right, so to speak. But I think with Marsh, I mean, look, with Canada, this is a program that still always has something to prove. They won North American qualifying for the World Cup, but then they finished dead last at the last World Cup. So it's a group of players, frankly, that hasn't achieved much. They haven't achieved what Mexico and the United States have over the last 20 years, 30, 40 years beforehand as well. So again, chip on their shoulder. It's a little bit with the tournament. Usually it's easier to funnel with, that emotional chip on your shoulder rather than we don't have to prove anything here. And especially when you have a new coach that most opponents won't be able to game plan for adequately. And so you have the element of surprise to go with that. So I think that with Canada, it's going to be very interesting to see how ready they can be for 2026. They have a very weak midfield, they have a very weak defensive line, but their wide areas, their attackers, all of those sorts of things kind of give a lot of reason to think that, they'll be on the ascendancy and they're not going away anytime soon.
Yeah. It was pretty interesting to watch, man. All in all, it was a really fun summer of soccer. And then Olympic soccer, what, everybody has to be under 24 or something?
For the men, you have to be under 23, and then for the women, it's a full tournament. Figure that one out.
Okay.
So we've got another week. I've got a lot of other pieces. I'm going to try to take a couple of days off here in between, but I think for that one, the men don't expect them to contend for a medal necessarily. It's a broader player pool. They're in a group with France, the hosts, who are coached by Thierry Henry, and have players who are playing in the Champions League in Europe, and then the U.S. has a bunch of guys who are maybe infrequent players for their MLS teams and in second division of Italy, that sort of thing. So there's going to be a little bit of a talent gap here. It's the first time the men have qualified for an Olympics since 2008, but the women, they're going to be one of 12 teams. They're bringing a very strong roster. I don't know if it's one of those, like, expect them to win the gold and anything less is a failure, but I think after getting out in the round of 16 at the last World Cup, this is a program under Emma Hayes that should expect to contend for a medal this summer in Paris. So that honestly, if you're only going to have time to watch one or the other, I would recommend watching the women to this tournament.
All right. Gotcha. Hey, Jeff, I appreciate you making time for us, dude. We'll follow up around the Olympics.
Sounds good. Anytime.
All right. Thanks a lot, man. That is Jeff Rueter from The Athletic. You can follow him at Jeff, JeffRueter. Barry Svrluga joins us at 1. Joel playing in our dear friend Chris Russell, one Long Island guy to another. What up, Roost?
Strong Island forever, baby.
He's from a lot of places. Vegas.
I lived in Vegas for 2 years.
I do want to say something to start. About an hour ago, maybe 2 hours ago, now that we've been doing the show for a while now, I went to Drab, who is the Junkies producer. He's also like the number 2 cluster buster. Not everybody's aware of that. But I went to Drab. I said, hey, man, we're having this conversation about who's the second best quarterback in the NFL. And, I'd love you to come in and just let us know what you think. And he completely blew me off. Landfill, just real quick, has Drab come in and told us who he thinks is the second best quarterback in the NFL?
No, but he did steal our chips.
Yeah. And we're all trying to eat healthy, and Drab's just in here demanding we eat chips. So I want to say thank you to Rooster. I said, Rooster, can you come in real quick? He said, no problem. And you're actually here.
I am. And Drab tried to shove what was it, Cuban sandwich potato chips?
Drab is a bad guy.
I mean, I am trying to go as carb-free as possible. I probably had more carbs in one chip just now that Drab forced me to eat that I've had in the last week.
Yeah.
Not
Drab.
fair. Not nice.
Well, what I brought you on for,
Yes.
Bruce, is I'd like your football opinion on something.
I heard your discussion earlier on my way out.
There is no doubt that Mahomes is at the top of the mountain. Mahomes is the best quarterback in football. When you get to number 2, a whole lot of people got a whole lot of opinions.
Yeah.
I posted a poll on Twitter. I don't know. It is now closed. We got 1,700 votes in this thing.
That's not bad.
And this
about an hour and a half?
In an hour.
Huh?
This was tight. Who's number 2? 38.5% of people said Lamar Jackson. 37.7% of people said Josh Allen. And then 23.8% said Joe Burrow. I would vote Burrow. Boys in the aquarium vote Lamar.
I heard, yeah.
Who does Chris Russell vote?
So
now, you can be somebody else, too.
So it was fascinating to hear all the debate, because I briefly saw the list this morning, and I knew that that would be a talking point and a controversy. For me, this is just me. I put so much of an extra emphasis, if not a heavy emphasis, on durability and availability, especially at the quarterback position. And there is no ifs, ands, or buts. Out of the 3 of those guys, who's more durable, who's more available, who's there for his team, whether it's fair or unfair to say why, how come, what have you. Josh Allen doesn't get hurt or hasn't and plays and is a battering ram, whereas Joe Burrow, unfortunately, was hurt twice last year, missed most of the year, plus missed half of his rookie year, ironically, at an injury, I think both game we were both at here at, whatever they're calling it now, Commanders Field.
Yeah,
and then on top of that,
I've weirdly been at 2 Burrow injury games.
Wow.
Because I was at the Ravens game when he broke his wrist.
Oh, no kidding. All right. And then you had Lamar, just on Lamar, missed a total of 13 games over 2 seasons, including 1 playoff game to end the year, both years. Now, he was healthy last year. He made it all the way through. And I thought he had his best year last year. But once again, in the playoff game, you knew what the Chiefs and Steve Spagnuolo were going to try and do. They were going to try and take away the run. Baltimore didn't even try and run it. They had no success, and they were going to make Lamar beat them, and he couldn't. So to me, it's Josh Allen, but that a lot of that is based on with a tip of the cap to both of those guys and saying, hey, man, if it was a level playing field and all 3 were durable, I might have a different answer. But for me, durability at the quarterback position is primo importance.
I will give you a point for people love to point out the injury stuff with Burrow, and then they tend to ignore it with Lamar, even though he missed the back half of 2 straight seasons. And I think it's a combination of just recency bias, and the conversation around Lamar has always been a little weird anyway. My counterpoint, Josh Allen is a beast of a human. He's big, strong. He runs a ton too.
Yeah.
All that is accurate. He shows up, plays hard. His playoff numbers crush.
I heard you say that earlier.
It's like an astonishing difference.
I knew it was better. I didn't realize it was that much better. I didn't realize that.
Now, ultimately,
but
not until you win the Super Bowl, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But Josh Allen's 5-5 in 10 playoff games, completed 64% of his passes, 21 touchdowns to only 4 picks, and he averages 270 a game through the air. Like that is baller stuff.
What 3 of those losses though are to the Chiefs, right?
At
Last
least
year
2.
in Buffalo, which was probably their worst performance, and then 2 back-to-back AFC. One
was a
AFC divisional
round.
round.
Yeah.
That was the crazy
The
one,
epic
right?
yeah.
And I heard you say, and you're right. And it when you had that caller Joe or whatever it was,
that's my dude.
And you were right, because Josh Allen, as great as he was in that Bills Chiefs overtime playoff game, and nobody can blame Josh Allen. Joe Burrow and Cincinnati went in there the next week and beat Kansas City,
and they were down big early.
Yeah,
like he came back to
in
beat
the second half.
I
agree.
Here's my thing with Josh Allen, dude. He threw 18 picks last year. 18 of them.
I mean, over a 17-game season, like, can you justify that? Sure, you can justify it, but that's still more than 1 pick a game, right? If you think about that's 1 lost possession.
And then there's fumbles too. Like if you add that in.
Well, that's why I always say it's total touchdowns
versus total
running and passing.
I'm with you.
Total turnover.
I think as the quarterback position continues to become more of an athletic position where running is part of it, it should just be turnovers.
I agree.
Turnovers to touchdowns, not INT to passing touchdowns.
Did you have any Boog's barbecue yesterday?
I did not. That's the one thing I did very poorly. I didn't eat. So we were trying to like keep the girls interested.
Sure.
And my wife was great. And like the amount of like cotton candy juice that got spilled on my wife and I, which is really gross when it's 100 degrees. You'll appreciate this. We got there, got a funnel cake. Then we did ice cream. Then we did cotton candy.
Oh my God.
But
your kids must have been like,
they were wired.
Flying like
I was
UFOs.
hoping they'd sleep on the car ride home. They did not. But what I wanted, dude, and because it was so hot, they didn't have vendors walking around the stands. Just think about it, those dudes are schlepping a 50-pound beer cooler or the hot dog guy. All I wanted was a beer and a hot dog. I got a beer, but I never got a hot dog because the lines were crazy long because nobody was in the seats.
I don't think they do the hot dogs at Nationals Park either with the vendors. Now they do the beer, absolutely, and they do the I don't know if you've seen them, like the lemonade cocktail things.
Yeah, those are good.
Those seem to be real
With the extra
popular.
vodka.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they do hot dogs like they used to anymore.
That's a fair point. I know they used to at Camden Yards. I remember as a kid, there was this one vendor that would write Orioles in cursive in ketchup that I thought was so cool.
I remember as a kid at Shea Stadium, they used to bring the big hot dog tub over with the steaming bath water and the hot dogs in it, and then they would put it in the roll, and then they'd give you golden spicy brown mustard at Shea Stadium. Not French's yellow Redskins pants mustard.
Yeah, your obsession with pointing out the color of the pants is yellow and not actually gold on a long list of weird things about you, that is so far on the who gives a bleep meter for me. You just want them to be called yellow and not gold?
I want them to be gold pants. That's what I want. Not yellow, gold. That's it. Be Notre Dame gold. Be Florida State gold. Be Golden Knights gold. Please. I got to go.
District Sports Talk just tweeted, he said, a bit too much soccer content on the show today for my liking. And then he responded, save the show by getting WrestleMania on. Look at Rooster saving the show. Barry's for Luga joins us next. boys and girls in America. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Always excited to talk to my friend, Mr. Barry Svrluga. Mondays at 1 o'clock just feel right. Barry, what up, man? How are you?
Good, man. Hope you had a good time at the ball game yesterday.
It was great. I mean, you know that park. It was hot, but we enjoyed it. I got to listen to the Orioles radio broadcast on the way home, sitting in traffic on 95 in the Beltway. It was great. It was a lot of fun. What do you take your daughter to games?
She is not a sports fan, and I'll tell you why. And she basically thinks of sports and has thought of sports as something that takes me away from home. So there's that element to it. But we've been I can walk to Nats Park, as you know, so we've obviously gone there, but it's not a big I'm usually going for work as opposed to sitting in the stands.
See, it's interesting with my daughters. They I don't know how it came up yesterday, but they love going to games with me and my wife. But I think they equate football to work for me more so than just anything. And it was interesting when we were driving home, Lauren asked me something about when does training camp start or whatever. And I was like, I know it's only 10 days out. And both girls were like, football starts in 10 days. Like they had kind of that reaction. But you know, everybody has to work in some capacity.
You got it.
One kind of rather silly, but par for the time of year discussion we've been having kind of throughout the day. I'm curious where you land on this. Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in football. Period. New paragraph. Who's number 2?
Yeah, I saw you put that out on Twitter, and I have a hard time going with Lamar just because of the playoff downfalls, and I don't even know if it's fair to make that characterization based on, I think a poorly called game by the offensive coordinator last year against Kansas City, and a number of things go into that. My instinct was kind of Burrow, but he's coming off an injury-plagued season, and we'll have to see if that if he kind of solidifies his status again this year. That my mind landed on Burrow for some reason, but I even as I say that, I find it almost hard to justify. I haven't been listening. What's been the tenor in there? Like, who do you guys think?
Landfill and Jeff say Lamar. I say Burrow. The world seems to kind of say Lamar and Allen. I posted a poll and a bunch of people voted, and it was almost split 38-38 Lamar to Allen, and then 23 to Burrow. So I think most people have the injuries in their mind with the Burrow stuff. I think that's kind of recency bias, but whatever. It's fair. He's also missed the better part of 2 out of 4 seasons in the NFL. For me, why it's Burrow is he's the only one that's been to Arrowhead and beaten Mahomes in the playoffs. That's the differentiator.
That makes some sense. I mean, I think we'll learn even more about Allen. I mean, whatever. Josh Allen's a known commodity, right? But, I think there are some questions about what weapons he has left on that roster, and can he do it with a new set of guys? I just have to believe, Josh Allen puts his body in such peril all the time. It almost feels like he's going to break. I feel like if he's upright, Joe Burrow just he looks the part of franchise quarterback.
Totally.
He looked that way at LSU. He was an obvious 1-1. He's lived up to 1-1. How he ever got beat out for a job by the late Dwayne Haskins, I don't know. He just looks like he was groomed to have the most important job in American sports from a young age. I just feel like he's the prototypical quarterback.
I'm with you there. We're talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here on the BetQL guest line. You can follow Barry at Barry Svrluga, SVRLUGA. Some Nats news. They take 2 out of 3 in Milwaukee, and they trade Hunter Harvey. I've been kind of banging this drum for a while to trade all these dudes, keep the rebuild, keep the build going. I like the deal. Where do you land on getting rid of probably one of the best setup guys in the National League?
Yeah, I was very, very much endorsing trading guys, and not just trading guys, because I think they should trade Jesse Winker, obviously, but trading guys who have a year left on their before they get to free agency, and Hunter Harvey falls in that category because the return is significant. I mean, they got back the Royals' number 2 prospect and a pick in last night's draft, the 39th pick. That's valuable. I mean, I texted with some executives around the league just because when the news hit on Saturday night, I was like, well, I don't want to be a homer here, but that seems like a really good haul for a guy with a year and 2 months left, before he reaches free agency, who also has a history of health problems. He's been sturdy for the Nats, but had a rocky time with the Orioles. He was a first-round pick of theirs, and essentially was taken off the scrap heap by the Nationals. But the execs that got back to me were like, yeah, that's a good haul for Washington. That's a very good trade for the Nationals. But I can't remember the prospect's name.
The third baseman.
Yeah, but he was immediately inserted, became the Nats' 6th best prospect, and that's a group that has some rising, some names on it now. So you're not only acknowledging that it's not about 2024 but you're gathering assets that either they become big leaguers that help you when you're competitive again, or there's going to be a time when they're buyers at the deadline, and they should be buyers. And Mike Rizzo has done those deals to add pieces at the deadline. And in order to do that, you have to have a deep minor league system and you have to have draft picks. So I think it was a smart move. It'll make the present a little worse, but it probably makes the future even better.
Yeah, and the present isn't good. I know we were all pretty encouraged by the plucky start and flirting around 500. They're now 9 games under, and it's been going sideways. Caden Wallace is the kid's name.
That's right.
And I just pulled it up. I find it so bizarre that MLB.com, the official page of the league, offers prospect rankings. Just doesn't seem like something they'd want to be in the business of, but whatever. MLB.com on the prospect rankings has Caden Wallace now as the 6th best prospect in the Nats pipeline. Cade Cavalli's on there. Robert Hassel's on there. Wallace is playing Double-A ball. How does that work, Barry? Does he now, whatever Double-A Kansas City team he was on, does he now have to move to Harrisburg or something?
He moved. I mean, the Nats, he becomes Nats property is the wrong word, but the Nats are his employer, and they can assign him to whatever level. If they wanted to bring him right to the big leagues, they could do that. But I think he's going straight to Harrisburg, which is the Nationals Double-A franchise. So that he'll move. He'll now become subject to Nats development, and they can put him wherever they want.
Okay. Yeah, I like it. Trade Finnegan, trade everybody. Base All-Star game. We got it all going here. Home Run Derby tonight. The actual All-Star game tomorrow. How awesome is it that Skeens is going to start this thing?
Well, I think this is an event that I would normally go to. I'm not going because I leave for the Olympics on Saturday, but I like going because it's a gathering of the sport, but it often the game is just kind of a dud. It doesn't seem particularly competitive. And I think Skeens just adds a different level to that. He's appointment TV. This will be his national coming out party. He's coming off of, a much talked about 7-inning no-hit outing in which he was removed by his manager, even though he had a no-hitter going. There's a whole discussion about protecting pitchers. Is this guy eventually going to break? He's only a year from being selected first overall in the draft. He's the guy in the sport right now. And so I think you have, you could roll out any number of really good pitchers for the National League or in either league in the All-Star game, and it wouldn't make a blip with the general sporting public. I think there will be people with their eyes on the game tomorrow night, at least for the first couple innings, who might not have turned it on at all because Paul Skeens is pitching.
Dude, for me, now I usually have it on, but kind of don't care. It's just gotten, and the Nats haven't really been represented, and even the O's hadn't for a while there. Now they are, obviously. But for me, this one has a ton of juice just because you get to see Skeens against the top of the against Gunnar. I mean, I'm fired up for it because I've only been able to watch that kid pitch on highlights on like my Instagram. So I'm excited to get to watch him live. What do you think tonight? Home run derby, Pete Alonso yet again?
I mean, it seems like an event kind of made for him.
He also seems to care. Nobody else does.
Yeah, there's some of that. And it's a little bit like the NBA dunk contest in which, not all the best would-be participants do it. Like Bryce Harper doesn't do it anymore. I like that event. I've come to like, particularly if there is a good list, a good field. I like the kind of mano a mano thing. I like counting. I like watching the kids chase the balls. It's. I mean, I don't think it's like the greatest competition, but at this kind of time of year, it's fun for me. And I agree with you about Skeens. Like, he's the center of the sport right now, and Major League Baseball needs all eyeballs it can get, because this is its time of year before training camp starts up, before the Olympics are on, before the discussion shifts. If they can establish a national star like this kid, that'd be huge for the league, huge for the sport.
Totally. I totally agree. So you are headed to Paris on Saturday. So you will not. I was wondering if you were covering the British. I guess you're not. What do you think kind of headed to the British Open here?
Well, so, obviously there's always going to be the Rory question, and he played fairly well in Scotland, hasn't won a major in 10 years now. It'll officially be 10 years once this one passes by. So there's always, particularly coming out of the U.S. Open and the two missed putts on 16 and 18, there's going to be some focus on him for sure. I think a sneaky one might be Colin Morikawa. I mean, I think he finished third in Scotland. He's hitting the ball. Last year at the Open Championship, he missed the cut, but he was kind of going through.
Didn't he win a British?
One of his two majors is a British, the 2021 British. He's just a great ball striker, and both off the tee and approach wise. Troon, apparently, you need to do both of those things well. I think he should be in the discussion. And then Bryson DeChambeau, with what he did at the U.S. Open, is right up there in the pre-tournament favorites as well. I'm not sure what I think about Bryson at a British, but he's a character for sure. And then you get the whole live discussion as well. I'd love to be going to this British. I always love covering the British, but another week on the road before the Olympics was probably not the right thing to do.
Yeah, and I mean, I hear that you got a wife and a daughter, but Bryson, you wouldn't think of his game over there playing link style, and he's a bomber and all that, but he's such a weird golf nerd lunatic that like he'll probably build new clubs designed for links or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Print him with a 3D printer.
Yeah.
He's such you're totally right. He's such a weirdo. And it makes him like kind of hard to pigeonhole or peg. Like, did I think he was going to win another U.S. Open? I didn't really think he would, but he's a player. He can, tweak. You can tweak the horse for courses with him. I think I'll always think of him as a bit of a wild card just because of the quirky personality and that can lead to kind of odd decision making both with equipment and on the course.
Yeah, I agree. I don't buy at all his like populist man of the people act he's got going now, but that's a different conversation.
I'm not into it.
Dude, what is there one event you like to cover most? We probably won't talk to you for a while now, I'm guessing, with the Olympics. We're going to have some time differences. What are you most looking forward to?
Well, I've done swimming for years and years and years, like before I became a columnist. And so I would be, all the Phelps years I had swimming in it. So I'm kind of like biased toward that. I do think that swimming, and from an American perspective, will be overshadowed by track. They don't really overlap much, just the middle weekend. Swimming takes up the first week and track the second. But there are some stars in track. I just think Noah Lyles, the sprinter in the 100 and the 200, that's going to be like a kind of like a Usain Bolt type of thing. I mean, those guys get out there. The race takes less than takes less than 10 seconds, but the preening and the rounds and all that kind of stuff, it makes it just such theater that I'm really, really looking forward to that. I'm also, I don't pretend to be able to describe all the things that Simone Biles does as a gymnast, but I think her return to the Olympic stage 3 years after she was grappling with some pretty significant mental health stuff that left her unable to compete in Tokyo. I think that's just a huge storyline. And the Olympics is sports, of course, but it's also a TV show for NBC. So they're going to focus on the most dramatic stories. And that's certainly one of them, whether you think they play it up or over dramatize it or not. She's an incredible transcendent athlete who's returning to a stage that was almost too much for her just 3 years ago. So I think that's something we're going to have to watch for sure.
It's going to be fascinating. I love track. That's my favorite of all the Olympic, summer Olympic. I kind of might be a winter Olympics guy. You and I both
love
like
them too.
skiing and stuff. Well, dude, if I don't, so you're going to miss training camp. I'm sure you're bummed.
I am bummed about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet you are. Dude, we might not talk. I'll let Landville text you, try to figure everything out, but have a great trip if I don't see you, man. I hope you really get to crank out some great columns and maybe enjoy yourself a little bit.
Appreciate it, and endure the heat out in Ashburn.
Yeah, I will. That's our friend Barry Svrluga. Give him a follow at Barry Svrluga, SVRLUGA. Read his stuff in the Washington Post. Now, listen, it is super hot outside, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy your outside. Seriously, the best place to get new outdoor furniture for the heat, maybe you need some shade, whatever it is you need, you got to get over to Offenbacher's. Finest outdoor furniture, fire pits, hot tubs, and swim spas. Offenbacher's has it now. My friends Alex and Dave, Bills fans, these guys are serious. They've got the biggest outdoor furniture showrooms in the area. There's some stuff you could shop online for, like if you need a new 12-pack of Diet Coke, you know what you get if you order that from Amazon or DoorDash or whatever. But outdoor furniture, you got to sit on it. You got to lay on it. You got to see how big it is. You got to understand if it would fit in your space. You got to go to Offenbacher's and walk around the furniture showrooms. I tell you, like rocking chairs, I have Offenbacher's outdoor furniture in my porch. And my wife and I and my crazy kids who were just running around the whole store, we had to go and see what worked for us. I recommend you do the same thing. They've got 4 locations all over the DMV, Annapolis, Rockville, Herndon, or Gainesville. They've got people, outdoor specialists that know exactly how to match your style and your space and make a backyard paradise. Offenbacher's is your destination for outdoor living excellence. Visit them today and tell them JP Finley sent you from the Fan. Me and you, buddy. I did break my rules Saturday night. Speaking of two, you know what I had a second of on Saturday? I usually don't do it. Martini got the better of me. One martini, folks. One is the number, not two. Something very, very cool just happened in studio. I just met Raven Saunders. In the Tokyo Olympics in 2020, Raven won the silver medal. She was carrying the medal around. She let me hold it up. That thing is heavy. And she's heading to Paris for more shot put. I think I can't tell if she's joining our show or somebody else's, but Jeff's on the case is what Poet has told me from WPGC. That was really cool to see the shot put. Holding the medal is legit. Now, here's what's not legit, Landfill, if I may. We kind of stumbled into it. It was a really good topic you posted for the 11 o'clock hour with this quarterback list thing. And so earlier in the show, I tweeted out, all right, we all know Mahomes is number one. Who's the second best quarterback? And that prompted its own debate, right? People were pretty split between Lamar and Josh Allen, and then Joe Burrow was a distant third, was behind those guys. I would say it's Burrow, by the way. But one dude's reply, I think, mandates a discussion here, Landfill, if I may. Shout out to my man, Tim. Tim 927-21672. Ready, Landfill? Mahomes is only good because they're not allowed to hit him. He's not a great passer. He just runs. If this was 10 years ago, his head would be taken off by now. Assuming he actually means Patrick Mahomes and not like a different Mahomes or something, the guy's out of his mind, right?
Yeah, people can just say anything on the internet. That's the crazy part about it.
Another dude responded to me, G-Dub740. If you pressure Mahomes, he's going to fold.
And the guy's got like 3 Super Bowls.
Rings.
He was in another one, and he was in 2 more championship games.
Yeah. Now, listen, in the one Super Bowl they lost to Tampa, he got beat up, and they lost. But he also
was playing with a preseason offensive line.
Right. And, was hitting receivers in the hands, and they were dropping it. He's won 3 Super Bowls in the last 5 years. And when he doesn't win the Super Bowl, he either loses in the conference championship game or the Super Bowl. So I think the Mahomes slander's got to chill. One dude had a really good reply about, this is from Tino Ladabo. He said about this dude's Mahomes take. You can find anyone on the internet with any opinion. It's like the multiverse. There's someone on this website right now saying fried chicken is not good or sex is not good. I will not stand for fried chicken slander, Landfill. I will not stand for it. All right. We're not going to have a ton of time. I do want to touch on the Home Run Derby tonight and the Wiz Summer League. Will you watch the Home Run Derby tonight, Landfill?
I will not.
I will. Maybe. I might have it on, depending what's going on at the house. Monday's a below deck night, though. So at best, Home Run Derby, you're getting a up top TV. You know, Below Deck, the Bravo show that I enjoy with my wife about a traveling band of 20-somethings on yachts.
Okay.
You don't watch it?
No.
You should.
I mean, the thing about the Home Run Derby, I was thinking about this coming in. Like, I know these guys can hit home runs in batting practice, and that's all the Home Run Derby is. Am I supposed to be impressed by that?
No. Who's the favorite? Pete Alonso's got to be, right?
Right, yeah. That's the thing. It's just like before any baseball game ever, there are dudes out there taking batting practice, and if a coach is deliberately trying to throw the ball so they can hit it out of the park, they can. They can do that.
Yeah, that's true. And they always try to tweak the rules. Like, I think the best way to do it would be how it used to be. You get 10 outs. Like how they're swinging so fast, you don't even get to watch the bombs, the moonshots. I am going to watch tomorrow night. I'm excited to watch Skeens, legitimately. Like that's going to be appointment television. What time does that game start tomorrow night? 8, I'm guessing. But tonight I'll try to watch it. Kind of, maybe. We should bet on somebody though, Landfill. That'll make it more fun. Where is the app? All right. Who are the favorites in this thing? All right. Alonso's a heavy favorite, plus 320. Marcel Ozuna, 425. Gunners, 425. Bobby Witt, 425. Like, Landfill, you won't put $1 on Alec Boehm at plus 1,800. $1. Would $1 win you $180 or $18?
No, I think I got him at plus 2,200 on the FanDuel. $1 would win you $22.
I think it'd be $220.
Nope.
Okay.
That is fake news.
That is fake news. It's hard not to take Alonso when you're still getting plus money with the guy. $10 wins you 32. What do you got Alonso at?
Plus 310.
Okay. What do you got Gunner at?
Plus 370.
I got plus 425 right here. That's why you got to shop around.
Gotta
My
shop.
mama told me you better shop around. Did you watch any of the Wizards Summer League debut?
I saw some highlights.
Bub Carrington.
Is Carrington the truth?
Baller.
Is what people are asking.
I like him, dude. I like his game. I like his attitude. I like that he's a Baltimore kid. I like that they clearly wanted him and traded up to get him. I'm in on Carrington. What'd you think of Sarr?
I saw there was one play where he like blocked 3 consecutive shots from, I guess it was the Hawks they were playing on Friday night. So I'm in on that.
I did lose my bet on that game. The Wiz were never going to cover the 6, and that was upsetting. But I enjoyed watching that a lot more than I thought. Carrington, I like a lot, man. I'm trying to figure out. Remember, everybody said he can create his own shot, kind of get into the rim and stuff. But I thought he was really clean shooting threes too. And I remember the scouting report, or maybe it was when we had Chase Hughes on. He said, like, he's 6'4", he plays bigger than you expect from like a point guard, like a traditional point guard. I really liked Carrington. I think with Sarr, we've got to all kind of understand that he's a bit of like it's going to take a little bit of time. People will go crazy at me for this take, but Carrington kind of reminded me of like Jalen Brunson. Bigger. Did you see that Jalen Brunson took a lot less money than he could have made? What? Yeah, something seems odd. Like there's like a Bitcoin payment under the table or something. Who doesn't get all the money? Jalen Brunson, apparently. It's just me and Landfill, so we're going to have to make some bets when we come back. Appreciate everybody leaving me and Landini on our own on legitimately the slowest sports day of the year. 106. Be Mitch Finley. But I mean, nobody knows what he's saying there, right? It's like the lyrics to Louie Louie.
I'm pretty sure he's saying get your sports fix.
Okay. Do we have the Doc song he wrote?
Somewhere.
Play that tomorrow or next time we have Doc on. Astute listeners of the program, considering we've been on nearly 4 hours now, have probably realized I was by myself today. And Landfill was here and Jeff was here, but bulk of the talking falls on my end. And there's also no sporting events. There's no football.
We also had Buffalo native Chris Russell on.
We did. And I appreciate him for coming in. But in a solo show, I got to try to lock in a little more than I usually do, to be honest, because you got to pay attention. So that means I'm trying to do less other stuff and just focus on the task at hand. In turn, and especially with Jeff gone, I haven't looked at the stream that much today. The YouTube stream, where if you're watching, you just saw Danny Rouillet, and that was the Cluster Buster. Let's get him on TV. CK just walked by. I've had the door open all day, mostly to fight off Drab's incredible misuse of the HVAC here at the office. But basically, I have the stream. I haven't looked at the stream all day. So I checked in with the stream, Landfill. And there's this fella. This is my guy. At this point, he's winning because he just keeps trolling me, and I think it's funny at this point. Redskins for Life says 2 whole hours, and they don't speak to the chat or highlight someone's opinion. To which this dude, Lacrosivius Acrosophist or something, I don't know, L.A., we're going to call him L.A., responds, and I agree with this. Landville, tell me if you agree with this take. Confusion abounds about the station's intention and purpose for providing a YouTube stream. It comes with chat function, which they make use of as they see fit, but they owe us no interaction. I think that's pretty fair. And LA, to your point, we don't know the point of this thing either. We just know that we now have to be on it. Is that right, Landfill?
I just know that I press a button and
right.
JP appears on camera.
To which Redskins for Life replied, "You must work for them." Mm-hmm. He's also convinced I pay more attention to Twitter because, like, I get paid off of it.
You do pay a lot of attention to Twitter.
I just have it up. It's just something that's in the background here. I did like this too. LA makes me laugh. He says, "I work for no one. I am retired and currently following the Bum Phillips retirement lifestyle." When Al Michaels asked Bum Phillips what he was doing these days, Bum replied, "I'm not doing a damn thing, and I don't start till noon." I want to be Bum Phillips when I grow up. What we have discussed all day, and the chat has been all about it, is who's the second best quarterback in the NFL. It's been a hot button topic. I think it's a fun debate. It's boys talking ball. All football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com. Switch. Also, don't forget, B. Mitchell Finley is brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to Rude.com to find a contractor near you and available tax credits and rebates. Remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right. Lastly, Wednesday, come to Lost Rhino, 4 to 6. We're going to be drinking 2-a-days. It's going to be fun. I am really looking forward to that event. I am debating driving or not. It's kind of far for an Uber. Kind of far.
The thing that I'm really looking forward to about that event is you finally getting people those beers you owe them.
That's true. I say I give you a beer, and the first 106 beers at the event are going to be free. So keep that in mind. One more from the chat, Landfill. This one made me laugh. Locked On Law. You know, in golf, I think Sverluga might have said it about Colin Morikawa. There's a term, a great ball striker. It means you're really good with your irons and you can hit knockdown shots that are difficult. Well, Locked On Law used that term to describe his ex-wife, which I found interesting. If somebody is that, why are they your ex-wife? Maybe work it out. I don't know what the hell we're going to bet on Landfill, but let's make some bets. All right, there are a bunch of NBA Summer League games if you want to bet on those. What?
That is correct.
Is that what you're betting on?
Of course.
Who are you taking?
I'm taking the Celtics. They're playing the Lakers. So
I just saw that.
In that game, I looked at it and said, which team does not have Bronny James? And I went with that team.
Is there a Bronny, like, prop I can bet? Because I'll just bet the under.
The Bronny handicap. Yeah, there are.
What's Bronny's points?
Bronny to score more than 10 points is plus 235. I don't know if you can actually take an under on him.
I want to take unders on Bronny.
Yeah, of course.
No Wiz playing tonight. I don't know a damn thing about any of these other Summer League rosters. What the hell? I don't know how betting on the. I'm just going to bet with you. We're going to have the same record tomorrow, one way or another. Go
And
Celtics.
Jeff and Beamish are going to have the same record. It's going to be 0-1.
They are definitely losing.
Yep.
I know that much.
Owen Mitchell and Owen Walker.
Owen Mitchell and Owen Walker. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Stacey Lewis for joining us. Thank you to Pete Gilbert for joining us. Thank you to Mitch Tischler. Thank you to Jeff Reuter. Thank you to Chris Russell. Thank you to Barry Sverluga. Thank you to Landini and Jeffrey in the aquarium. Thank you to everybody that called in, especially that dude Joe in Manassas. New VIP. He's in the club now. You come in the club, VIP line. You don't wait in line. You get bottle service now, Joe. That dude means business. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I hope you're living, enjoying yourself. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer, and I'll give you one Wednesday at Lost Rhino. DC, MD, VA, greetings and salutations. Grant and Danny here on the radio. You'll find that it's just me, Danny Huhay, hanging out with you for the duration. No GP. He's gallivanting. Can I say gallivanting on the radio? Is that okay if I say it? He's gallivanting in Arlington, Texas for All-Star festivities. So you're not going to hear him. You're not. We might get him to call in, do a little scene setter maybe one of these days as he's hanging out. He's doing MLB Network on the radio draft coverage and stuff. And hey, listen, it's All-Star Week in Major League Baseball. Very little else going on in sport on the field. And it's like, yeah, pretty good idea not to be around. And again, second time he's done this to us, frankly, in a couple of weeks, where the schlubs, Danny, Darius, Ryan, we're hanging out. He's not. He's having way more fun. Probably indoors. They got air conditioning down there in that stadium. 105 in the sun today. Stupid. We got a radio program for you. We're going to do it. Whole bunch to talk about with ye kind folk. You heard in the update just now from Byron Kerr. The Commanders hired Scott Fitterer, a longtime executive in the NFL, came from Carolina recently. Don't get alarmed. It's okay. It's okay. This isn't a Rivera thing. This is just another one of these guys where, and you see this with the coaching staff too, where they've had a number of guys that were in higher roles previously that are in, frankly, lesser roles here. That's good. You want that. And there are certain guys you want even lesser roles for that are named Marty. But anyway, the point is they have outfitted and added Lance Newmark, Brandon Sosna. You add in now Fitterer. There are a number of guys that have kind of overhauled this front office, continue to add quality people in scouting, player personnel, pro personnel, college scouting, NFL level, etc. That's good. It's collaborative. It's Adam Peters' show. We know that nothing has changed, but still more good voices, hopefully voices that are free to dissent, hopefully voices that are free to say, I don't agree with that, are here now. And I'm in favor of that. That's what I want. I don't want the unilateral boobery that was the hallmark of the Snyder era. Whether it was Dan himself or one of his consiglieres, Vinny, Bruce, whomever, this is the way that it should be. I want Adam Peters to make the call. It's on him. When the phone rings and it's Washington, I want it to be Adam Peters. Sometimes it wasn't. Sometimes it was this guy. Then it was that guy. Then you could get overruled. None of that crap. I like that. So I like it. Sounds good to me. TBD exactly the impact and what his role is going to be. But in general, I like it. The Nationals traded Hunter Harvey over the weekend. Yes to this. Correct. Awesome. He went through a bit of a scuffle, bit of a slump, threw the ball well his last couple times out. This is what you do. This is what you do. To me, I would be cutthroat. They're not going to be this way if I had to predict. I would basically say, if you're not one of the handful of guys, you know immediately who they are. When I say handful of guys, I guarantee you can name, rattle them off on your fingers who I'm talking about. Abrams, Gore, Wood, Cruz coming up pretty soon, Hassel. You know, as you add in a couple of these youngsters that are going to be here for 5-6 years under team control, performing at potentially high levels of Major League Baseball. If you're not one of those guys, you're getting spun by old GM Danny Rouillet. Even if it means more short-term pain. Because my point is, I've already got pain. I've already signed up for it. I've already got my arthritis. And if I'm going to have my procedure coming up where I can run marathons again, I never could, by the way. They're so hard. They're so far. The first guy that did it died. We should always remember that. But if I'm going to get good, real good, I'm always looking towards the future. So I would move Lane Thomas. I'd move Kyle Finnegan, even though he's pretty affordable and a quality closer. If you look at closers year over year over year, half the guys that started off, and this, I haven't done all the numbers that run everybody in my head, but half the guys that started off last season as closer are simply not closing or not closing for their respective teams anymore. Guys we thought were locked down, were guaranteed, have been superseded, replaced, or otherwise. It's a fickle spot. Finnegan has, to his credit, this isn't me running him down, I'm saying he's been really good. Teams are always desperate for that. I think you get a really nice haul to put him in a setup role for a good team that's got World Series aspirations. I think you could do a lot worse than Kyle Finnegan in the 8th. Or if you're one of those teams that didn't have a great answer and maybe, I don't know, somebody that blew a save
just last night to the New York Yankees? If you're up the road in Baltimore a little bit, you want a guy that's converted, 29 to 34? Give or take? Just pointing out there. Now, I'm not trading guys just to trade them. I don't want to hear myself on the phone. I'm doing it to get quality pieces, which the Nationals got in return this weekend for Harvey. So thought that was good. Also, they drafted this past weekend 3 picks here. 1 normal first-round pick in the due course. This is now kind of a change of things. They were able to add one of these, I guess they're calling them compensatory picks, Rhino? Is that what they're called now? Yeah. So this is kind of a new adoption. You should not be able to trade draft picks at all. Now you can trade some. And in that trade for Hunter Harvey, they were able to pick up an extra pick, made a couple selections. Just wanted to point out, we don't know a ton about these guys at this stage. We've got some, college stats and numbers that don't mean a whole heck of a lot, to be honest with you. It's a TBD sort of thing. I will note, just for me, for my own fun, edification about the draft, 3 different picks in the top 10. My former college coach is now the coach at Wake Forest, Tom Walter. I was part of his first recruiting class. At any point for him to be a head coach. He was young at that point. I would say, if I'm being objective, the talent level he's dealing with now, probably better than it was then. Probably a little bit better. Going to get Danny Rouillet, going to get Mike O'Connor, who pitched for the Nationals, going to get some of my college teammates who are, pretty good ball players in their own right. Nice careers, winning some Atlantic 10 games. A little bit different now. Multiple picks in the top 10. I think 2 straight years for Wake Forest and Tom Walter and company. Pretty cool. Just neat to see, man. He's really built something special down there. We have a cool thing that's happening today. NCAA 25. She's a dropping. 4 o'clock. We're going to have a conversation later on in this program. As I said, middle of July. We're just hanging out. Best sports video game of all time. This one's as anticipated as any sports video game I can remember. This harkens back to the days of sleeping outside of Best Buy to get Madden. That midnight Madden situation. This is like that, but maybe more so just because of how long the gap has been. So we're going to go into that as well. I got to talk about what's going on with Bronny James and LeBron and the Lakers and the NBA. I try to avoid so hard doing the Skip Bayless bit, who's just made a career, makes millions of dollars, just shoehorning that LeBron's not clutch or some kind of nonsense into his thing. So I'm always wary of doing anything LeBron related because it seems so unbelievably divisive. The young people like Ryan who incorrectly say he's the best player of all time or whatever get butthurt when I'm talking about stuff. Again, he's an unbelievable player. He's as high a tiered Hall of Famer as you can possibly have. He's incredible. Still, by the way, at age 50, whatever the hell he is, still really, really good. But this is different than that. And I actually don't blame him. I don't blame the kid. There's someone else there that I do blame. I'll tell you all about that at 3 o'clock. And home run derbies tonight. We're going to get into that here in a little more hot and heavy next. But before we do, I want to give you a couple of Wizards Summer League thoughts. I see what they see in Alex Sarr. We've got a couple of games. The numbers for him aren't great. I mean, he hasn't shot it particularly well, etc. But I don't know about you guys, if you guys watched it. And if you did, hit me with a tweet at Funny Danny. But I see what they see, I think, in Alex Sarr. The way he moves around, some of those flashes, those moments where he had those 3 blocks in 40 seconds, for example, clearly not comfortable just yet, down around the basket, getting pushed around some by a couple guys moved off the ball for, rebounding purposes, kind of, went flying like a real undersized guy, and he's not. He'll grow into his body. He'll get a lot stronger. The physicality is going to be a legit adjustment coming from Euro stuff, coming into the United States. You're still going to have in the NBA moments where men are going to try you. So you see now why they go get a Valanciunas, why they go grab a guy like that to prevent him from having to deal with somebody like that. Does that make sense? If you make him play the 5 early on in his career, he's going to get pushed around. He's going to get beat up a little bit. Now, it might be a matchup advantage where it's nice. You can bring that big 5 away from the basket and create some space, but it's something they probably don't want to ask him to do just yet. He's a small ball 5 eventually, I think, as he gets stronger, but I see what they see. He is athletic. He is smooth. There was one sequence in that first game where he posts up high, little bit past the foul line extended, catches the ball with his back to the basket, dribble handoff, into a screen, receives a little flare right back, shot fake, slides to the left, hits a step back three, and you go, that guy's 7'2". And it looked like a John Morant kind of move. It looked like a 6'2", uber athletic star kind of move. And again, he hasn't shot it great and settles a little bit too much for jumpers at this stage, but you can see it, man. You can see the oozing of potential from that kid. And in this draft, it makes sense. It makes sense. He's got something. How good is he going to be? I have no idea. I really don't know. But I think right now, as a rookie in the association, if you go, listen, dude, we're not going to run any plays for you. When you're on the court for 25 minutes a night, let's say, maybe he comes off the bench, maybe he starts, whatever you want to do. Call it 25 minutes a night. If you just run, you'll get 10 and 10. Maybe not 10 rebounds. You'll get 10 and 8. Get up and down the court, beat your guy down there, set a couple screens, move around and just be active. Use all of your energy. We'll figure out and fine-tune you as you go. You'll spend summers working on your game. You'll get stronger. You'll get a little bit more consistent, I think, with your feet underneath you on that jump shot. Because he's got it. I mean, the form's good. You can clearly see. I'm telling you, he's got something. Let's go to Bub Carrington super quick. I get that one, too. It's Summer League, so I'm not going to give you all the numbers. I'm not going to tell you that, like, he's flirting with a triple-double. It's Summer League basketball, to me, is only about one thing, finding out if you cannot play. If you look terrible in Summer League, alarm bells should be going off, and you might end up as a third-year player in Summer League, like Johnny Davis, who looked terrible in his first Summer League. Carrington, though, heady, smart, really good with the basketball, shot it pretty well here in these couple of games. Again, small sample. Who knows if that's going to hold up, but that kind of looks like the end of his season rather, at Pitt, where he was shooting it much better than he did at the beginning of the season. But getting everybody involved, pretty good on-ball defense. Again, doing a little bit of everything. I think he had close to double-digit rebounds in the game. Just he's very active. I like his game. Again, I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know what he's going to be, but I see what they saw. For George, the third guy they picked, athletically not there right now. You could see how smooth and how sweet his jumper is. That guy can shoot it. He can stroke it. No question. Not quick. Not very explosive. We kind of knew that going in. I didn't realize how much it was going to be when he's playing against some of these guys. Looked uncomfortable to me, especially in that first outing with pressure, guys trying to get in his face as he's trying to handle the basketball or kind of get to his spots. Didn't look real confident with the ball. I think that's more of a work in progress. That smells, again, super early, unfair, ridiculous, over-the-top assessment for me. That smells like a G League guy calling up here and there just to get him some minutes, just to get him running. I need him on the court. I don't want him sitting on the bench in the association for a little while. If he's up, he needs to play. He can come off the bench and relieve Corey Kispert or something like that. But the shot is there. That's an elite enough tool to pick someone in the 20s. Totally fine. Not criticizing the pick at all. I just don't see it right now with him at this point. But again, a lot to like out of the Wizards draft class. Home run derbies tonight. And this is where I'm going to start the show. The home run derby is this evening. Want to get a vibe check, if that's even the right thing to say? Is that the right thing, Rhino? Do people get vibe checks? We vibe check?
Oh, yeah. Vibe check's good.
Thank you. Looking for a vibe check. Where are we at on the derby? Excited, not excited, first of all. Second of all, my contention, even though this one is still not as much fun as it was, I have to watch this derby. Not just this one specifically, but all the home run derbies. I got to watch them because you might see that thing. You might see Adley Rutschman in consecutive rounds hit home runs and win one side right-handed and the next side left-handed. And you go, man, that's cool. You might see that Josh Hamilton in Yankee Stadium round. You might see that Bobby Abreu round. You got to tune in because you might see that incredible thing where the place is going nuts, it's electric, it's fun, it's a blast, etc. There's always too much downtime, it feels. And I'm glad now it's not Chris Berman like a chicken on repeat. I'm glad that's over with. We're lacking star power here a little bit, with all due respect to Alec Baum. Really good player for a World Series contender, but that's not moving the needle the same way that Juan Soto would, or a Vladdy Guerrero would, or a Aaron Judge would, etc. But there's some nice young players. I mean, Bobby Witt Jr. is the biggest star that nobody knows about. Pete Alonso's good at this. He'll do this when he's 50. I mean, he can hit nukes. He'll be awesome. But so I'm into it. It'll be fun. But my contention still, even with all the issues, even with all the problems and how our attention spans have kind of changed, this is still the best all-star event. This is still the 1 seed. It used to be the dunk contest was the king. By far and away, the most important NBA All-Star Weekend kind of event, and something that people really looked forward to. I mean, it was unbelievable how fun it was. The rivalries, the moments of guys like Kenny Skywalker, D. Brown, Spud Webb. You can go through it back in the day. Some of the best players in the game, Dominique Wilkins and Michael Jordan, the guys that made this thing great. That's slowly gone away. And they changed the format every year. Remember that one year John Wall was the dunker of the night? But did he win the dunk contest? I don't even know. I'm not even sure. What are we doing with my hands? So it's not the same. The three-point contest, frankly, superseded it in terms of the game and how exciting it is. Nothing going on with the NFL Pro Bowl moves the needle for me. I just can't do it. And I know that's probably a reflection on me to a degree, but I'm not alone. The audience is, for that, it's still the NFL, so it still does pretty damn well. But it's simply not the same as the regular way that we consume the league. I just can't get into those things. And I think the main reason, just doing a little soul searching, is because there's no threat. And I know this isn't a great thing to admit, but there's no risk. There's no, like, you're walking that tightrope. And that's part of what makes the NFL so exciting, unfortunately, I think, is that you know what these guys are doing is so unbelievably physical. It's so unbelievably crazy. They're getting in a car wreck 70 times a game. The violence is a huge part of it. And even though it's not my favorite thing about the sport, when a guy gets around the violence for a long run, when a guy trucks somebody on his way to a touchdown, Derrick Henry style, when a receiver, toe taps on the sideline and gets a first down, avoiding that big hit, you know it's important because you know the threat of that big hit is there. That makes sense? And when you remove that, I just can't, it's not as exciting. And I don't, again, that stinks, but it's just kind of my own evaluation or my own sort of feeling about it. So as cool as the ideas are, some of the skills stuff and the tug of war and flag football, this and that, I can't get into it. I can't get into it the same way. In the NHL All-Star Game, their events, they're good ideas, the breakaway competition and some of the skills stuff. It's cool, but it's just, I don't know. The league at large kind of doesn't do it for me. I want to watch Ovechkin do stuff. I want to watch, Capital if they're there, but I don't know Igor Bilishchatilinov if he's good or not. Did I make that name up? You have no idea. You have no clue. Hardcore NHL fan Harry does, and I'm sure he'll chirp me. But for the most part, it's like a lot of these guys aren't household names. For every Connor McDavid, there's 20 guys on a roster that you couldn't tell from your local realtor. You know what I mean? So the home run derby's tonight, 8 o'clock. I'll go through some of the format changes and a couple of different dealios with the rounds and how they're doing this. But my question for you guys at the moment is twofold. Let's use the telephone, 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. The home run derby is number one for all-star events in sports. And I welcome you to tell me I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, tell me at 800-636-1067. The second part of this question is, if you agree that the home run derby is number one, what's number two right now? What's second place right now behind the derby? Again, I don't think the derby is as much fun as it was, but it's still pretty darn good. It's still a pretty good bit of television because there's a great chance you see that thing, right? Josh Hamilton, I referenced that one before. He did not win that home run derby in New York. I think if memory serves, Justin Morneau may have won it that year because they had more in different rounds and whatever. But that performance of whatever it was, 30 bombs or something absurd at Yankee Stadium when the place was going ballistic. That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen on television. It was amazing. You might see something like that. That's what makes it so special. That's why we still tune into the dunk contest. That's why we still tune into some of these things, even if they're not as good as they once were. And we've frankly seen so much that we're not as amused anymore. But I still count the home run derby as number one. 800-636-1067. Is the home run derby number one? Question mark. And part two, if it is, what's second? 800-636-1067. Got a new Netflix show I want to tell you about at 2:45. Got to talk some Bronny James at 3. But next, your calls on the Derby and what's trailing it for the silver medal. the NBA said, hey, we should probably do this too. I'll tell you all about it at 2:45. And then at 3 o'clock, I'm at the risk of doing an ESPN first take or top take or hot take or whatever the shows are. Stephen A. Bayless, combine them all into one giant Voltron of yelling. At the risk of doing that, we're going to talk a little LeBron and Bronny. We're going to ask you to put your big boy pants on and take a swim in Lake Maturity with old Randy Douye. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. No GP for a few days this week. He's hanging out in the Republic of Texas down there for the All-Star festivities. Speaking of those, home run derbies tonight. I'll go around the room here. We got Darius, got Ryan, got you guys at 800-636-1067. First, boys, do you agree with my premise that the home run derby is shaky at the top, but it's kind of a dubious honor? There's not much else going on that can really compete with it. I think it's the best all-star related activity.
I think it has to be, because it's like one of those things where it's so weird because baseball gets in their way at every opportunity, and the home run derby, for whatever reason, is so perfect. And I think one thing that why it might be still at the top is because typically they do have the stars actually participate in this. And even then, if you don't, like Pete Alonso is a star, but this is his thing. He's in it every single year. So obviously having him in that, Bobby Witt, someone you mentioned as well, and a couple other names. I think Alec Boehm is actually a kind of a pretty popular rising name with a good team right now. So I do think it is a good thing to have stars in it, but it's just the number one thing. It's so exciting to see 470-foot home runs, seeing the exit velocities. And honestly, I know you hate this. Chris Berman, he makes it for me. I love it.
Oh, Darius, go.
Why would he say that? He knew that.
He's trolling. I know. He knows what he's doing.
That was just.
But is Berman doing it tonight?
So he's not, I don't think. But
Okay,
even then, it's so good.
I'm good.
I agree. Yes, the home run derby is definitely the best of the best when it comes to any of the all-star festivities across sports. I'm pretty sure there's some cool events in hockey that I probably don't appreciate enough. But I mean, the 3-point contest is cool in the NBA. Yeah, I would say it's my second favorite. But
well, that's going to lead me to my next point here. So real quick here, there are some rule changes for the flow of it. This actually sounds good to me on paper. So bear with me. First round, 8 hitters, top 4 advance. So it's like that 3-point type situation that they've done at times where it's, okay, this guy establishes the mark, let's just have the sake of argument, with 20 points, a couple money balls in there, his blah, blah, blahs. He's got 20. So anybody that goes north of 20, now you're in the top 4. If you're south of 20, you probably didn't make it, and so on. That's how they're doing it tonight, which I actually like, instead of this guy versus this guy. So you get somebody that hits 28 in the first round and then tires himself out and hits like 4 in the next round. You're preventing that. So as soon as somebody gets to that benchmark total, they're good to go, right? So 8 hitters in the first round, top 4 advance. Ties are broken by the longest home run in the first round. Interesting to me. 3-minute round, 40 pitches. 40 pitches. Here's why that's significant, in my opinion, with the timeout. Instead of the take a pitch, get yourself back in rhythm, only thing that counts is swinging the bat, etc. This is, you got to go. You're going. A lot of pressure on the BP pitchers there, for the record. But, so maybe you don't have your little league coach, or maybe don't have your dad or something to throw to you, and you can, but you better hope he's nails throwing beeps. So that's a big one. 3 bonus outs. Every swing is either a homer or an out. And a 425-foot homer in the bonus round earns a 4th bonus out. So if you're in that bonus area of the 3 swings, you hit a bolt north of 425 feet, Pete Alonso style, you get an extra out. Good deal. Then in the semis, it's bracket style. So whoever has the most goes against the 4 seed, 2 versus 3. Same format, 3-minute round, 40 pitches, a timeout. Then the 3 bonus outs, 425 things, blah, 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 blah. And then in the finals, it's a 2-minute round, 27 pitches with 1 timeout, and the same bonus rules as previously applied. I like those tweaks. Now, that it may turn out to be longer, but I like it when we're in rhythm, and a guy's just going boom, 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 boom. Like that swing, contact, it goes, reset, swing, contact, it goes. Instead of, remember previously, you couldn't throw the next pitch until the previous one landed. That whole thing, remember when Bryce Harper won it at Nats Park and a bunch of Cubs fans were complaining that Kyle Schwarber got robbed because they were going too quickly or something, and I didn't care then. I still don't care now. It's an exhibition. It's fun. But I like that idea, is that we can just go because it's 3 minutes on the clock. We are purposely setting this up so that people, don't get distracted, right? So that's number one. Darius already touched on this for my second point here. What's number two in terms of all-star festivities? I think it's a three-point contest now. You can see how seriously guys take it. You can see that it gets the star power. I mean, you get a who's who. Back in the day, and you guys won't even remember these names, but it was guys like Craig Hodges, who just rode the pine in Chicago. Because it wasn't as much of a point of emphasis in the game. Obviously, it was about post players and slashing guards and guys that could do basically what Jordan could do. Or try to do what he could do, rather. That three-point shot, guys like Danny Ainge, Craig Hodges, it was like they weren't stars. Now the stars do it, and they want to prove that they can do it. That's the badge of honor, to be up there with Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and company. That's what makes it so damn fun. I think Ryan was on to that point about the star power element. That's the one that kind of draws the big guns. It used to be, for the dunk contest, you had some stars. You had former stars judging it, and it was like this, it was this love fest. And it was so exciting. It was so much damn fun. That's been gone for a while. Especially now that you get these, I know they're on my YouTube feeds or like Instagram feeds or whatever, this like dunk league type stuff, where these amateurs, these guys that would have been on the N1 mixtape tour, Mountain Dew Code Red sponsorship, would have been on that stuff, are doing, frankly, better dunks than you see these NBA guys do. They're not as good at players. I'm not alluding to that. This dude, if you don't know, who always has different color hair, named Jordan Kilgannon. He's like a 6'1" Canadian white who jumps so unbelievably high and does more trick stuff than anybody in the NBA in terms of dunks, because that's what he does. He is in the dunk league. He's a dunker. There are a couple other guys, too, who are great on that level, where they get NBA guys to go judge this thing for like a YouTube video, and their jaws hit the floor. So they're out there doing better stuff. There's nobody out there like making better threes than Steph Curry. You know what I mean? Like that's not the same thing. So give me the 3-point contest as the 2 seed. 800-636-1067 is the number. If the home run derby's first, second? What do we got here? Bobby and Alexandria. Good afternoon, man. You're on the Fan.
Hey, man. Thanks for taking my call.
You got about.
The home run derby is certainly the best. But I think, in my opinion, the second best is the NASCAR All-Star Race at night at Charlotte. You're going 200 miles an hour. There's no points involved. You can't get ahead or behind, and I think maybe you get a little money if you win it. But I think that's exciting.
So, Bobby, forgive my ignorance here, who qualifies for that? Is it like based on the point standings?
It's based on All-Stars. Like if you were a winner at Daytona, or if you were a winner last year, or if you were a winner,
I got you. It's like the Masters kind of.
And then they put in the best of the best, and they go at it 200 miles an hour at nighttime. Come on. They're risking their lives, and they're not getting any points for it. It doesn't go anywhere except for the fact it's exciting.
It's just competing for the sake of competing. That's a good one. Appreciate that. So full admitting right here, my hand is going up. I did not know about that one. That's pretty good. That's a good concept right there. Rhino, what's your 2 seed for events that aren't part of the regular season? It's kind of that all-star weekend kind of deal.
For me, it's got to be the 3-point contest at this point in time. Like, it used to be the dunk contest, and honestly, the dunk contest used to compete for the home run derby for me. But
it was the 1 seed.
It was, yeah.
Me, yeah.
And it's just kind of died off here as of recent. But right now, for me, it's a 3-point contest. And again, it's because they get the stars out. You have Steph Curry going, you have Klay Thompson going, you have all the big names out there, and you want to see them compete, and it's usually pretty damn tight. So I think that's why I kind of look at that and say, it's good.
Speaking of stars coming out, the NBA wants in. It took a couple of different leagues, a couple different teams, and it took a subscription service that used to just mail you DVDs sometimes to give us this innovation. But we are in the golden era of the sports content. I'll explain what I'm talking about next, but the NBA wanted in, and I think we got something. That's next on The Fan. This is a great intro to a song. Like, this is an all-timer. Because it's got a longer tail than you think before you ask about bargaining. Yeah. What's up, guys? Great night here on the Fan. No GP, just me, Danny, hanging out with you until 6:30. No Nats tonight. No, sir. This here's the All-Star break. Little tumbleweed across the sports landscape before we take the plunge. Rookies report this Thursday for your local 53. That's exciting. We will discuss at the appropriate times later on this week. Pretty much already here. The rhythms of the football season have now kind of started to ramp up, started to rumble. That's going to be fun. Olympics here within a couple of weeks, kind of get started opening ceremonies, and then we'll hit the ground running with those, which will be kind of going on, coinciding with preseason action, training camp stuff. So we got some things to talk about in the future. This is a little bit of a slower week, right? Probably the slowest league in sports stereotypically. Well, what we get instead, and I don't know who's in charge of this sort of thing. I actually like to think there's like a couple masterminds. You ever see Zoolander back in the day? Remember the like shadowy guys like with nondescript accents, like smoking cigarettes, this like conglomerate that we're talking to Mugatu about, like, my entire panty line is made in Vietnam. Like that guy. I think there's like a secret cabal that decides when entertainment's going to come and go. Bear with me on this. So somebody at one point was like, one of these dudes, nothing happens in the summertime. People are either traveling or they're sitting at home. There's nothing on the calendar, nothing to capture their interest. Let's put out a bleep ton of content. Not just movies, not the summer blockbuster, which I think is all but dead at this point. It's not, but it's on life support, I would say. Take something pretty exceptional to get folks into the theater. Not just like an animated thing, but like it's got to be Top Gun Maverick or something that dips into the nostalgia button. But the content at home right now, The Acolyte, which I know I've talked a lot about here on Disney Plus, it's got plenty of problems. I'm still glued on Tuesday nights. I got to see. People have lightsabers, man. What do you want me to do? I'm serious. What do you want me to do? They got lightsabers. They're lightsaber fighting. We're going to watch it. The Boys comes out on Thursdays. I got House of the Dragon. I got Rhaenys riding Meraxes going up against Vagar. I'm not going to watch that. You think I'm not going to watch that? What happened to King Aegon? You don't know because you didn't watch, bro. All right? I'm going to watch it. Netflix is like, watch this. How about Receiver for that A? How about Sprint right in front of the Olympics for that A? How about that? How about that sports content? Pudgy idiot at home? Sure. Thanks, Netflix. Glad I paid for you. We got another one coming. The National Basketball Association is like, you know what? People now are selling out Formula One races in the States. That was unheard of 10 years ago. Unheard of. A couple people that, like, their dad was from Monte Carlo or something were like, yeah, I care about Formula One. And like they kind of inherited it. Not anymore. Now it's ubiquitous because of F1 Drive to Survive. It's an incredible program. People kind of went, oh. So if you give people amazing access, everybody gets hooked on it. We make a bleep ton of money. So you have previously reluctant leagues like the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NFL going, nope, we're the stuff that we do, it's state secrets. We can't possibly have anybody know anything. Now they're going, oh, it's an untapped resource. Oh, let's make billions, please. Let's shoot the popularity that's already meteoric into a different galaxy. You got a little basketball show coming. The NBA is in. Do we know the name of this show yet? We don't, do we? It's coming this fall. Here's who they're going to follow. They're going to do a full swing, whatever the tennis one is. I can't remember what the tennis one's called. I watched it, but it's nowhere near as good as the others, but still pretty good. They're doing that Netflix style thing. They're doing the same style as Quarterback, which is fantastic. But this is from Shams. Edwards is expected to be the breakaway act of Netflix's first NBA documentary series. Series, I'm sure. Sirius XM. Have you listened to radio? The series that includes, how about these names? LeBron James, Jason Tatum, Jimmy Butler, and Domantas Sabonis, and Anthony Edwards. Show is modeled after Netflix's Quarterback series, as I just said. Now, those are fantastic names. Couple reasons why. You get true star power, right? Who's a bigger star on this planet than LeBron? Jason Tatum just wins the title. I bet you that's pretty good content. Jimmy Butler is a no-nonsense hard ass that snaps at people. Give me competitive Jimmy Butler, please. That is delicious theater. Give me Anthony Edwards getting buckets on people and then telling them that he got buckets on them. I want basically a whole episode and a half of Anthony Edwards bleep talking people. You can't stop me. You can't guard me. My skill set is better than your skill set, opponent. I want Anthony Edwards mic'd up, just giving it to people. I want that on repeat. And then you got like a Domantas Sabonis, whose crafty below the rim game is kind of like if Chris Webber couldn't jump, he'd be Domantas Sabonis. I love that guy's game. I love it. Playing in a kind of an obscure marketplace. All about it. Love it. The NBA is getting into it. Smart. I don't know if there's a critical mass at some point where we'll go, it's too many. I'll tell you this, I haven't gotten there yet. You might miss one or two of these shows. You might say, I'm skipping this one. I don't really care as much about sprint or receiver or whatever. And that's your prerogative. The offseason hard knocks and stuff. But I'm telling you, they're all good. Speaking of good, Bronny James, Summer League. Maybe not as good. It's a little bit embarrassing. I'll explain when we come back. Special greetings and salutations to the capital of the Commonwealth, 910 The Fan in Richmond. Where you guys been? Get the Odyssey app. Listen to us anywhere, anytime. But welcome to the show. We've been talking about you behind your back for the last hour. You just don't know. Everybody else, D.C., Maryland, rest of Virginia. This is Grant and Danny here on The Fan. No GP today, probably tomorrow, maybe even the day after that. We don't know. He's gallivanting around in Texas, all-star festivities. Yeah, he's having a blast, and good for him. I got a topic for you I'm going to get to here in a second. I just saw on whatever ESPN is left over on in the studio. I don't know if it's the Deuce, the Plus, I don't know what it is. But it's a college football show. And they're like, now the SEC welcomes their 15th and 16th teams to the SEC. Texas and Oklahoma. I mean, I guess. People happier? I'm actually asking. If you love it the way it is now and the way it's going, enjoy it, man. Have fun. You got what you wanted. I don't know. It doesn't seem as much fun to me. Who's your favorite Pac-12 team? What's that? Doesn't exist. It's dead. Someone shot it with an arrow. The Big 12 doesn't exist anymore. We're basically going to the point where it's going to be the Big 10, the SEC, and like an academic conference. If you require over 1,300 SAT to get in, you can play Harvard and Yale and Penn and Columbia, and everybody else will compete, with millions of dollars. If it's fun for you, God bless. It's never been less interesting to me. It's too complicated. The rivalries are dead. The tradition and pageantry that made this thing fun are left by the wayside as schools chase TV dollars. I don't know. I mean, I get it. I understand how we got here. I want fair treatment, and I want, especially these players that do help generate so much for universities. I understand the desire to have them compensated, but man, oh man, is this just a different landscape? That's all. That's what I got for you. But I can juggle a couple different plates. All right, here's what's going on. You guys probably heard about this. It's the biggest story of a second-round pick probably in NBA league history. And I want to make sure I qualify this, okay? But I'm just going to give you some numbers. Bronny James really struggling in the NBA Summer League. He's 6 for 26 in the field overall. Whatever. That's if you're a great player, you could have a shooting slump like that. That's normal. He's over 12 from 3 in NBA Summer League. And this is 100% not to pick on the kid. And I mean that. Because what he's trying to do, he's very relatable to me. I tried to be a professional baseball player. My goal was to play professional baseball. I wanted to be a major league player. Not just something you say when you're 5 and you alternate between fireman, major league player, astronaut, whatever. That's what I wanted to do. I played really hard. I tried really, really hard, and I wasn't anywhere near good enough. I can relate to this. I don't have a famous last name. My name's not Danny Ripken. You know what I mean? My name's not Danny Palmero. I don't know why I'm thinking of Orioles. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't have that kind of pedigree. I just tried really hard. NBA, I'm sure. NBA scouts said no to me too. But Major League Scouts were sort of like, yeah, maybe you can be an organizational guy. Maybe one day, maybe. And then that was it. My dream was over. Got to do something else. So I get this. I don't fault him at all. At all. A person wanting to play professional sports and trying everything they can, damn right. Sign me up. I'm on board. From LeBron's perspective, I don't blame him at all. Not that there's anyone to blame, but you bear with me. I have no ill will towards him, and I generally don't root for him. I generally find him so irritating for a million different reasons. Again, second best player I've ever seen in my life. That doesn't change with any of the stuff I'm about to go into. My issues are always, we're going to a different city to retry and do this thing and build something, but really it's let's go get the same veterans that my agent represents and let's try to run it back. And he's no longer so dominant and so great. He's still incredible, by the way. No longer so dominant that if you have him, you go to the conference final. That's not the case. That's not the landscape anymore. There are too many Jokic's. There are too many Doncic's. Too many Antetokounmpos. Too many Bostons. Too many good teams in the way, frankly. So you get this middling team now where to keep LeBron James happy. Oh, let me just get back to LeBron for a second. So LeBron wanting to play with his son and do something that's never been done, that's incredible. That's a very reasonable thing for me to want or for him to want. I get that. If I'm still lucky enough to be doing this in 15, 20 years, and I could host Afternoon Drive with my son, we're like the Cataldis in Philadelphia, but here in D.C., you think I'm not doing that? You think I'm not going to deal with all the slings and arrows of nepotism? Yeah, sure, it is, fine. I'm hosting a sports show with my kid in a market that I love. I'll do that. 100% I would do that. If offered. That's the key, though, if offered. There's a third party here. And it's really 3.5 parties to me. Your third party is the Lakers. And really the NBA at large. I may be alone because I don't see anybody else talking about this. And it's fine if I'm all alone. I'm willing to sort of hot take this thing. Again, I've already prefaced this. I do not blame Bronny James. I do not blame LeBron James. I do think the Los Angeles Lakers should be ashamed of themselves. I think they should be embarrassed. I think the league at large should be embarrassed by this. This is a credibility issue. It is not a crime. It's not any kind of offense for someone to not be an NBA player. There are a lot of people that aren't NBA players, dude. There's a bunch. I've seen really good college players not amount to anything. I was crossed up in high school by God Shamgod. God Shamgod has a move that's called the Shamgod. Chris Paul does it. Kyrie Irving does it. Anybody with a handle does it. Watch him on the break. Watch him in the half court. You will see a move, and if somebody knows hoops, we'll talk about it. They'll go, that's the Shamgod. He did that to me. That guy wasn't really an NBA player. God Shamgod was barely an NBA player. Had more success playing overseas. I'll go all day. Randolph Childress, Lawrence Moten. There have been a dozen players. Dozens of players that have been great college players. Great college players that it didn't amount to diddly or squadouche in the pros. Anthony Bennett went 1-1, dude. And I've been wrong about so. Now you got me started. Derek Williams went to Arizona. They played Duke, and I think it was a Sweet 16. And he said, not these bleeps. I'm not losing to them. He was the ultimate modern-day power forward. They couldn't stop him inside. They couldn't stop him outside. And I went, oh, my God, this is the superstar. Everybody please trade everything to go get him. He bounced around on like 17 10-day contracts. Never amounted to anything. Was a terrible pro. Thomas Robinson from Kansas. Undersized power forward. Athletic, powerful. I thought he was a 2.0 Corliss Williamson. Like, this guy's going to be a star. Stunk in the NBA. Stunk. You see my point here I'm going? It's not a crime to not be a professional basketball player. There's nothing wrong with an honest assessment that says, this is not an NBA guy. Maybe one day, Bronny James could have been an NBA player. I mean that. You know he survived this staggering health scare while still at USC. I can't imagine what it's like to go through that. I'm old enough to remember Hank Gathers, Reggie Lewis. Like, those things are real life scary type stuff. And to then just have the confidence to be able to go back on the court and keep doing it in short order is really impressive. I actually am impressed with the kid, believe it or not. So it's not a crime to not be good enough to play in the NBA. But that's the case here. And not calling it that, the thing I keep going back to is that it's not a great look. If somebody is a marginal NBA player, AK, he's a guy that could be on the bench. He could be the 12th guy in Atlanta for a 44-win team. I just gave him 2 extra wins, probably. A 40-win team, Darius, in Atlanta. Nothing wrong with being the 12th guy, right? You could be the, I don't know, pick your wizard that fits that bill. Who's the guy that they can't quit? Went to UVA? Anthony Gill. There's nothing wrong being Anthony Gill. Barely hanging on in the league, but he's a veteran, great presence, good locker room guy. They make a lot of that guy. I think Garrett Temple's still playing, for the record. You know what I mean? Nothing wrong with that. If you're that in the NBA, an NBA player, getting to play with your pops is cool. Let alone a superstar like Ken Griffey Jr. was, who was going to be better than his dad ever was. That's a different story. This is a hey, is this guy an NBA player, and how cool would this be? The fact that we're sort of doing this now, it reminds me, I'm trying to come up with a good analogy for it. It's not unlike, quite frankly, this Angel Reese quest for double-doubles, where games are over, it's academic, and nobody else is trying, and the team force feeds it to her, and she's trying to get a layup or have something happen so she get her 10th point. Just embarrassing. It sort of makes the whole thing look less credible. And that's really what's at stake to me here. Now, it's one case. We're not bending the rules for everybody. It's not like, I don't know, you could pick a current superstar. It's not like we're going to take Joel Embiid's, younger brother who's 15 and put him in the league just for the sake of doing it. I'm not saying this is going to start some gateway or some sort of epidemic. What I am saying is a couple fold. This is not a sideshow team. It's the Lakers, man. Celtics 1, Lakers 2, all-time championships. The Lakers. That's Kobe. That's Magic. That's Kareem. That's Worthy. It's Michael Cooper. I just love Michael Cooper. He's not on the same level as the other guys, but I wanted to throw Michael Cooper in there. That was for me, okay? It's Pau Gasol. It's Shaq. This is royalty, man. It's Wilt Chamberlain. The Lakers. The Lakers. We're doing this? This is what we're doing? We're doing this thing? We're doing this weird little sideshow? We're here to, this is one step away from Susan O'Malley telling you, hey, come see stars of other teams. Hey, look, we got the tallest guy and the shortest guy. We got Manute Bol and Muggsy Bogues. Come see us in Landover, Maryland. Because we can't build a competitive team. What? This is the Lakers. This isn't people, this isn't the Portland Trailblazers going, please come see us play so we don't have to move. This isn't Detroit going, well, we can't get 15 wins. I don't know. Let's try a gimmick. The Lakers have to do this? This is cringeworthy to me, is all. And again, I don't blame this element or this part of LeBron for wanting to play with his kid. That's something that I understand that. Your child takes after you, walks in your same footsteps. But think of the pressure on the kid, right? Think of Michael Jordan's kids, like Jeffrey Jordan back in the day, trying to make it. It was like a 6'2" kid. I think maybe played at Illinois, or one of the two kids was fine, had an okay college career and stuff. That's hard, man. Your name's not Jones. Your name's not Smith. It's Jordan. Everybody knows who your dad is. The pressure on him is immense, and it's incredible. Here's the part two or second element of any LeBron discussion. This is why I don't root for him. If you want to deal with LeBron, it's a full 360 panoramic of LeBron. 4 days or 5 days out of the week, depending on when games are. This is the part that I object to. He's not out doing illegal things or committing crimes or saying stupid, terrible stuff for the most part. But it's if you want LeBron to play for you, you got to hire one of his childhood buddies to be your head of security for like $500,000. If you want LeBron, you have to employ his the guy that rubs icy hot into his shoulders for a couple $100,000. You got to employ his agent's buddy. You got to do this and this and this and this and this just to keep everybody copacetic and happy. And he's so gifted and so good and brings you so much attention that you just got to do it. Even if you're the Lakers. The Lakers. One of the most storied franchises we have in sport. As much tradition as anybody else. Maybe save Patriots, Packers, Celtics. But I put them up there or above almost anybody else. Honestly, in the history of sports, it's probably Yankees, Celtics, maybe Lakers 3. In terms of grand old traditions of excellence for spanning multiple decades, multiple iterations. Green Bay's probably in that conversation. But a handful of teams belong in this upper rarefied air of royalty. It's to the point that a lot of people that don't like the NBA are going, well, anytime anybody wants to go anywhere, it's either LA or Boston. Like a superstar. And that's not good for the rest of the league. It's like 26 other teams are just farm systems. So LeBron can play with whoever he wants or something. I find this so cringeworthy and embarrassing. And I think I'm alone, by the way. I don't think anybody else agrees with me. They're kind of going, they laugh it off. Or maybe I'm saying the thing that nobody else wants to say. It's not like I'm some act of bravery over here. I'll tell you what people are really thinking. I'll stick it to you. Well, I'm not trying to claim anything like that. I'm just telling you what I feel. When I watch a player that doesn't belong in the NBA, period, and again, I've already finished explaining this. It's not an insult to somebody. A lot of people don't belong in the NBA. I've seen amazing college players, not dudes that came off the bench, average 4 a game. I've seen amazing college players not make the association. I've seen it. They couldn't hang on. When we're doing this for some sort of sideshow and gimmick, I just think it lowers everybody's credibility. What are we? Are we a league made up of the best players in the world going at it for 8 months out of the year? Or are we this little carnival, guess your weight, knock over the milk bottles with the baseball thing? So I invite you at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I've opened up, I've shared with you. I don't fault LeBron, the basketball player and dad. I do fault the off-field persona of LeBron, which I know is complicated. The dualities of LeBron. I don't fault Bronny at all. He's trying to make the NBA. A lot of people are, right? I wouldn't fault the eighth. I wouldn't. What's the kid's name for the Wizards? Champagny, who's trying to ball out in summer league. He's trying to make the association. Do it, man. Get yours. If it doesn't work, go play in Europe. Do what you want, man. Follow your dreams. I did. I fell short. I don't begrudge that in the slightest. But if my last name was Ripken and Cal's 41 years old, jogging out to third base, and I get to play shortstop, that'd be a joke. I wasn't good enough. People should be, dude, there are too many dudes. There are too many ballers. There are too many incredible players that may or may not ever get a shot for us to sort of put up with this. So I don't really have a great argument other than what I've kind of shared with you guys in terms of how I feel about it. I know this. I find it cringeworthy. I think the Lakers should be embarrassed. I think the NBA, to a degree, should be embarrassed. Now, it hasn't translated to the regular season yet. And if it does, then it's kind of like, what are we doing? This is still just summer league, and maybe they'll quietly put him on a G League team and let him work, or who knows what they're going to do. But I know this, watching these summer league games, you're seeing a guy that doesn't belong. And it feels awkward to me. Let's go to Josh from Upper Marlboro. Josh's claim to fame is twofold. One, he invented a game that we're going to play today. That's incredible. And two, I think he disagrees with me. Josh, what do you got, bud?
Danny's going to hate this take. The first submission for Does Danny Hate This today? So, I mean, I love you, Fanny Douillet, but I have to vehemently disagree with you. Out of all of the ways that nepotism could be deployed in this world and is deployed every single day, this is perhaps the least offensive and most awesome way possible to have someone's son throwing an alley-oop to their dad in the NBA. That's freaking cool. And every day, in so many ways, sports feeds on nepotism. Are you going to tell me that freaking Brian Belichick is somehow, has established himself as a coach to the extent that he is involved in coaching today? Absolutely not. And you can go down the list in so many other ways. And so, and it's also not like it's violating some sort of sanctity in a way that's long lasting. This is never going to happen again. It hasn't happened before. It's never going to happen again. This is sort of an isolated, awesome moment. And I think we should celebrate it as such because we have an athlete who reached this pinnacle of influence and is able to get his freaking son in the NBA and to throw him an alley-oop, which is going to be amazing. So anyway, that's my take.
Appreciate you, dude. Always good to hear from you. So that's the counter, is that, lighten up, grumpy pants. It's cool. I just think it's not cool because there's no way around this one immutable fact. And this point about coaches' kids, by the way, is 100% a thing. Sometimes, though, these guys grow into it. I mean, think about Lil Bobby Slowick, who was getting guys coffee and tea when he was here with the Redskins. Now is like a sought-after offensive coordinator that just, was responsible for C.J. Stroud being a superstar down there in Houston. He mentioned whatever it is, Brian or Steve Belichick. I can't remember what the Belichick kid's name is. But the guy still has to grind and do it. right? The coaching equivalent would be if you made the Belichick kid with his weird mullet the offensive coordinator the first time he coaches, not just the dude labeling tape. You know what I mean? Like all these guys that are, nepotism kids that are pretty damn qualified, Kyle Shanahan, et cetera, had to work their way up, had to do something. They, of course, got their foot in the door. And it'd be fine to me if eventually Bronny got his foot in the door and had scouts come to games because he's Bronny James. This is a dude, again, it sounds like I'm beating the kid, but I want to be so careful about it. I am not criticizing the kid at all. This is one of those, hey, reality check times. Like, my son is 10. He does not belong on the, 10U national team track of soccer. And if somehow, because of my influence, I could get him a tryout or I got him up there and he made it to the second to last level before being on the national team or something, that's wrong. You follow me? It's not just a nepotism thing, because I think that's thrown around. We only use it when it's convenient. This is on a binary, there are guys that could be NBA players on one side of the line, and then there are guys that are not right now. Maybe in 2 years of college. I know that doesn't work on LeBron's timeline. But a couple years, maybe this guy could be someone that goes to a summer league and eventually makes a roster. He's not there. And by the way, again, not a crime to not be there. But he's not an NBA player right now. Who knows if he ever is? But it now looks, it's a sore thumb sticking out in these summer league games, and 3 of them where he's overmatched. I don't know. Hopefully that explains my position real well. And I want to be really, really careful. I want to be really sure everyone understands. I'm not doing like a scream at the kid for trying to make the NBA. I'm not screaming at LeBron for wanting his son in the NBA. My kind of point of embarrassment is just because you want something doesn't mean it should happen. For me, it's about the Lakers and about the NBA at large. I am, I think as my son says to me, I'm dying of cringe. That's what I got for you. 800-636-1067. Agree with me or tell me why I'm wrong. You can tell me why I'm wrong. Josh did. Very pleasant about it. As soon as he hung up, he probably called me a name, which is allowed. Double play coming up 345. I want to take your calls on this next. I'm embarrassed for the league and the Lakers, this whole LeBron, Bronny James thing. What about you? Next on The Fan. Double play 345, Beltway Blitz at 4. Now you're caught up. It's great, Danny, here on the Fan. No GP, just me, Danny Huhay, hanging out with you until 6:30 post Meridian. If you're just joining us, welcome back to the program. I've offered a bit of a take. I don't know how hot it is. I think it's warm. I'll summarize it super quick, then we'll get to your calls at 800-636-1067. I am not upset at Bronny James for trying to make the NBA. That is, a lot of people want to do that. It's really, really hard to make it. I am not upset at LeBron James, basketball player and dad, for wanting that to happen. How cool would it be to get to play with your kid? Right? I mean, I worked, had a guy come and do some work with us, or work for us on our house, and it's a father-son team. Even that much, where it's like I'm going to pass the business to my kid one day. That's really, really cool if somebody wants to do that, if that can be something that gets done. If I got to host an afternoon drive show with my kid in 15 years or 20 years, I would do that. I 100% understand. The part that I begrudge, or the part that I can't get over, that I feel embarrassed about, is the Lakers element of this thing. You're supposed to be competing for championships. You're competing for one kind of cool gimmick story. That doesn't feel right to me. Kind of cheapens the whole process. And that's where I'm at. Where are you guys at? 800-636-1067. Tom and Manassas first up. Where are you at on this?
Hey, Bob. Yeah, Danny, I'm almost in lockstep with you, except the front office of the Lakers, Jeannie Buss bowing down to LeBron is a problem. But I put most of the blame on LeBron. He knows his son's not ready, but instead he wants to catch that alley-oop from him and play with him selfishly, which is who he is, selfish. I'm a lifelong Lakers fan and disgusted with what's going on out there, but he should know his kid wasn't ready and should have told him to stay in college and wait. That's where I'm at.
Tom, appreciate you, dude. So I will say this is a hard thing as a parent. I try very hard. I mean, of course, I encourage my children. I don't care if they're good, bad, and different. I encourage them to do their very best and to try to, continue to better themselves, learn how to apply themselves, take things the coaches have said constructively instead of as personal insults, etc. It's really hard to give a thoughtful, full evaluation of how good your kid is. I see parents on both sides of it. There's a lot of folks, I think, and I think every dad can kind of relate to this. I see a lot of people on my side where you sort of try to downplay how good your kid might actually be, and you let other people tell you how great he is. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Then I see the folks on the other side that you got blinders on. It's your kid. And I don't begrudge that either. Like, it's hard. It's hard to put on a hat. I remember years ago, I was an assistant coach on a travel team where Terry Francona's son was a player. And I think he was maybe been a minor leaguer, but a really good player on this team. And I remember he talked to our head coach about this. He was like, I can't give you an honest eval of the kid. I love him. I can't tell you. I don't know if is he a 50 runner? Is he a 55 thrower? Is he a 40 power? I don't know, man. That's my son. I can't tell you. I got to leave it up to somebody else. So I get that. And that was just kind of the Tom's point, where you're trying to make this dream happen. To me, there's a threshold where it's not an embarrassment, where it's not oh God, we're looking away and pretending not to notice something. And I don't think we're there. I guess that's my biggest point. Charles in Berryville. Good afternoon, man. Thanks for being patient. You're on the Fan.
Yes, thank you for having me. I love the show.
Thank you, bud.
I agree with you about Alex R. I like the moving Danny Avdija. I think the Wizards are headed in the right direction with all their picks.
With you.
Regarding Bronny, I disagree with you because I think, like you said about Sarr, Bronny has athleticism. He's built different, obviously, than LeBron, and he reminds me of a young Marcus Smart when he came into the league. He's got a long way to go, but if he plays tenacious defense, he'll be a student of the game. He'll have his father there. He's in the best organization, maybe in all of sports, and he could develop an offensive game. We've seen it with Jaylen Brown, even Kawhi Leonard, but Marcus Smart could not hit a three-pointer for anything when he came out of Oklahoma State, and he became Defensive Player of the Year. So he's got to cut his own path, except that he's not going to be like the greatest player of all time or one of.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, making it in the NBA, if Tony Allen, Rajah Bell, guys like that, you know, he can definitely develop into at least something like they were. You know what I mean?
No, I hear you, Charles. Appreciate it. Great phone call. I would say this, you know, those guys that he referenced, sure, they were limited offensively. I mean, so was Deshaun Stevenson here in Washington. So he got the rep as a defensive stopper. I don't know how good he was on defense. I know that he stunk on offense, so they just decided he was a defensive player. I don't know. Those are lofty aspirations. I mean, that would certainly be the blueprint. That's the path to walk, right? It's not 25 a game all-star. That's not him. And again, it's sounds like harsh, like I'm criticizing the kid. I'm not at all. Let's go to Danelle in Woodbridge. What's up, man? You're on the Fan.
I agree with you totally, Danny. This dude is averaging, 9 points in college? How does that make it to the pros? You had Scotty Thurman that was on Arkansas back when they won the championship.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't make it to the pros.
Right.
He can shoot his butt off.
That's right.
This guy couldn't hit the side of a barn, and he's in the pros? I get he had a heart attack. I understand all that sympathy. Yes, I really understand that. Like you said, Reggie Lords, Peyton Gathers, I get it. But come on, man. This is not cool. I'm not going to take my son to the IT shop and have him go in there and fix a landline if he can't fix a landline. It's the same principle. Come on, this dude could not play on the AAU team, but he's in the pros. Come on, man.
I'm with you, dude. I don't have a better argument than come on, but that's kind of what this is, right? And again, I want to be so clear. If you're just tuning in, I am not critical of a guy trying to pursue his dream to make it to the NBA. That speaks very near and dear to my heart. I tried to do that for baseball. I wasn't good enough. So him trying isn't unreasonable, right? To me, his best path would have been to stay in college, especially after the medical scare that Donnell referenced. Really establish himself, get stronger, work on his game, maybe turn yourself into a pro a little bit down the line. But that doesn't work for the timetables. LeBron's career is winding down, and they want the coolness of being able to play together. That's something that the family wants. I get that you want that. But an organization with the highest threshold that there is, because as Donnell referenced, he mentioned Scotty Thurman. I named 10 guys that I saw that were God-tier status as amateurs that could not make it in the pros. Randolph Childress, Lawrence Moten, God Shamgod, Thomas Robinson, Anthony Bennett. Harold Arsenault carried a Weber State team into the Elite Eight, I think. Couldn't do anything at the next level. The list of ballers, of badasses, who could just sort of maybe make a team or maybe not do anything. Infinite. So it's not an insult to say, hey, man, you're probably not an NBA player. He's not. Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, buddy?
What's up, man? So I think what you're talking about is the main reason why I can't stand the NBA anymore. And look, I don't blame LeBron for doing what he's doing. I blame the league and the owners for letting him and players like him get away with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The NBA is a team sport league that promotes individuals instead of teams. And they've allowed the upper echelon players to call all the shots, where they pick the coaches, they pick 2 or 3 players on the team, and then when that doesn't work out, they skip town and try to do it all over again, leaving all the people who are the fans of that city, of that team, behind holding the bag. And, this is just one other expression of that formula that's been allowed in the NBA for pretty much since LeBron did his whole decision thing.
Chris, thank you, buddy. I got a bunch of guys on hold. I want to let you jump. That's a big complaint for a lot of folks. And the NBA kind of made it, I don't have a better way to say this, but so bear with me. This is an expression. They made a deal with the devil here. In order to try to catch up and close the gap to football and, kind of in this post-Jordan vacuum, they did what Chris is talking about. They allowed these individuals to market themselves, to become these ambassadors, the big superstars, because you can see their face 82 nights a year, right? In the NFL, it's different. They keep everybody uniform, and the NFL's kind of growing up to this a little bit too, but still, you don't have guaranteed money, and they're allowing quarterbacks to have some of this kind of influence, but it'll never reach what the NBA is. Well, that's the byproduct. That's the second edge of the sword, right? That's the downside, quote unquote, is what Chris is talking about, where superstars get to dictate all the terms, and then if it doesn't work, it's you're doing the James Harden lily pad. and you're hopping to a new situation, hoping that that one works out. If it's not, then you just leave this other team in your wake, even though they traded whatever they had to get you. And now they're left with, pick up the rubble. So I get that. And this is a kind of a manifestation of that to a degree. Let me get one more guy that disagrees with me in here. Ron in Richmond. Thanks for being patient, man. You're on the fan.
Yeah, Danny, listen. Where the players learn to do this and misuse this power? They learn it from their owners. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I've heard Dr. J talk about this not too long, years ago.
Mm-hmm.
The owners used to put their friends' kids at the end of the bench that couldn't play a lick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So are we mad with LeBron because he has the power? Is that what you're upset about?
No.
Because he's earned that. So
has he though?
If it's happening all the time, listen. If LeBron's son, if LeBron wasn't as popular, and they did this for someone else, and the name wasn't as recognizable, this kid wouldn't be going through this because there's a white kid sitting at the bench years ago that nobody had any idea who the heck he was. But they put him there because they did somebody a favor.
Well, Ron, I appreciate it, man. I'm up against the break. It's a good call. Thank you. I would say that this is now a different time when the NBA and ABA are merging and television contracts are worth, what I just paid for lunch. It's a different story. This is now the world's game, probably second right behind soccer in terms of how many people participate globally. So that last guy down the bench, there's a million guys you and I have never heard of at this point. So that's not then. So you're probably right. In fact, I'm sure you are. That 1971, the owner's son-in-law or his godson is sitting at the end of the bench collecting an NBA paycheck, clapping like a seal during games. Totally reasonable. To me now, that threshold for entry is so high and it's so challenging that just sort of granting it because you got to make LeBron James happy, that's not LeBron earning some kind of status. That's different than what goes on in sports. And if you want to point to a coaching example where like a coach's kid gets to do it, to me, again, it's a different threshold. That threshold of a guy having to work for a few years to be, a defensive assistant or the assistant linebackers coach or basically a glorified intern for a while. The analogy to me, the closest thing would be you now get to be calling plays on the sideline when the only coaching experience you had was working with Pee Wee kids. I know it's not a perfectly drawn analogy, but I don't know. It's hard for me to say that it's the same. And it's not because LeBron's got power. I'm upset at the people that gave it to him. Right? I mean, this is the Lakers. You got to bend over backwards to be the 9 seed and be a sideshow? That's where I'm at on this. Good calls. Really appreciate it. We got a double play next, and we'll spin you around what's going on around. Spin you around what's going on around. Good gravy. Try that again. Spin you around the Beltway. What's going on with all things DC sports? We'll do that at 4 p.m., but your DP is next. Double play time, G&D here on The Fan. It's driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. It's time for what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. Ready that time. I didn't try to take a sip of beverage or anything there. You notice that?
I thought you were going to give it a shot.
Well, I'm sitting here. I'm a little thirsty. I don't have time anymore. Big voice guy, the new one is quick. You got to be ready to go. So I'm just going to share this with you guys. It's, again, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. I think I found a system. Now, if you're not a sweaty, gross dude, this is not for you. Okay? So Grant, this would not apply to. He doesn't really sweat, which is unbelievable to me. But he doesn't. I don't really sweat very much. I sweat a lot. I am sweaty McSweatersons. If it's hot, I sweat. If it's cold, somehow I sweat. Because it's like now my body's working hard to stay warm or something. So I sweat. I sweat when I'm nervous. I sweat when I'm not. I sweat when I'm inside, outside, everything in between. When I'm in the pool, I'm somehow sweating. I'm a sweaty person. Very sweaty all the time. So, one concern about being a sweaty guy, the cow pits. All right? Sometimes it's embarrassing. I'm wearing like a workout type shirt today. In fact, I worked out right before I came. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal that I worked out. What did I do? It's not a big deal. I mean, I just did some push-ups. Did some blast squats, some push-ups, some tries. Anyway, I did. I worked out right before I came. Didn't have enough time to shower. Just came. Whatever. I'm here. So I'm pitting out wearing a workout shirt, having just schwitzed a little bit. No big deal. It's not bad. But if we're in like a social setting or I'm like out with friends and, it's hot and I'm wearing a nice shirt or trying to look cool and you get those like giant, looks like a map underneath your arm of the pit stains, it's terrible. I've never really found anything that works for me. Nothing really works. It's like I'm going to sweat, so I need to take precautions. I found this company called Aegis where I buy their shirts that have these like foam, not foam, but it's like these absorbent cups inside the shirt. So it separates from where it actually makes contact with your overshirt. So I want you to picture you got a dress shirt, right? Underneath that, I'm wearing this t-shirt. Normally, like if I sweat through my arms, that's going to touch the regular shirt and then the sweat goes through that. Okay. The Aegis has this layer of thing that absorbs the sweat and doesn't touch the actual outside part of the shirt to then touch my overshirt. Does that make sense? Do you guys follow that? Or is that too complicated? Basically, it's like it's got these pads under your arm. All right. So that helps for like dress shirts and stuff. I can't do that when it's like summertime wearing polos or whatever. So here's what I've started to do. And it actually is like kind of working okay. I have 3 different deodorant / antiperspirants. So this again is for all the sweaty dudes out there that are fighting this because you know who you are. Instantly your ears perked up. Does someone have something for me? All I've ever wanted in terms of dieting, in terms of fixing problems like this, is for somebody to give me an idea to try. If it works, that's awesome. If it doesn't, you tried. Who cares? Try to keep trying to find something else. So I have 3 different deodorants. I rotate between them every day. That's what I'm doing. I have sweated. Is that how you past tense of sweated? Of sweat? I have sweat. I have sweated. No one says sweated. I have Josh sweated. I have Montez sweated less than I normally do. So I got an antiperspirant / deodorant thing, which like clogs the pores. Then like the next day, I'll just do the regular deodorant that I found that I like. And then I do a third one on the third day, and I keep rotating. I don't let my body get used to it. Knock on wood. But I think I found a moderately good solution. I have not been near, like I usually have to walk around, especially now that we're on camera, doing the YouTube page. Go to YouTube and find 1067 The Fan. Very easy. You can see my stupid fat face. I normally kind of have to like tailor my movements. So I'm not like doing big arm raises or like waving at people and stuff. I kind of have to like, Grant's like, raise your hand. I'm like this. It's the old raise your hand if you're sure type ads. I'm a little bit more confident of late. I've not really pitted out the same way. Even in this 117,000 degree heat. So again, yesterday I'm outside. I was, doing stuff outside. I was coaching, hanging out with kids and stuff. I'm going to sweat. You're doing sweaty stuff. You're going to sweat. That's not what we're talking about. The sweaty part is a problem in like the polite society social setting where we're still like super embarrassed about that. I think I might have solved it. So give it a shot. All you sweaty, gross dudes out there, I'm one of you. This is working for me. Now, if I can only figure out what to do about those stains on my pants. Beltway Blitz is next. Grant Danny here on The Fan. I got a couple different things I want to go over with you guys as this radio program progresses. A major return is coming. One of the great all-time games, all-time providers of joy. She's coming back in about 5 minutes. I got a Beltway Blitz for you. I'll tell you about that. We're going to ask you something fun here at about 4:25. But your Blitz is next. This here radio show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estimate, good gracious, with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to score yourself a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Those guys, exclusive sponsor of the Grant and Danny radio program. This program right here. So normally what we do every day at 4 o'clock, spin you around the old beltway, right? Stuck in traffic, you're ticked off, you're dealing with stuff, a little something called the Beltway Blitz. So normally you come into the segment and somebody's on hold waiting for you because we're going to go to one of our 3 guests. Nobody's on hold today. We'll do it special. Big deep breath. You ready for it? Don't say anything yet. I got to throw it to you. Are you ready? Give me a nod. Give me one nod that you're ready. He's ready. It was a double nod. He was enthusiastic. We're going to talk some Wizards, talk NFL at large. We're going to start with the Nets. By God, that's Ryan Clary's music. Attaboy. You ready to blitz it?
I'm here. I'm ready to blitz.
Were you able to book yourself?
I was. I sent out a text. It took a few hours to respond, but then again, I did get back to myself.
Did you reach out via Snapchat or any of the other platforms that you like?
Twitter, text message, phone call.
The whole 9 yards.
Oh, yeah.
Very well, my friend. Your assessment of the Nationals draft.
So far, the Nationals, they've gone around 6 rounds so far.
Mhm.
So the first few picks are the ones that I would really highlight. Seaver King going number 10 overall. It kind of came in as a surprise, in my opinion. And for those who don't know, they kind of reshaped the front office this last offseason. They got Brad Ciolek over from the Baltimore Orioles, who ran their draft department. So when the Nationals made the move over the weekend for the number 39 pick, that kind of popped something in my ear. I was a little kind of weirded out by it because I was like, well, they've never really done this before. So it kind of went into the draft as them being this different organization now. And now, number 10 overall, they cut a deal with Seaver King. And so I don't know what the actual money will be like, but I do expect him to be a little under slot. So the Nationals, they've gotten a handful of talent here. And in my opinion, 2 guys who could help them maybe within the next 2 years with Seaver King, as well as the catcher from California in round 2. Lomavita.
Mhm.
So they do have some potential instant impact guys for them. I think it's intriguing.
So not a great catcher draft up at the top of the board. I think that was the highest ranked catcher, if memory serves. Was Lomavita or close to it?
Yeah, he was close to it. He was one of the top 3 guys. A few of them had the Sam Houston State guy at number 1, but
for Seaver King, who played for my college coach at Wake Forest, played a bunch of games everywhere, listed as a shortstop. They said he's a third baseman outfielder, which is always interesting. Remember, the most famous version of this is when Bryce Harper was drafted. They said outfielder Bryce Harper. He was a catcher, if you remember, in JUCO ball and graduating high school early, et cetera. With King, regarded probably between 15 and 25, depends on your prospect ranking. They took him at 10. Just give me your impression there, your thoughts.
Well, they did cut a deal at number 10 overall, and they tried to save money for the number 39 pick, which they got Lomavita for. They also got Dickerson, number 44 overall, who maybe would have gone to college at this point, but he's going to be signing here at the Nationals. So as far as the Nationals taking him at number 10, do I think it's a reach? Yes. But there is a lot of raw potential there. The guy, he doesn't have the best skill set out there, but defensively, he's really solid. He played 4 different positions for Wake Forest this last year. Third base, second base, shortstop, even played center field a little bit. So Seaver King, he's got the defensive stuff there. I think the big question is going to be at the plate. Can he hit for power? Can he hit for high exit velocities, which he did do at Wake Forest last year, but can that translate into the Major League Baseball field? I don't know at this point in time, but I would say it's an intriguing pick. But at this point in time, my biggest fear is what can this guy do at the plate?
Couple awards here. We're past the midway point, but it's the All-Star break, so it's the unofficial midway point. First half Cy Young.
For me, it's got to be Jake Irvin.
With the last 2 starts?
With the last 2 starts for me, Jake Irvin has been the guy. You could throw in Kyle Finnegan as well, but let's just start with the starter. Jake Irvin, in my opinion, has been probably the most impressive starting pitcher so far. The Nationals by far and away, in my opinion. I think Mackenzie Gore has looked really good. I think he does have the better stuff down the line. But Jake Irvin so far this season, there was a case for him to be an all-star. His last 2 starts to end the year were not very good, but still, Jake Irvin was a very impressive guy. This is someone that you can now rely on to be a middle-rotation piece at most, maybe even a number 2 guy down the line. So I think Jake Irvin's been the better pitcher for the Washington Nationals, and he gets my Cy Young for the first half.
Pretty easy one here, MVP.
C.J. Abrams.
Right, obviously. No, and nobody else is close, right?
Exactly.
Nothing else?
All-star game guy, so
Give me your LVP, most disappointing, most frustrating guy that you just, man, I thought this should be better.
Keibert Ruiz. Last year, you saw him take a step up in the second half, and I've always talked about this. It's like the inconsistencies with him, man. Defensively, it's not good. Offensively, it's not good. He did pick it up over the last few weeks here to end the first half, but I thought Keibert Ruiz was going to be the guy going forward that you would never have to think about, and he would just be hitting at the plate, but he just has not done that so far, and he has been the most frustrating guy to watch so far for the Washington Nationals.
Rhino, hell of a job on the Beltway Blitz,
Thank
buddy.
you.
You should book yourself again.
I will.
Thank you, pal. Hit that Wizard sounder for me. Our guy, Glenn Conn, want to talk about Wizards. Let's get to some Summer League action, Glenn. First impressions of Alex Sarr.
Boy, he's got a tremendous upside. Big guy, 7-footer, handles the ball, passes. He's got guard skills, small forward skills, shot blocker. His upside's tremendous. I mean, he's going to put on weight because he's so young. I love him. I love what I've seen. You know what I really like about him? He's got great vision and a great feel for the game. He knows how to reverse pass, which a lot of big guys struggle to do. So he's got that really good feel for the game and when to distribute the basketball and when he's double teamed. And I like feeling IQ.
Well, Glenn, when you watch him play, it's, the numbers, Summer League numbers, he's so young. I'm not really concerned about whether a shot goes in or not through a couple of games. But the way he moves, and you just keep reminding yourself, he's 7'2", he's 7'2". To be that fluid and that good with the ball, kind of to your point, you saw that one sequence where he blocked 3 shots in 35 or 40 seconds, whatever the heck it was. There's a lot to like there. It's easy to see. Like, he's one of those guys that if you didn't know anything, you'd go, that person's different, right? Just watching him move around, it's easy to see what they fell in love with.
Well, I'll tell you what else. I think you're spot on, Danny. And you know what else? He's got a real quick release off the bounce. I like that. I mean, like, his shot is natural. So it's, it's not herky jerky. There's no hitch to it. It's a nice quick release. And I think, and I mentioned feel on offense. He's got that feel on defense. I mean, he's going to really evolve. Look, the whole draft right now, guys, is a developmental draft. So it's going to take a while for these guys to really develop, not just the Wizards players, but really everyone. Look how high Zach Edey went. It's going to take him a while to develop as a pro. So I think there's a life cycle of teams that are looking for plug and play guys right now, trying to win it. The Wizards aren't in that situation because they have time to develop these young players, and that's going to be fun, so much fun if you're a fan to watch these guys grow.
So give me your report here on Bub Carrington. Again, he's jumped out through a couple of games. Again, the numbers are secondary to me for Summer League basketball, Glenn, but he looks the part, a little bit of everything for this team.
He does. I mean, I think he is another one of these guys that could defend multiple positions. He plays hard, basketball IQ, great feel, doesn't hold on to the ball. A lot of players that were college point guards that come to the NBA, they pound it and they hold the ball too long, and that's when they get in trouble. He doesn't do that. Really, really intelligent, great leadership skills, which I like about him, and I like his toughness. So he's one of these guys that I think, again, the Wizards drafted 3 players, 18, 19, and 20. If I remember correctly, you got shirts, Danny, that are 20 years old.
They're easily that old. And my wife wants me to throw up, but I won't do it. Let's get to Keshawn George last. To me, Glenn, you could see the elite trait is that shot. It's buttery smooth. When his feet are set, it's a pretty good bet. Doesn't look as explosive to me. It looks like maybe the game's a little bit too fast for him at this point. And you pick him in the 20s. He's got time to develop. Kind of your point previously that you're making about the other guys too. So I'm in no rush. I see the elite trait, and I'm wondering about what you saw in terms of the rest of it. I think he could use a little bit of time maybe in the weight room and sort of, playing against some bigger, stronger players a little bit.
Yeah, but you know what he is? He's 6'7", 6'8", and he could handle the ball, and he could play the catch and shoot game at that height. And he's again another guy with a quick release, natural. Just gets it. He gets it off. He's not going to get a shot blocked. He is not only a catch and shoot player, but he could take you off the bounce. He handles the ball very well. A lot of players are playing in the NBA that appear not to be explosive. I think his moves offensively right now are efficient, and that's what I really like about him.
So in terms of fitting in, and again, there's no rush, kind of to your point. We want these guys to develop. Who's going to log heavy minutes kind of early on this season? Do you think they'll just say, you know what, Alex Sarr, we got Valanciunas to protect you. You're the 4. Get up and down the court, or do you think there might be some mixing and matching? How will these guys get on the floor if and when?
I think they're all gonna have play minutes, but it's a matter of, who's going to develop quicker, who's picking things up, who's picking up the schemes offensively and defensively that Brian Keefe instills with this team. That's what's going to happen. So, and look, some of these guys there's going to be games where, matchups aren't there for them to play heavy minutes. But look, this is all about development right now for these guys. They have time to develop. It's about making mistakes. No one's going to come in and just play a flawless game. That's how you learn in this game, especially being that young. It's not just the 3 Wizards players. The whole draft was incredibly young. There's not going to be any dominant guys that are coming in this year's draft. It's going to take some time. And how are you successful? By making mistakes. And the Wizards have time to let these guys make the mistakes and develop at their own pace.
Love it. Glenn, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
You too.
We'll see you, buddy. Hit the NFL Center, Dares. But from USA Today, Nate Davis joins us to go around at the National Football League. Nate, it seems like 18 games is inevitable. How much changing does the schedule need that maybe we aren't thinking about to make sure we accommodate for that? Like, in order to do this smartly and well and take care of the players as much as possible, what else should go with an 18-game schedule?
Yeah, you know what, Danny? I wrote about this kind of a reimagined schedule back when the schedule got released in May. Obviously, I think it's probably key that they have the second bye in there somewhere. Whether it's, I don't think it needs to be league wide, but I think each team should get 2. I think you cut back preseason at least to 2 games. The COVID years are showing you really don't need preseason games at all. But I do think that they have value in so much as that teams can take a look at guys that are fringe roster players and whatnot. But I don't think the veterans really need them all that much. But I think you do that. Those couple things, maybe give, reduce more of the load on players in terms of OTA, mini camp obligations, those kind of things that you can probably reach a happy medium, and then they get that Super Bowl on President's Day weekend.
If we all agree that Pat Mahomes is the best in the NFL, and if you don't, feel free to speak up and tell me I'm wrong, who's the second best quarterback right now this minute? Take it wherever you want.
Oh, wow. You can make a pretty good case for Lamar. I think I would, probably be tempted to go with Burrow if I was starting a team, just based on the way he plays and how he's elevated that franchise. It's a good water cooler debate. Do you go with the established guys? Do you go with the up and coming guys? That kind of thing. But I think if you pin me down, I guess I'd probably go with Joe Burrow as number 2.
I'm so worried about the injury and him coming back. Because there's not a lot of precedent for it here. Obviously modern medicine's incredible that we can do so much, and maybe it's an afterthought, but like, how confident are you that he's going to be Joe Burrow, not only this year, but maybe again?
I'm pretty confident. It doesn't seem like it's like you're kind of hinting at, it's not like it's a unique injury. There's not a whole lot of precedent for coming back from this for a football player. But I also don't think I'd rather kind of have this than a rotator cuff or a chronic kind of an elbow injury. I think he's talked to guys in other sports, and I don't think there's necessarily a whole lot of concern that he'll be able to come back. There's a little soreness in the off season. I think that was expected, but that's kind of one of the crazy things about Burrow. It seems kind of like every off season he's got something, but he usually comes back and rises to the occasion. And we've seen 2 AFC Championship games in the last 3 years, and that near missing the Super Bowl. I'm not really concerned about the injury.
All right, so a couple divisional previews with you here real quick, Nate. You got to pick right now this minute. Again, nobody should. It's the middle of July. Nobody knows. But would you take Detroit or the field to win the NFC North?
I guess the betting man would take the Field, given how close the Packers were last year and how great they played at the end of the season. So I'll just go Field based on the new possible Jared Goff injury or whatever.
Same question for the AFC South. Everybody's told you that Houston's the darling, right? They played so well last year. Stroud was amazing.
Field.
Yeah, they won. Yeah, right. Exactly. They won that play and win and get in game. There are two other teams that were 9-8 in that division. Houston or the Field.
Definitely the Field, and I think I might almost pick the Colts, outright. I think they're going to be really interesting having Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Stewart for a full season. The Jaguars were 9-8 2 years in a row. 1 year that meant division title, 1 year that meant also ran. But I think they're going to be back, and I think Christian Kirk's health is going to be a big key for them. So I'll take Field there.
So one more, Buffalo or the Field in the AFC East.
Field. I think the Bills are a little diminished roster wise, a little bit of a mini rebuild, just due to some cap concerns there. I think the Jets and the Dolphins are both very much in the mix there, and arguably, maybe better straight up than the Bills this season.
So I was going to ask you who you like, whether between the Jets and the Dolphins.
I kind of like the Jets, honestly. I mean, they've been like a hockey team playing shorthanded the last 2 years, and they've still managed to win 14 games. I mean, if they get average quarterback play from Aaron Rodgers, which I think is the base minimum for him, I mean, they ought to get to 10 or 11 wins, and obviously expectations are going to be higher than that if he's better than average. So I really like what their roster is otherwise, and if he's okay, they're going to be really good, I think.
So Nate, my last one for you. You mentioned the Colts, and they're my answer to this. So if they're your answer too, that's allowed. They're my most intriguing team this year. Like I just keep for whatever reason, I just keep thinking about the Colts. I read articles about the Colts. I'm fascinated. I want more Anthony Richardson in my life. I just want to see it, So I'm intrigued by them. They're kind of my, if there was an equivalent for that we have in the NBA, they're my league pass team. Like I just want to see them. I'm very curious. You have a team like that for you this year? Maybe not the best, but the group that you find yourself gravitating back towards.
Yeah, I think 2 weeks ago you said it was the Chargers for you, and then I said it was the Colts for me. So
now it's the
clearly
Colts.
you stole my answer on this, Danny. So I think maybe I'll pivot to the Packers. We saw what they did last year with the late surge and Jordan Love, playing so well and getting them into the second round of the playoffs in his first year as a starter. I'm really curious what they're going to do on the defensive side. They brought Jeff Hafley in to run that side. They're switching their scheme up. They've got a ton of first rounders on that side of the ball, and they've kind of collectively underachieved there. Despite all that, you asked earlier about Lions or Field. I mean, I really do think the Packers have a lot of upward mobility, and if Jordan Love doesn't have any kind of a sophomore jinx, at least in terms of sophomore year as a starter, I think they could be a really scary team.
And you are totally right. I forgot that I asked you that exact question when I was obsessed with the Chargers 2 weeks ago, and now I'm embarrassed a little bit. So that's what I have for you. Thank you, buddy.
No problem, Danny.
See, pal. There he goes. That's Nate Davis. I 100% did that, for the record. I was in the middle of this Chargers run where I was just reading about the Chargers and what's his name? Jim Harbaugh saying weird crap. Where he's like, get out of breakfast, attack the day, dominate my cereal. Elbow drop the milk. You know what I mean? Punt it into the garbage disposal. Woo! Just like, sweating through his eyeballs somehow. I was reading everything I could about the Chargers. Over the last week, I've been reading everything about the Colts. I completely forgot about my Chargers face. Oh, that's embarrassing. That one stings a little bit. All right, I'm going to regroup. I got a commercial break. We go to the bathroom, splash some cold water in my face, hydrate a little bit, bring it back. Something pretty special that was taken from us. I get why it happened. I'm not mad at anybody. And remember, I agree with the thing I'm supposed to agree with, and I disagree with the thing that you don't like. Okay? I'm on your side here. Something was taken from us. And it's back. And it just happened 24 minutes ago. Explain what it is. And I got a fun question for you guys. 5 minutes away here on The Fan. I'm going to let this one run for a second because this teams me up a little bit. Ryan, 500 points control of the board. Name the band.
The Foo Fighters.
That is correct. He nailed it. Ladies and gentlemen, our guy Ryan Clary. Welcome back. Grant Danny here on The Fan. It's not, by the way. I'll tell you during the break. No GP, just me and Danny Rouillet. So let's fade the Ramones down. All right? It's the Ramones, by the way. Little blitzkrieg bop. For the first time. No, I can't do it just yet. It's been a long time. Go ahead and cue that one up, Dares. Why is Danny playing this? Why does Darius hit the button for Mark Morrison? Hold on. You ever been broken up with? You ever been lied to? Did she ever tell you it was you, then it wasn't you? You ever been with a girl and say, I don't talk to my ex-boyfriend anymore? Then she goes, takes a trip back home to where she's from, comes back and tells you, well, I did talk to my ex-boyfriend. We actually been emailing for a long time. You have something taken away that you thought was yours. It was pure. It was great. Let Mark sing in. Turn him up for a second, Darius. Go ahead. You lied to me. You lied to me. But we're almost here, aren't we? For the first time since what, 2013? Here it is. NCAA football is back, bitches. NCAA 25. The return. No. O'Bannon versus NCAA. NCAA versus Alston. Whatever that means to you, just know that a lot of people had to walk before we could run, and we're running the goddamned option. Let's go. My copy should be at my house now. I pre-ordered that bitch. It's been a minute. It's here. It's time. Finally. NCAA football has come back to consoles everywhere. That was 2 consoles ago, bros. Sometimes 3. If you're one of those guys that's a late adapter. You're playing on PS2. You're playing on the OG Xbox, if you had one. Maybe it was at your fraternity house. Maybe your buddy had one. I don't know your life. It was gone. I get what happened. I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just joking around. I'm having fun. We're having a good time here. We're having a good time. That's all that's happening. But NCAA football 25. It's back. We can do it now. We can play college football. I think the players are probably getting like ones of cents from this. It's not enough. Because, when you go play as Texas, you're going to play as Arch Manning. When you play as, whatever quarterback at the Ohio State University is, you probably want to do that. These guys aren't getting enough, but they're getting something.
They supposedly got $600 each if they opted in to be a part of the game, as well as a copy of the game. Supposedly. Right. That's what they say.
That's something.
Except for Arch Manning, who apparently got $50,000. I don't know how that
I actually didn't know that. But it's fine. Yeah. It's fine. That's fine. Listen. I just want the game. I understand everybody's position. I also just want the game to happen. And we went 12 or 13 years without it because a lot of people had to do a lot of arguing. And it's totally fine. It's back. I used to play in the old dormitory on the PS2 there, Rhino, when it first came out. NCAA college football. Everybody was welcome to catch some. You swing by 802 Guthridge. Any athletes, anybody that thought they were good on the sticks, knock on the door. We got we got some water. We got a Brita filter in the fridge. No food. Sometimes we had chips if we went to the market. Have a seat in one of the 2 chairs with the couch and take your ass whooping. From old Randy Douye. I'll probably play as Michigan. See you at the end. My tight end's open right now, by the way. I still see it. I wasn't running the scissor route there, so I wasn't just spamming one thing. That's a versatile offense. Whatever you did, I had a counter. Please and thank you. I took Maryland to so many national titles. So many building franchises. Those games were awesome.
Oh, but it's just the years before Madden graphics and with different.
A blast. That's the point. I don't know if this one's going to be as much fun. I've argued over the last few years, I haven't played anywhere near as many sports games as I used to, that they've made the games too realistic. And I know that's not a complaint that most people understand or want to hear about. My point is, it was but fun to run a Madden franchise where every player I would draft and develop was like a mid-90s, upper 90s, and I would get like 5,000 yards for a receiver or like 4,000 yards for a rusher or just do fun stuff like that. That was a blast for me. Now that like you can't run it or like the AI adjusts, just BS. I don't want any of that. I'm making a video game again. But no, that's not where the thing is going. I understand that. I'm still playing this one because it's the first time in 13 years, whatever, that we've got something like this. So I'm going to treasure it. I welcome it. I want it. I want more of it. So it opens up a question. I'd like to have a little fun with you guys out there. All right? If you're like me, you're a little bit of a dork. If you're like me, you spend some time, especially in these summer months. You did your requisite outside time. You got hot and sweaty. You did your summer camp. You did your summer school. You played Legion baseball. Whatever you did, you got some time. Air conditioning. It's you on the sticks. You get one nominee. You get abducted by space aliens. And through some sort of universal translator, they ask you, Earthling, what's the greatest sports video game of all time? What's your answer? With the return of NCAA 25, what's the greatest sports video game of all time? So it's good that actually we have this group of three here today. We are about evenly spaced, about 10 years apart. 20 years, me 20 years from Ryan. But Darius is about a decade younger than me. Ryan's a decade younger than everybody else. So we'll have different systems and different things that we grew up playing on. I got a bunch of nominees. I'll give you the final answer here pretty soon. Let's start. And by the way, 800-636-1067 is the number. 800-636-1067. The best sports video game of all time, please. Old school. Think Midway Entertainment. Arcade first. Brought home to your house. Welcome to NBA Jam. Yes. He's on fire. He's hitting up. Stop it. NBA Jam. NBA Jam. NBA Jam. That's your Sega Genesis. Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis. When I was flat broke, man, I couldn't picture this. NBA Jam. How do you like this one? Mike Tyson's Punch Out. That's a sports video game. You're a little Mac. You got to deal with these monsters. It's Soda Popinski hops out there and laughs at you. He laughs at you, bro. Mr. Sandman, Super Macho Man, with the triple punch was going around and around and around. Mike Tyson winking at you, uppercut, first minute 30, you go down. One of the great achievements of my life. I'm at a party, not having played the game for more than 10 years. As a junior in college, I'm so many Miller Lights in. Bragging. Yeah, I beat Mike Tyson. You didn't beat Mike Tyson? You kidding me? You guys are like, no, bro, I never beat Mike Tyson. One guy goes, we got a Nintendo right here. I go, fine, I'll do it. They go, okay. So the whole party turns and watches me fight Mike Tyson. And I still knew the code the way I know it right now. 007-373-5963. What's that code, Danny? 007-373-5963. Take it to Tyson right now, this minute. If you got a Nintendo that works, you put in 007-373-5963. You go straight to Tyson. All right? You go and you fight Mike Tyson. He twitches at you. He kind of head fakes, and he hits you with that uppercut. You go right down. Not two shots. It's a one-shot kill for the first 90 seconds. You survive the first 90 seconds, you got a chance to beat Mike Tyson. He gets me on the first one. The whole place is, this is so good. They're yelling at me. I calm myself, breathing techniques. I gather. I make it through the first 90 seconds. I knock him down once in the first round. Didn't knock him down the second time. I left a little bit of energy left, okay, so I could try to get a full TKO in the second. Second round, he does the side kind of right and left hooks with a blink first. You can get a star on him if you're careful. You don't wait too long because he'll dodge it. No matter what, if you get 5,000 points for a decision, you could beat him. You could TKO him, or you could get 5,000 points. I got 5,000. I beat him, win the decision. I beat Mike Tyson in front of everybody. That's a nominee. I got so many more nominations, but I want to hear from you guys. Anthony, Calvert, what's the best sports video game of all time?
Well, I'm older, but me and my brother used to just mash up Game Day 98 for like 12-hour clips. And I was always the 91 Redskins.
Sure.
And I went straight goal line mode the whole game. And he was so pissed because he couldn't stop it.
Well, nothing you can do to stop it. When you find a game like that and you find a play, you're going to get taxed on it. So that, I believe, was the precursor to NFL 2K, Game Day 98. That's on the original PlayStation. That's OG PlayStation.
Yeah, that was made by Sony's own sports group, 989 Sports, I believe.
Right.
Whereas 2K was made by Sega at the time. Yeah.
But I think of it, it's not the right, it's not, I'm not trying to diminish it, but it was sort of your off-brand, your non-EA.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So that's what I meant by precursor.
Yeah, It was the original competitor to Madden
Yeah, there you
before 2K then became the main competitor.
That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you for using your words. 800-636-1067. I need it from you people. In honor of NCAA 25 coming out, you get one answer. Best sports video game of all time. I got some Nubs field improvements I want to talk about with you guys at 5, but I want your calls next. And I'm going to give you the answer to the greatest sports video game of all time. That's next. Grant and Danny here on the Fan No GP. Just me, Danny Rouye, NCAA 25. She's back. She is back. We are getting the game back. 4 o'clock today, it dropped. Mine's waiting for me at home. Whatever. No big deal. Be playing it tonight. In honor of that, I need your nominees. Greatest sports game of all time. We got plenty of people on hold. Somebody drops off 800-636-1067. Let's go super fast. Round the room. Ryan, your answer.
For me, it's Biggs on the Wii. Now, this came out like around 2007, Albert Pujols on there. It was just incredible. So many of my friends had so many different tournaments on that thing. Biggs was awesome.
Christian Darrisaw.
Man, so many options to choose from. But I think the one that brought me the most joy, the one that's the most time on as a youngster was Nintendo 64's WWF No Mercy. I think
Interesting.
Yeah, I think it was the best wrestling game that there ever was and that there ever will be. I just don't think it'll be matched. Unfortunately, the graphics were not as good as some of the games that there are now, but gameplay-wise, WWF No Mercy was hands down one of the best wrestling games ever.
A lot of folks on hold with some of my nominees, so I'm going to let them give those nominees. Andrew in Damascus, what do you got, buddy?
Hey, guys. Darius, I did not know that wrestling was an option because I'll throw out NWO WCW for N64 right after that. But my call was about, in fact, everybody's playing FIFA. It's like 2006, and everyone was sleeping. Me and my buddies, we'd go into the basement, hours, man. Super Mario Soccer on the GameCube. The number of mechanics in this game that made it so difficult, it was almost unbeatable. We spent summers 4-on-4 against the computer, hardest mode, tournaments, get to the finals and lose because Bowser jumped. Tilted the whole field. Throws the game. You're like, bro, this was 8 hours of our day. And we would start over, and we did it every day. Such a great game.
Incredibly relatable to me. By the way, 11 people had the GameCube. Such an underrated console. I'll put it there with the Dreamcast. RIP. Justin in Silver Spring, greatest sports video game ever.
Ken Griffey Jr. presents Major League Baseball on the Super Nintendo. 6 buttons, perfect version of Ken Griffey's swing. All the teams, all the stadiums. Funny names for the rest of the players. It was just a perfect, easy to pick up and play game. Never got old.
Best baseball game of all time. You heard me say that. That's the best baseball game of all time. That honorable mention to Bases Loaded, to Baseball Stars, to the show. Honorable mention to Base Wars on old school Nintendo, Backyard Baseball. I'll go all day. Ken Griffey Jr. Baseball was the best.
How was a game that old on an 8-bit console able to replicate Griffey's swing so well?
I don't know. The hitting mechanics were perfect. Outstanding. Stephen Fairfax has a great nominee. Steve, what do you got?
Back in the 90s, I think it was Sega Genesis, and Snowboarder, we would play that, like, drink beers the whole weekend. It was just incredible. And go Goofy Foot, and it was just a great game to play.
Love that one. Vinny and Seat Pleasant, best sports video game ever.
What's going on, Danny? I'm going to have to go with Super High Impact from Super NES in 1996. That's the only football game that allowed you to fight the opponent. So I'm going to have to go with Super High Impact.
That's pre-NFL Blitz. Again, I think it was different manufacturers, but it's the precursor to body slamming people and committing, frankly, criminal offenses, but in a video game. Chris and Dumfries. Chris, what do you got?
I'd go with Blades of Steel, old school NES, where if you got into a fight, the loser was the one that went into the penalty box.
Chris, you played a lot of Blades of Steel. Are you? May I ask you? Are you around my age in your 40s?
Yes.
So you know it. Okay. What was this voice saying? Are you ready? Hurt the pulse. Hurt the pulse. What did he say? What was he saying?
I don't think I ever knew.
No one did. Thank you, Chris. It's the old school NES, right? So when you pass the puck, the play-by-play voice wouldn't do anything else. He would just go, "Hurt the pulse. Hurt the pulse," and you're like, makes the pass? That's what everyone thought, but no one knew. No one will ever really know. Blades of Steel is great. Blades of Steel is great. This is a good one. What is this here? Is this Gerald? Line 7? Gerald. Gerald, that's a misspelling. I don't know who Gerald Lind is. Maybe that's like your evil twin. Gerald. I'm going to ask what's up, buddy?
It would be like that sometimes. Yeah, we talking about running circus runs.
running circles around people. We talking about Super Tecmo Bowl.
Come on.
Grab some Bo Jackson, run around them, go to touchdown, run to the other touchdown. Game over.
You can run for a quarter if you felt like it. Bo Jackson. Run one with Bo Jackson, people. If you don't know, you should learn. Joey, College Park, greatest sports video game of all time.
Wii Sports. No game does so many games so immersively. It was a big part of growing up. When I got to the University of Maryland, I was the best guy on my floor at Wii Sports, so got to give it to that one.
It was so fun. And people sleep on that, by the way. Outrageously fun to play that one. Outrageously fun. I mentioned a couple. I want to throw a few more out there. A lot of Madden is going to be on people's lists. Madden 04. That was the Michael Vick year. That was the year that he broke gaming. There's never been a more dominant character that you could play as in a video game, not just sports games. This was Bo Jackson turned up to 12. It was a cheat code. Any pass play, any design, anything that you did, you basically would clear out the left side of the field. You'd roll Michael Vick out to the left, and you just run for a touchdown. You mean sometimes? I mean every play. Every play. But the game was still great. So much fun.
How many friendships did Michael Vick end? Madden 04
video game Michael Vick. I know what you meant. Yes.
Sorry.
No, don't you apologize to me. Will in Woodbridge. Hey, Will.
Hey, gentlemen. I think the greatest game of all time, not even in sports, is going to be Gran Turismo 2. One great thing, California Games is also all-time.
Well, California Games, let's go. Sleeping, all of you. Deep slumber. Old school Nintendo, California Games comes out. You could pick from one of 6 events. You surfed, you juggled the hacky sack, you tossed a frisbee to catch it for points. You did like a skate park kind of thing. Speaking of skating, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2 deserves a nomination. The greatest sports video game of all time, I could tell you, but I'm going to let Todd in Tallahassee tell you. Todd, the greatest sports video game of all time is?
NHL 94, buddy.
That is correct, my friend. Tell people why, Todd.
So I always played as the LA Kings. There was a reason for that, and I could put up a 9 burger whenever I wanted. And I could go left, right, all the way down, screaming all by myself, right to the goal, and I could get it in every single time, 100% of the time.
Now, would you play with friends?
I did sometimes. I mean, I could spend hours just playing the computer.
Oh, same here. So my question for you, Todd, is did you guys ever ban the move? You know what I mean when I say the move, right?
Yeah, so kind of like Toad in Mario Kart. No one was allowed to play with that person, and no one was allowed to do that move.
There's Todd. If you don't know, you better call somebody. NHL 94. So in NHL 93, you could check a guy so hard if you got a running start, you can make a dude's head bleed, okay? And take him out of the game. They were like, you know what? That's probably too much. Let's take that out of the game. The thing they gave you instead, one-timers. Revolutionary. So you're a player. You've got the puck. You smack your B button. And while that puck is on the way to the new player, if you hit the C button before it got to him, he would wind and fire. The one-timer. That changed everything. Because in previous computing or previous eras of games, it couldn't do that. It couldn't process that. That makes sense? Like if your character has the possession of the object, of the orb, then you can throw it. Then you can shoot it. Then you can do whatever. Selecting it before it got there was one of the great innovations in gaming history. Not hyperbolic either. One of the great innovations in gaming history, the one-timer. The move is if you're able to come around the goal, right? And you've got possession of the puck, so nobody knocks you off the puck, and you're moving left to right or right to left. If you hold C for a slap shot, the goalie reacts like it's a regular wrist shot. So the goalie does his butterfly or his bail to try to save it, and it leaves the goal open. Fists were thrown. Pat Barry, Dan Dickens, Patrick Hahn, myself, occasionally others were involved. Punches had been thrown because of the move. You also couldn't play Chicago. because they were too good. I played as Toronto a bleep ton. I still love you, Doug Gilmore. Good discussion. All right, we have to move on. But I could do that for another 2 days. I got something that GW is doing that I don't think or haven't heard about Nubs Field doing. We got a lot of improvements that need to get made. I'm going to ask you about them next on The Fan. G&D here on the Fan. No GP for you for a couple of days. Just me, Danny Rouillet, hanging out with you. Another 90 minutes to go on the show. 6 o'clock, we're giving away some tickets today, right? We're going to play a little round of Does Danny Hate It? Boys have been working hard, diligently behind the scenes to come up with topics that I may or may not hate. You guess 2 right, you will win a prize. By the way, tickets are pretty sweet, for the record. Fuji's. Yeah, those Fuji's. Ryan even knew a Fuji song. That's how big they are. He's like, ready or not? Like, yeah. Because Tyler Clippard used to have that as his walk-up song. That's how he knew it. Whatever your entry point is, the Fuji's giving away a pair of tickets at 6 p.m. In fact, if I can be so bold, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to these bad boys all week long. That's pretty sweet. You got to be listening at 6 for your chance to win that contest. So I got an email as an alumnus of the George Washington University, where they let me know about a few improvements and things they're going to do at the Smith Center, which is the little arena that's on campus. Like, quite frankly, it's something that Georgetown should have. They should redo McDonough. They should do that today. Stop doing this Capital One Arena nonsense, but whatever. I'm sure there's zoning restrictions, and the people in Burleith and Georgetown and otherwise are probably persnickety and won't let them do anything. Who knows? I know that area's been under construction for 10 years, trying to rebuild parking lots for the hospital, but I digress. Anyway, at the George Washington University, they are adding those no-pay kiosks, and you pay, obviously, but there's no line, there's no queue, there's no whatever. It's the auto scanning.
Like a self-serve.
Yes, like a self-serve. So Cap One Arena has several of them kind of throughout the concourse. You want a beer? You go through a little turnstile, you grab the beer, you walk out. You automatically get billed. It could not be more convenient. There are no lines there. There's no problem there. They have somebody staffing that spot in case something doesn't work. If it's like, hey, my card's not reading or I can't get out, what's going on? Have someone there to fix it, but there's no delay. It's in, get out. So you don't want to miss. You don't want to miss a quarter. You don't want to miss a play. You don't want to miss. The Caps ice the puck, goes to commercial break. You can get your beer, get back to your seat for the most part, right? You're not going to miss a ton of action. Those things are great. So I don't want to speak out of school here. So if somebody knows better, please tell me. Please tell me if I'm wrong about this. I don't think Nubs Field, the artist formerly known as Federal Express, I don't think Nubs Field has these. I don't believe they do. If they do, it's recent, and it's good they put them in, okay? But it got me to thinking, if little GW, right there in Foggy Bottom, that arena typically is going to get 3, 4, maybe 5,000 people coming to a game, especially, if and when GW is good. We used to pack it when they were, borderline top 25 every year. Haven't been that in some time. Hoping to get back there. But the point is, for that many fans that you're catering to, it's not a huge, enormous influx of people. It's a few thousand most nights. They can do that. And it got me to thinking, as kind of a lens to talk about the football team. And that stadium that we all know is going to go away at some point, but we're stuck with it for at least another handful of years. Combine that with a recent fan engagement survey that someone who's kind enough to share with us. This one isn't as massive as some of the others that were conducted by, say, the Washington Post in conjunction with somebody else. But, just under 1,000 fans were polled, and a few themes kind of came out of there. And I'll give you a couple of those. The current Commanders fan experience. How would you evaluate the experience of attending Washington Commanders, change the name, I added that, games in the following areas? Welcoming environment. Only 33% of the people said yes. Family friendly. 31% said yes. Quality of concessions. 27% said yes. 15% said ease of arriving and departing. Price of tickets satisfied. Only 13% of people. I think price, by the way, is directly correlated to winning and losing. Right? Nobody gripes about the price of tickets for, maybe you still do. But it's less of a complaint if you feel like you're getting your money's worth. If you see a team win one game at home all year, that money doesn't feel as good to spend. So that one I understand. That one's a little bit different in terms of ticket prices. but a welcoming environment, family-friendly, quality of concessions, ease of arriving, departing. Those are paltry numbers from this survey. I'm not treating this one as gospel, I'm just passing on data. Okay? So folks, by the way, in this survey, in the spirit of just of giving you all the information, we're generally very excited, as people should be, about the future of the organization. I got no problem with that, and I am too, quite frankly. Looking at all the different factors, ownership group, front office, as they're continuing to add to that, right? Former Panthers GM is now up just another member of their front office. They're doing a lot of stuff in this regard, trying to build us a winner. I'm all for it. I'm happy. I've got individual gripes. I think they've made a couple of mistakes, but that's just balls and strikes. That's regular football stuff. When's the last time we talked about an investigation into the owner of the team? When's the last time we talked about some sort of shady impropriety? It's just regular old football stuff now, and it's refreshing and it's awesome. We should never take it for granted because we didn't have it for decades, okay? So people are excited long-term, both for the prospect of a new stadium, potentially another name change. A third of the fans that responded, so they're far more likely to go to games this season than they were in years past. And I'm all for that. That's great. Okay. So just giving you the full panoramic. So combine those two things, GW adding these, no line, no wait kiosks to just walk in, walk out, automatically get billed. And this fan survey for Nubs Field, I'm asking you guys, 800-636-1067. What's something easy they could do to make this better? I fully understand that you'll deal with a lot if they're winning a lot. I don't know how much winning is going to happen this year. Might be some, be more than last year, but I don't know that it's just another 11-win season for the first time in 30-plus years. I don't think it's that. Maybe it is. It'd be fun. I mean, I'd have a blast too. What's something easy they could do? So pretend I have any kind of power. Pretend I am a decision maker. Pretend I'm somebody that has influence over this. Pretend I'm somebody where you go, what would be great if you could just fill in the blank. 800-636-1067. Looking for you guys that still go to that stadium. I'm the wrong person to ask. I swore it off. The analogy I always use is I got food poisoning from a restaurant. I don't care that they changed the manager. I don't care that they changed the name. That spot is never getting me to eat there ever again because it was violent and it was bad. And there are a couple places like that, by the way. I haven't had a chicken Caesar wrap since. I'll tell you that right now. Chicken Caesar wraps are good. I wouldn't know. I ain't eating one. I had one, and boy, did it knock me on my tuchus. Never again. What can they do that's easy? GW, my little school, my little Atlantic 10 school, my little mid-level Division I school, just trying to compete in the A-10, trying to beat St. Bonaventure, hoping to catch up with St. Joe's and Temple, right? Those guys. They're adding these things. What can Nubs Field and the local 53 do that would help your experience? 800-636-1067. What's something simple they can do to increase some of these numbers? Welcoming environment. It's not viewed as family-friendly, not viewed as quality concessions, not viewed as easy to arrive and depart. Garrett, I'll put you on the spot here in a second. But I want you guys calls at 800-636-1067. How many games did you go to last year? Did you go to 2 or 3?
I went to 2 games.
Went to 2.
Yeah.
Did you experience some of these same complaints or, these things they asked about that were graded? More than 2/3 of people in each case said they were not positives.
Sure, yeah. I mean, the main thing that I've always had an issue with in terms of FedEx Field is the customer service and the lines that you deal with when you're trying to get food and beverage in between quarters. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if they're not staffing enough. I don't know if there's not enough availability for, getting the food to you. I don't know what it is, but it's just always a hassle. You're going to miss a large chunk of the game standing in line to get food or beer, beverage, whatever it is. And maybe a self-service kiosk is something that can help. Maybe it dissipates the lines.
Just to relieve the pressure.
Yeah, relieves pressure and it gets people who just want beer to go self-serve themselves to go get that beer.
Or something. I mean,
something of that sort.
Even going to Nats games, which is the team I go see the most, obviously right here. And everyone makes fun of me because I don't go every night, but it's still, I get to, even with my kids, I get to 9-10 games a year. And I don't know how to do this great, but I feel like somebody smart could fix it. This is what I would say to the learners or whoever, if somebody asked me that question. I would say there's got to be somebody that can hit a button, almost like a bat signal. The inning's over. Let's open up all the registers. Or let's have more ready. Hey, it's a big game. There's a giveaway. There's a bobblehead for some Star Wars character where Kyle Finnegan's a fighter pilot or an X-wing pilot. He's not a fighter pilot. They don't have fighter planes in Star Wars. I misspoke. He's an X-wing pilot. Okay, not a Y-wing, not a B-wing, not an A-wing, not a TIE fighter pilot. He's not a modified X-1 TIE fighter pilot. He's an X-wing pilot. All right, thank you. Anyway, there are going to be more people today. Let's be prepared for that. It's never going to be perfect. It's never going to take 5 seconds. It's preparing hot food. There are health codes. There are a bunch of different rules you got to follow. But it seems like there's never the All-Star game is here. We should probably be ready for that. Oh, hey, this is the biggest game of the homestand. We should be ready for that. Or the inning is over. And you end up missing so much time where, there's one register open, everybody's kind of scrambling. There's got to be a way to alleviate the scramble. I don't know how to do that. I'm a pudgy idiot that just wants to get my food and get back to my seat. But I feel like there's got to be something to that, to your point about concessions. Those no pay, I just want the beer, or I just want the chips, that's got to help alleviate the lines maybe to a degree, right? But I don't know if it solves all of it. 800-636-1067. So, again, I just sort of bring this up. I'm not trying to pick on anybody. Legitimately asking. We got 2 data points for me. One, Little GW, where I went, is offering these walk in, walk out, simple, easy kiosks for games that are only having a few thousand people on the middle of the campus of Foggy Bottom. They can do that to make it simpler and easier to get your concessions, your popcorn, your hot dogs, whatever. I don't know if you get all the hot food there, but you can get a lot of stuff, making the lines less complicated. I don't think Nubs Field, aka the artist formerly known as FedEx, has those. If they do, tell me I'm wrong. Tweet me at Funny Danny if I'm wrong about that. But in general, what can they do to enhance that experience, to make it better for you, to make it easier for you? In a fan survey, they don't score very well in making it a welcoming environment, family-friendly, low quality of concessions, ease of arriving and departing, and the price of tickets. In 5 categories, universally failing grades. Only 33% of the people had positive things to say about the environment being welcome. 31% say it's family-friendly. What can they do to fix some of that stuff? 800-636-1067. Before we do that, I want your calls next. Well, we got a little tiny breaking news here. Here's our own Byron Kerr.
Washington Nationals right-handed closer Kyle Finnegan has been added to the National League All-Star team and will join his teammate, shortstop C.J. Abrams, in tomorrow night's 2024 Major League All-Star game in Dallas. The 32-year-old Finnegan has a 2.45 ERA with 42 strikeouts, a 102 whip, and a 190 opponent's batting average for 25 saves on the season. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
We'll have another round of Does Danny Hate It for your chance to win some Fuji's tickets. We'll do that at 6 o'clock. Welcome back to the show. It's Grant and Danny here on The Fan. And speaking of Grant and Danny, that's us. I'm Danny Rouillet, hanging out with you until 6:30. And as the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to score yourself a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. So entry point here into this discussion is twofold. I'll just say it real quick. My alma mater, GW, announced to send a message to fans. Hey, we're adding these walk-in, walk-out kiosks in the arena at the Smith Center, where right there where the arena is in Foggy Bottom. Pretty cool. Nice thing they're doing. Make it easier for the few thousand folks that come to games. I love that. That's awesome. Good for them. It's the right call. I know they've got those at Cap One Arena, and it sort of got me to thinking about this fan engagement survey where Washington didn't score very well. Right when it comes to this one survey, and again, it's not gospel. There are many surveys, some are more, and there's plenty of optimistic things in general. Big picture about the football team, the front office, ownership group. Long term, I'm as rosy and bullish as anybody else, and I think we should be. But right now, this minute, FedEx isn't good, and they're trying to make it better. And I guess I'm asking you, what can they do? What can they do to help you out? 800-636-1067. Some things, an easy thing. Hey, you should do this. What's the answer to that? Go to Jason in Pennsylvania. Jason, what can they do to help your experience?
Yeah, hey, Danny. So the main thing for me is for anyone who's been to games recently, it's not just FedEx Field at Commanders games, but really NFL-wide. There's so many people at these games that are more focused on getting drunk, going out and getting beers every 5 minutes, et cetera. So I feel like having more vendors bringing things like beer and maybe water, soda, whatever, easy-to-eat food, more vendors at the seats would make it less disruptive for fans, because those people that don't really care about the game, that feel the need to get up and go out to get another beer when a team has the ball first and go at the 5-yard line isn't about to score a touchdown. I feel like that would make the game more enjoyable for the people that are actually there to watch what's happening on the field, as well as people that want to drink beer and go out and get stuff but do care about the game. Having more vendors at the seats, I feel like would make it just a better overall experience. I don't think FedEx Field has enough vendors bringing stuff to the seats throughout the game.
Jason, that's a great one. Appreciate the call. I can't prove this, boys, but tell me if you think I'm crazy. I do think just the sheer number of vendors that I think about going to games at Camden Yards or Memorial Stadium back in the day. You couldn't, swing a dead cat. I don't know why you're swinging a dead cat, by the way. It's just the weirdest expression ever that like old people used to use. You can't swing a dead cat now. And everyone's like, whoa, why are you doing that? The animal's dead. What are you doing? Swing a stick or something. I don't know. Anyway, but you could, go 2 feet without running into a vendor, a Hawk and lemonade or hot dogs or beer or soda or water, whatever, peanuts. I just feel like there are fewer vendors running around now. Is that my imagination? Am I crazy?
I think that's kind of been the trend, like around Major League Baseball and the NFL as well, the NBA. And I think the reason why that is because of like the mobile ordering stuff and people not really carrying cash, I guess, to tip some of these guys. So
that's a good point.
I feel like that could be kind of going into this.
That might be a huge element as to why. Because I saw this the other day at the Nats game when I was in some seats. We're passing passing the beer. Then we had to pass the credit card machine. And that wasn't more, I mean, that's, it's fine if you don't have any cash, you get your payment in, but that's not the expedited thing. Back in the day, I remember like some of these long sections, a guy would use a tennis ball, right? He'd cut open just a little bit of the tennis ball. He'd throw the tennis ball down the line. You put your money in the tennis ball, throw it back to him. So people weren't just passing it down the line, totally disrupted. It was pretty sweet. But you don't do that now. You can't, that's the card reader. You got to pass that on down the line and make sure that you got a signal and whatever else. You may be right about that, Ryan. So that's hard. That's kind of the only drawback. You're right about people carrying cash. I mean, to me, and again, I'm not a great person to ask. I don't go to games there anymore. I'll never go again as long as it's there. And if they put the new stadium there, I'm not going. I'll tell you that right now. Put that down. I will go if my boss tells me I have to go, which I've had to do a couple different times. I'm not making like a federal case out of it. I'll go do my job. I will not willingly, of my own volition, go there. It's wrong. It should not be there. Every second they're there is wrong. And putting a new one there is also wrong to me. I don't care how nice it is. So, what I will say when I did go, at a time was probably on average a couple games a year, maybe 2.5. Maybe at one point it was probably 4 games a year. Then it started to go down to 3, then to 2, then to maybe 1. I remember once coming back down from New York when I was living up there, spent way too much money, and that's when I decided I'm never going again. But the things that I wanted fixed then were those unsexy things. And what I mean is, it's easy to have a parking lot attendant direct you where to go before the game starts. And then all those guys and gals are gone by kickoff. To me, after the game is when it was needed, when it's a free-for-all, when it's chaos. When you're like going in a lane and then you go into a curb and then you almost run into a chain that's between those two like weird, like poorly painted metal fence posts, whatever the hell they are. And then you got to wait in line and everyone's just sort of going and there's no rhyme or reason to it. That's when you need the direction. That was always a complaint to me. It's like, well, there's no money to be made there. The people are already in. They've got it. They're cutting these guys loose to save a little cash. Not paying them the extra couple of hours to hang out and then help you when it's really needed. Getting into the stadium was always a pain in the butt. You'd leave your tailgate at 12:30 and you wouldn't make it into kickoff until 1:15. If your seats had any kind of walking around. And they do a lot of times at the football stadium. Things like that aren't sexy. But things like that are controllable. And yeah, I know winning is obviously the most important thing, and we all want that same deal. But man, it was like those little things. It always felt like if you'd cared about me, you would try to make it fun for me. You try to make it easy for me. You try not to make it a challenge for me to give you my money. But that's how it always felt. And I finally, after that time against, I've told the story a million times, that game where I was the only then Redskins fan in my whole section, it was all Cowboys fans, they screamed at me the entire time. It was so miserable. And I went, I paid for this. Nothing about getting in here was easy. I was getting, again, it's like I was the road fan. And even if I was a road fan, it would have been too much abuse. It was miserable. I'm never doing that again. And I haven't gone back since. For 10 years, I turned down tickets, and then people stopped asking, basically. The last person to ask me was Brian LaFemina in one of his 6 months that he was on the job here. He was like, "I'll come to your house in a limo." And I was like, you should take a fan that can't afford it. Seriously, you should go. We should do a call-in contest right now, and you could take that guy in the limo. I'm not going. Why? I don't want to do that. Brian LaFemina, by the way. Right, never forget that Dan Snyder fired him. Never forget that Bruce Allen and Dan conspired to fire the guy. He's now running the Olympics in Los Angeles. That's right. He's getting Los Angeles ready for the Olympics. He could oversee that. But he wasn't qualified, I guess, to do the job here in Washington. I'm the most sure. By the way, that was sarcasm. He was very qualified. But so to me, the little things that now we kind of associate the modern amenities that have to happen, the only word I come back to is the most salient, simple concept for what I would want at any stadium. Ease. It has to be easy. Stop hassling. Stop making it hard. Stop making it complicated. Now, there's a push and pull there. There's a fine line. So, for example, if the usher at the top of the section asks every person every time, "Can I see your ticket? Can I see your ticket?" when they're coming and going, the benefit is you don't have any kind of those clusters where somebody's in your seat and you're going, "Oh, actually, I think we're sitting here." And then everyone's disrupted for a minute and it's kind of awkward and weird. And no, this is my ticket. That's yours. Well, you get that benefit. The downside is now we've got log jams. Now we've got lines. Now I'm coming back with my concessions and I got to show you my ticket again. I told the story before. I was at Nats Park a couple years ago. I'm not kidding you. We had the station was kind enough to donate the suite to me, and I took all of my kid and his little league teammates to the stadium, to the game. Got them a cool experience. Like, they got to go on the field, and they ran the bases afterwards. Like, checked out, saw a few of the players. It was awesome. They had the time of their lives, little kids. Somebody came into that suite, different people each time, and asked to see everybody's ticket. Several times. To the point where I was kind of like, "Hey, we've already done this several times." And they, immediately was, "Well, you didn't do it for me." Okay, well, I don't know who you are, but can this be the last time? Like, would you mind communicating with anybody else that might want to see our tickets? because everyone's hanging out with their kids, having a nice time. People that are, in the seats or like trying to go to the bathroom or going elsewhere to get concessions, whatever. Like, it wasn't the most inconvenient thing in the world, but still was a pain in the butt. We've all done it 3, 4 times now, 5 times. We've already showed you our tickets. This is our suite. We got it. Can you tell everybody who might need to see that we're supposed to be here to not bother us anymore? And of course, that was met with derision and I'm not trying to start anything. That's fine. Whoever needs to see him, come on back and we'll show them to you then. I can't wait for the 6th inning so we can show you guys our tickets once again. But whatever. It's got to be easy. Just make it easy. Whatever that is, let's be thoughtful. Let's be smart and make it easy. GW has this easy little thing that I'm sure they saw at a Cap One Arena. This technology, however it works, I don't get it. Some people are like, hey, it's like the NSA spying on us. I don't know. I know this. If I could walk in and grab a bag of chips and walk out, I'll take that risk. I'll do that. That's fine. All good with that. Make it easy. Don't make it hard for people to do the thing that you want them to do. We want to give you our money for the peanuts, for the popcorn, for the donuts, for the chicken tenders, whatever. We're into that. We're here for it. Let us do it. Ease. That's the word that I've got. That doesn't feel very easy at FedEx or Nubs Field, the artist formerly known, whatever you want to call that place. All right. Appreciate the conversation on that bad boy as well. What I want to do next is get us ready. You know what I said we're going to do it at 6, Darius? Are we doing Danny Hates It now? Or we're doing it at 6?
Let's do it now.
We're going to do it now.
Yeah.
I misspoke and said 6 earlier. I'll tell you what, we should do it at 6 because I tease it because it's for tickets. Let's do it at 6.
Right,
I don't want to be a filthy, stupid liar. Here's what happened behind the scenes. I wrote the opposite down on the rundown, and then I sent it, and I actually switched the order in my mind. So I messed up. And because I messed up, I now have to stick with that. Does that make sense? We're giving away Fuji's tickets at 6. We'll talk about an Adam Schefter report that he casually dropped on the Pat McAfee show. I'm very annoyed about this just in general. The casual dropping of news on the Pat McAfee show. I find that irritating. We'll get to that in a second, tell you what he said in a moment. Fuji's tickets at 6. You can tweet your pal at Funny Danny. Chris did just that. And our guy, Ryan Clary, getting a shout out in the tweet. Chris said, and I quote, dude, Ryan Clary made a salient point about mobile transactions in the stands. Yeah, he did. Last segment, Ryan made a great point that I hadn't thought of. See what I'm saying? That's why you bring many minds to the table. That's why you bring the different perspectives. You might get something just like that. Way to go, dude. Good energy. Way to go. Welcome back, G&D on the Fan. 6 o'clock. Give you a chance to win Fuji's tickets. That's at 6. We're going to play the game, Does Danny Hate It? But first, I promise this. Adam Schefter was on the Pat McAfee thing on ESPN. And again, here's what annoys me about it. There's a lot that annoys me about it. But here's the thing I find most annoying about this specific thing. Because he's now at the worldwide leader, and even in general, like the platform's so big for McAfee, that he gets anybody that you want to get. And for whatever reason, folks have decided to say pretty major things on this platform. You follow me on that? In other words, like what I'd like is newsbreaker or a famous athlete or person says it on a show that I can stand, or says it on a show that I like, or says it on my show, God willing. That'd be pretty cool. You know? Or says it on like this station, something that I really like listening to. But it's on this like sleeveless show with like dudes with mullets and everyone's yelling and they say words that weird. I don't know. It's just not for me. But because they get every guest that you would want, you get these pretty big deals. Now, this isn't, I wouldn't say a bombshell report, but this isn't me saying this. It's Adam Schefter saying it. So Schefter's doing probably like a 7 out of 10 Schefter. It's not the full caricature where he's saying, but I'm not, like he's not doing the full Schefter. This is like a 7 out of 10 Schefter where he's pretty comfortable, not letting his hair down a little bit, but he's still Scheftering. This is Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee thing.
If we go back to when the conversation of more games, more than the 16-game season started, it felt like the NFL started out of the block with 18 games, and it felt like that was roundly dismissed. And so the league, I think, did a pretty smart thing. It went from 18 to 17, and rather than take one big giant step, they said, let's take little steps, and we'll get to where we're going over time, but it's not going to be as quickly as we'd like it to be. And now the fact that Joe Burrow is even talking about the 18 games, to me, it just seems like there is a momentum to this. There's a trackiness. I don't think it's real right now, but it's only a matter of time before it does get real and we get to that point. And again, when you get back to the 18 games, in my mind, it's going to be about money. It's always going to be about the money.
That is Adam Schefter on ESPN, Pat McAfee, et cetera, et cetera. Now, my angle on this, and I want to take some calls on this after we do Does Danny Hate It? Okay. But to me, I have never liked the idea of just saying, we're just going to add 2 games. Now, any sort of discussion herein from the NFL side, any promises they make or any moments of thoughtfulness, Schefter's right. It's empty. They just want more. They know these games are worth so much to so many, and that only benefits them. They don't care. We as fans and media schlubs are kind of going, well, certain records, but football records aren't quite as hallowed as baseball records are. So what's the single season rushing record? What's the number? Top of your head. What's the single season passing yards number? Anybody know it? Single season touchdown passes number. Touchdown receptions number. Anybody know those? We do the baseball ones forever, right? You could still rip off Hack Wilson's 194 RBIs, Barry Bonds 73 homers, used to be 61. Then McGuire hit 70. Everyone knows them. Those strikeout records and some of the things where numbers for baseball matter so much more. For football, you can look up and go, did you know that that Terrell Owens is now 4th all time in this? Like, it's not the same. It's important. I'm not telling you the numbers aren't important, but it's not the same as these eras change and the game is so dramatically different than it was decades ago. So, hey, when O.J. Simpson ran for 2,000 plus yards in 14 games, We know that's a bigger deal than if, say, Adrian Peterson does it in 16. We know it's a bigger deal that if someone did it in 14 games than it would be in 18 games. So some of that stuff we can balance, we can deal with. To me, it's more about being thoughtful. You shouldn't play, to me, the Sunday before you play on Thursday. I would do that, sort of add in kind of a mini bye week there, or just be thoughtful about that, right? Give something. In other words, if someone plays on Thursday, then they play the following Monday. Whatever you want to do, right? Like extra things, whether it's extra bye weeks. The biggest deal to me, the thing that I would do that I haven't heard talked about, I would expand rosters by multiple players, especially if you go to an extra game. Multiple players. I'd probably set the roster limit instead of 53. I'd probably get up to closer to 60. I know NFL teams won't do that. They don't want to do that. And I don't know how, if the Players Association would want that as well necessarily. Because what they're looking for is guys that are out there that are drawing the eyeballs, right? The Lamar Jacksons of the world, the stars that we tune in to see Mahomes and company, having a little bit more money go to him and go to the Kelseys and go to the eyeball makers than special team Sammy, than the 58th guy on the roster that's flying down covering kicks. But to me, you just need more rest. You need more able bodies on game day. You need rotations. 17 is already a lot. And that's my preferred number, by the way. I always knew this was going to be temporary. I knew it was never really going to stick. I love having nobody be 500. It's my favorite thing. What are sports? Wins and losses, winners and losers. It's the whole point of lacing them up. We need to know. Nobody kind of broke even. Nobody tied. Nobody, went 8-1 or whatever. Again, there should be no ties in sports. I love that. I love that there's an odd number. I've always known it's going to 18. But to me, it's just got to be thoughtfully done. And I feel like if we learn anything from this NCAA shabingus over the years, where we just sort of said, okay, here we go. Shotgun blast. Let's buckshot this thing and see what happens. Oh, what happened in 10 years? We have 2 conferences? Crap. Whatever. If we learn anything, before it happens, before we let the genie out of the bottle, let's have it thoughtfully done. That's all. Your chance to win Fuji's tickets. We'll do that in about 7 minutes. Get the calls lined up now. 800-636-1067. Playing Does Danny Hate It? get in line right now at 800-636-1067. You'll have a chance to win tickets to see the Fugees at Jiffy Lube Live. Congratulations. You'll win 2 tickets to see Miss Lauryn Hill and the Fugees. The celebration continues with special guest YG Marley, Friday, August 23rd at Jiffy Lube Live. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation. You got a chance to win those. You get in now, 800-636-1067. You got to win a game. We're going to play Does Danny Hate It? Game is very simple. Grant is not here. Darius will deliver. He will give you something, an item. Okay? He will describe the item, describe the thing, the concept, the person, the place, whatever it is. I don't know. I've not seen these. We keep the integrity very high. And you're going to guess whether or not I hate it. I will give you the honest reaction, tell you whether I love it, I hate it, etc. If you get 2 right, you will win the tickets. Simple enough. 800-636-1067. You have a chance to play and win. I want to remind you that sports coverage, baseball coverage, we did some NFL, so we call it NFL coverage. On 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. I also want to remind you, we get the calls lined up, is the executives. I keep doing this. I've said executive sponsor 3 times. Condori and Morad. They can read, whereas I struggle sometimes, apparently. As the exclusive sponsor for our show, or the executive sponsor, can we talk to them about an executive sponsorship? Can we bump you guys up to the executive level? As the exclusive sponsor for our show, the law firm of Condori and Morad can help guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you draft your will, set up a revocable trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to score yourself a great discount. That's kmlawyers.com. All right. Without further ado, Darius and Ryan, you guys have prepared multiple categories here of Does Danny Hate It? Yes?
That'll be correct. Yes, indeed.
Very good. All right. You can watch this live on YouTube, 106.7 The Fan, Grant and Danny Show, wherever you go to search and find that. Tweet me at Funny Danny. Grab the Odyssey app, listen anywhere in the world with a great rewind function. I love that application. We were all set and ready to go. First contestant got in early. Jim knew what he was about on this one. Jim, are you ready to play Does Danny Hate It?
Yes, Danny, I am. Thank you very much. May I interject?
Please.
Your segment on D&D, I discovered D&D in college, and I had the greatest dungeon master, and unfortunately he passed away of cancer recently, but I wish I discovered it earlier. But let's go.
Dude, I am with you. Having a wise and solid dungeon master is a game changer. If you don't know, ask somebody. But, Jim, you understand how the game Does Danny Hate It is played? You understand what we're doing?
Absolutely.
Very good. Give me our first topic here, gentlemen. Darius, the mic is yours.
All right. We do reside in Washington, D.C. We, of course, broadcast from the Half Street Studios down here in Washington, D.C. Does Danny hate museums? Does Danny hate museums, Jim?
I would have to say he hates museums.
Jim, I love you and I respect you. But I got to tell you, that's wrong, my friend. Sorry. I love museums. I love it. Give me all of them. I want all the information. I want to know. Here's something about me. Tell you what, try to do this, or try to draw a parallel. Did Grant do it when he was 8? If the answer is yes, he still does it now. He has 8 foods that he eats from when he was 8, and that's still what he likes and what he thinks and what he does and what he tries, the direction he goes. If you gave Grant a new road that gets there in half the time, he wouldn't take it because he knows the road that he takes. You follow me? For me, here's what I want. I want to know about the thing. I love being the person that knows about the thing. You know how I get to know about the thing? I go to the museum. I see the painting. I pretend to be an expert. I'm obnoxious and I'm so irritating. I love museums. Jim, I'm sorry. That seems like something I would hate, but I love the museum. All right. Next up, Annie in Arlington. Annie, how are you?
Well, I'm okay.
Do you understand how the game is played, young lady?
I do, and thank you for calling me young.
Well, it's true as far as we all know. Annie, you ready to rock and roll?
Ready to rock and roll.
Let's do this. Darius, this is for Annie to go see the Fugees. I love it. Go ahead.
Annie, does Danny hate hard seltzers? Does Danny hate hard seltzers?
I'm going to say he hates them.
Annie, that's so correct. What are you? Not you, Annie, but what are you? What do you want to be? What am I supposed to do? What is this? Is it a club soda? It's not? I don't get it. I don't want to get it. I don't like it. Now there's watermelon. Now there's peach. Now it's like a grapefruit. Now we're doing the thing where we mix juices together with booze. No, I'll make my own mix. All right. And now it's in a can. No, Annie, you're 1 for 1. You get this one right. You're going to see the Fugees.
I agree with you on that.
What I'm talking about. Let's high five, young lady. All right, Darius, this is for Annie to win Fugees tickets.
on.
Let's do it.
All right, Annie, for the chance to go see the Fugees. Does Danny hate carrying cash? Does Danny hate carrying cash?
Oh, gosh. Oh, that's a tough one because I think he actually likes carrying some cash.
Annie, you know your host. You are correct. You're going to see the Fugees. Stay on hold, Ryan. Get the young lady's information. I can't stand it when everyone's like, oh, I don't have any cash. You might need some cash. No one's saying walk around with $1,000 being the money outside. Like we're in Donnie Brasco. Nobody's saying you got to go to the ATM and withdraw hundreds of dollars like a crazy person. You have a little cash. Have a little cash. You don't know. Maybe your kid wants to go to the snack bar. Maybe there's a vending machine. You see what I'm saying? Have a little bit of cash. Of course I like carrying the cash. You know how many times in the last 10 years my wife's been like, hey, do you have any cash? That happens. It happens enough to you. You start to carry cash. It's called being a man. Carry a little bit of cash, sir. Walking around with no cash ever. Can you just charge me for a soda so I can tip you $11? Said Grant every time we go out to eat. Have some cash. And he's right. And he's going.
She knows her host.
She knows.
Look at that.
She got that one right. We could play for nothing. You want to play a couple more rounds for nothing?
Yeah, we can play a couple rounds for
All right,
nothing.
Here we go. DJ, how are you, sir?
Danny, what's up?
What's good, buddy? So you understand, unfortunately, you're playing for absolutely nothing. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, I ain't worried about that.
I love that. Look at your enthusiasm, DJ. Spirit award for you. Darius, let's play Does Danny Hate It with DJ because I like him.
DJ, does Danny hate Adam Sandler movies? Does Danny hate Adam Sandler movies?
Nah, I don't see that one.
This is hard.
Maybe one or two, but all of them, nah.
He gave DJ. I'm working this out in my brain. He gave me Happy Gilmore, and he gave me
because
Billy
I
Madison.
remember a couple weeks ago, y'all was speaking about was that Happy Gilmore
That's right.
or Billy? It was one of those golf movies, one
Exactly.
of the Adam Sandler movies, and you wasn't feeling it too much.
Well, the fact that they're remaking the thing, which I didn't love.
Yeah,
but
that's what it was.
He gave me that joy. Every stupid grown-ups who I don't have my memory. Who would he do? Like those are all terrible, and we should be embarrassed. But it can't outweigh the good. So I'm going to say DJ's right that I like them. By and large, still, but he's got like 2 Hall of Fame hits and 50 pants down strikeouts that we should all be ashamed of. But in general, he gave me the 2 bits of joy. So DJ, you're right about that one. All right, one more for DJ. Go ahead, Darius.
All right, DJ, to win absolutely nothing.
This is for nothing.
Does Danny hate Navy's offense? That'll be Navy football's offense. Does Danny hate it?
Un momento, por favor. Let me see, Navy's offense.
Mm-hmm.
Nah, he don't hate it.
I got to tell you, DJ knows his host as well. If we had a prize for you, you'd win it, DJ. I love it. I don't want to see that in the league. I want that. I want college football to be different. Back in the day, you watch Nebraska. What play are they going to run? How about the smash it down your throat play? How about 4 different dudes, 255 pounds with neck rolls coming downhill to thump your skull? Give it to me. Give me the triple option. All of it. I want it all day and twice on Sunday. Back in the day, Rice used to compete with people running the option. Oh, I love it. Rodney Peete back in the day for USC. NFL quarterback ran the option. The option, dude. Notre Dame should have won a couple natties with Tony Rice and company running the option. Rocket Ismail. I'll go all day. I love it.
That one stings because I thought I knew you, and I thought you for sure were going to hate that.
I get that. If you ask me, should the local football team do it? Oh my God, no. No. Throw the ball, please. Throw it to the running back. Quickly. Just throw passes.
But Pete Medhurst is Navy midshipman.
I want him to call fullback dives. I want him to call 3 fullback dives, then what looks like a fullback dive that's actually a run around the edge. I want him to call pitch plays. Oh, give it to me. I get horned up. DJ gets it, man. You want to do one more? Let's do one more. He going to do one. Francis in Waldorf. Francis, do you want to play for absolutely nothing?
I would love to. It'd be my pleasure. Let's have some fun.
Let's have a little bit of fun. Again, this is the game, if you're just tuning in, called Does Danny Hate It? Does Danny Hate It? Francis is going to play for the grand prize of 0.0. Darius, the floor is yours.
Francis, does Danny hate players having their own podcast?
Yes, he does.
He's so correct. Stop it. Stop it. I don't have my own major league. I don't have my own NBA. Stop it. It's so annoying. Because you're trying to, and I get why you're doing it. I'm not talking about you, Francis. You did nothing wrong. I get you want to get your own word out. You want to control your narrative and blah, 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 blah. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't have a good reason for it. I just don't like it. Good answer, Francis. All right, one more. And this is for your chance, Francis, to win absolutely nothing. Darius, go ahead.
Francis, to win absolutely nothing, does Danny hate 50-50 raffles?
No, Danny does not.
Francis, that's a reasonable answer. It would be reasonable that I didn't hate 50-50 raffles. I can't stand them. I can't stand them. I never win. I never win. And that's my reason for not liking them. Darius, great question. Great question by you, by the way. I can't stand 50-50 raffles. What it sounds like he's saying to me, and I know this isn't the case. Nobody yell at me. Nobody prosecute me. Nobody sue me or anything. Here's what it's saying. Hey, give me some money. Give me some money here. Don't get anything back. Give away your money here. Hey, Danny, part with your money. Hey, Danny, you win nothing. Here's your money. Give me the money. That's all I hear. I never win them. No one I know has ever won them. In fact, one person that I think I was near once won them, but he had already left the game. Nobody wins. Somebody wins in theory, but nobody wins. I don't like them. Good round of Does Danny Hate It? I like that. This game's got legs. Josh and Upper Marlboro earlier called the show. I believe he called me a ninny. He called me a sour puss grouse, I think.
He said one word, we had to dump.
We had to dump it.
Yeah, it was bad.
He was mad at me. But this is his game. Josh, this is your baby. And it has grown. It's a full-fledged, bona fide game. Because before it was pretty much like, has Ryan ever heard of that? Or does Grant know the band? And the answer most of the time was no. These Does Danny Hate It, I think, are fun. I think this is fun. I have fun. And these are all genuine, by the way. I'm not just doing bits so that certain people win or lose. I'm telling you, these are all how I feel. I like this a lot. Home Run Derby tonight, boys. 8 p.m., shortly after we get home. Pete Alonso, Alec Boehm, Adolis Garcia, Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Witt, Jose Ramirez, Marcelo Ozuna, and Teoscar Hernandez. Mets, Phillies, Rangers, Orioles, Royals, Guardians, Braves, Dodgers, respectively. Who's got a pick for tonight? Either you guys have a pick for tonight? Who's going to win the bad boy?
I just want anybody not named Pete Alonso to win.
It feels very Pete Alonso.
Yeah, doesn't it feel like that? But he's going to do that stupid thing where they take the camera backstage and he's like meditating in the batting cages, and I'm going to be very annoyed by it. So yeah, anybody but Pete Alonso. But no, my actual pick is I'm going to go with the hometown guy. I'm going to go with Adolis Garcia. I think he's going to feed off the crowd, and he's going to put on a show tonight.
That's my hope, is that I want that electricity. Because I've been a fan of these things before.
We witnessed it here.
Yeah, we saw it here. It can drag a little bit because it's a made-for-TV event, right? The number of times they're like, okay, fans, get up. Okay, fans, get up again. Like, it's a lot. Sitting, standing, kneeling, bending, especially after a day of work. On a weekend day, it's a little bit easier, but everybody's, lived their whole life today, and then they're doing an event at night. It's easy to not have, the full juice. So I'm hoping it's a good crowd, but I can see that one. Rhino, who you got?
My sneaky guy is actually Marcelo Ozuna. Like, people have just forgotten about Marcelo Ozuna, but this guy is a tank. I mean, he could go out there, and I feel like he could just hit 25, 30 home runs within a round. I don't know if he's actually going to do that, but he's kind of one of my sleeper guys I look at, and I'm like, this guy's got some power. And I have a feeling that he could build up some energy beforehand and maybe get a little rally going. So Marcelo Ozuna is my sleeper pick.
He's got that easy power.
Yeah.
Where you go, it looks like he's just sort of flicking a pop-up to somebody, and it goes 400 some odd feet. He was a guy, by the way, for years. I was always like, could we please sign this guy? Could somebody please sign this guy? And then he went through some terrible years. Had an off-field problem. I don't make light of that or belittle that, but he is having as bounce back a year as you've ever had. He is among the big league leaders in home runs. He has been a force that they've survived not having one of the three best players in baseball in Ronald Acuna again for an extended period of time because of how good he's been. I mean, he's the middle of the order bat that somehow is replacing Acuna's production, kind of keeping them above water. They're still, one of the favorites in baseball. It's boring. Hard to bet against Pete Alonso if you're going to make a bet on somebody. Just guys that I like. I think someone smaller like Jose Ramirez, who's I think he's a better real life player than he is for something like this. Someone smaller like that in stature. If you ever stood next to him, that I've stood next to him a bunch of times, but he doesn't look like Alonso or Garcia or even Gunnar Henderson. I mean, Garcia and Alonso Alonso's built like a bear. Garcia his muscles have muscles. Like his traps have biceps. You know what I'm saying? And Jose Ramirez is just kind of like a 5'10" guy, doesn't look that big. Those guys tend to run out of steam a little bit in these kinds of exhibitions. That's something to watch for. A quick twitch guy like Gunnar Henderson or Bobby Witt, I could see having a huge round, then maybe fading. So to me, I'm probably going to pick Pete Alonso, which I think is boring and not that much fun. Other things I want to get to before we get out of here. We didn't spend much time on this, but Kyle Finnegan got named to the All-Star team. I love that. Well-deserved. There's this thing, every year about, this guy got snubbed or that guy got snubbed. It's a narrowing process, right? I mean, you take 20-some active players on all baseball teams, and, you're condensing a roster. You're going to have squeeze outs. You're going to have guys that miss out. That is inevitable. That's a thing. Is he deserving of being an all-star? You're damn right. Jake Irvin, these last two starts notwithstanding, they kind of, knocked him at his case down a little bit, a peg or two. Who knows if it's related, honestly. Once the announcements happen, then he's had 2 bad starts in a row. Could just be fatigue. Could be a million things that we don't know about, right? But so his case a little bit less strong, but he had a case at the time of the announcing. He certainly did, was very deserving of being an all-star. Number of guys around the league are, and in different markets they're always kind of doing that. Really happy for Kyle Finnegan, though. I mean, he has found a degree of consistency that I think surprised a lot of people. Credit to the Nationals for kind of unearthing him, right? Acquiring him. You build him up to this point where they've had him now for a handful of seasons. He's thrown harder and harder and harder over his time here. Now as a guy in his early 30s. I mean, when he first arrived, it wasn't as if he was a thumber throwing nothing but slop and pus up there. But over the last handful of seasons, his average fastball velocity has jumped to a degree, and they've found a pretty consistent back end of the bullpen reliever, which doesn't really happen an awful lot. Consistency at that spot is reserved for kind of the rarefied Rivera's, Hoffman's, Billy Wagner's of the world. It's a fickle spot, and he's delivered pretty consistently for the last handful of seasons. Going really back to 2022 when he really ascended more full-time into that role. So happy for him and his journey, man. Didn't break into the bigs until 28 years old, really consistently with the Nationals. I love stories like that. I love that kind of stuff. This is the Joey Meneses, if it really worked at a high level kind of story. And we don't pay attention to that sometimes. And just also speaking of which, one last thing to put a bow on the Nationals here for the first half of the season. Remember, I believe, did they pick up Hunter Harvey via waivers at one point?
Yep.
He was DFA'd by somebody, right?
DFA'd by the Orioles.
Uh-huh.
Former first-round pick, in fact.
How's that for a profit? How's that? Take a guy that anybody could have jumped on. You did. You go through the growing pains. The Orioles, I think, at the time were probably trying to compete, if memory serves, right? So would it have been 22? So I guess they were around 500 at that point when they pick them up at the end of 22. But the point is, you pick them up, doesn't cost you anything, and you develop a player that becomes a pretty reliable back end of the bullpen arm as a setup guy regain some of his form, useful for a team that's trying to contend for the first time in forever in Kansas City. You get their number 2 prospect and the 39th pick in the draft. That ain't bad, man. That's the Rizzo formula, where he's been asked to make chicken salad out of, and sometimes you swing and miss. And I don't begrudge him for trying to swing at Nick Senzel, Eddie Rosario, Nelson Cruz, pick your player. It was going to work with Trevor Williams, by the way, until Williams got hurt. They were going to be able to spin him for something pretty significant. But that's the ultimate, right? That's the buying the stock at a penny, selling it for $1,000. That's what he just did over a couple years with Hunter Harvey. Now, you can't really do that if you're trying to win 9,500 ball games. You can do that when you got a longer horizon. And they've done that really, really, really well. For every, 3 or 4 misses, there's one huge profit. And overall, it doesn't cost you a heck of a lot. Especially now that some of these guys that they acquired are on the way. So that's really exciting. So good for them. Right call. I'll miss Harvey. Not that much, though. I can't wait to watch the kid that they got. And an extra draft pick, please and thank you. One of the best catchers in the draft came the Nationals' way as of last night. The draft is ongoing, too, by the way. So up after me, I see him. He's brooding right now, making a scrunchy face, like he's annoyed. He seems prepared to unleash fury and fire, raining hell and brimstone down upon the listeners of Washington, D.C. That's Linnell Willingham, people. That's his music. He joins us next. Appreciate all you guys for checking us out. We'll be back tomorrow. Your chance to win Fuji's tickets. Let's do it at 5 tomorrow. We'll do it 5 tomorrow. Give you a chance to win some more Fuji's tickets, giving those away all week long. Appreciate you guys listening. Stay cool out there. It's too stupid hot. The summer is too hot. All you summer people are wrong. Let's all wait for the AC from the air to kick in. I love you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.